They are locking in. They are ready to go here, and the time is now. Vision going to be on that Phoenix like we thought as well.
Yeah, and they let the games begin as we start off. First domination, setting the pace, holding on to that outdoor location. We've seen Spider-Man there very consistently, always terrifying to look at. Up in the sky right now, TTK on that Angela holding that height. And there's the mine spawner now, but it's difficult to get on there as an Angela, especially with the threat of getting webbed up by that Penny and falling down on those mines, taking a ton of damage. Still going to hold that space, just being a distraction. 385 on that shield, still owning the height, and nobody has started the progression on the point just yet, as it is going to be back and forth. One pick comes out there for Wada, though, on Amanda, and that is going to be the first pick of today's tournament.
Yeah, so looking at this first point usually takes a bit of a second to get going. And yeah, Wada, I watched a lot of a lot of Spider-Man yesterday, so I'm excited to see this come back into the fold here. And picking up where they left off yesterday, TTK, again, winner POV, won with Jay yesterday, now doing the same. I'm sure Flats is elated to have him on the team. Prism getting a part of the action as well.
And down goes the Fantastic. I know the three Fantastic mains are hyped up right now as he is on the screen representing y'all just a little bit. Does a great job in peeling, does a great job being annoying, and just essentially playing like a Vanguard. Very sustain heavy. It can just be so annoying with some of those cooldowns. Off angle here with Moxie trying to find a pick, and we know how good Hawkeye can be in the current meta. I know, especially in ladder, I'm sure a lot of you are banning out Hawkeye right now. It makes sense to me. Some really strong positioning holding this height.
And we just pointed out, if you're Mana Pandas, you want that point first to set up for Penny. Now, instead of playing the bunker hero, you got to play a bit more of the dive Penny, which can work out well. It's not easy to do. And Moxie going right into form. Moxie can play a mean Hawkeye. If not, Hawkeye does go to the Mantis sometimes with that flex option. But Hawkeye Legless coming out to play today.
Yeah, good shots there. He's going to find one. Put them up, but Wada takes out Manda now to try to even it out, and bang! Down goes the end song. That one does not find any value just yet, as Vision, as we had discussed, is going to be leading that duelist role in just 1v1 battle, but the shield comes through, and that's going to clutch up as Flats cleans up Vision there to try to put them in more advantage. 63% in climbing. Team Flats with ult advantage at the moment is looking really good.
Yeah, so now you're looking at Mana Pandas. You've got 3 ults online, 4 about to, heck 5, and you have to try to judge, okay, do we go all out here? Do we send it all, try to recap? Or when you cut your losses, right?
Yeah.
Because it's so important to make sure you keep that momentum. You can flip it on map 2 here in domination, but I think right now they've got what they need. You might as well send it here, see what you can do. Maybe an aggressive Forky Dog ult to get things going.
Yeah, you need to do something, because the downside is if you look at Flats, they do a great job of not overcommitting ultimates. They're still holding on to 5, so you may be thinking to yourself, let's wait for next round, but they're doing the same thing at this point. They don't need to be a little over-aggressive, but there's your call out there as Forky Dog now going to put up the boundary, try to press them forward. Walking right back towards them, but now not being able to hold that boundary in an off angle down low, and Fantastic is going to start up now. Will those fists be detrimental? Looks like they won't, at least not yet, and out goes the dance floor. Meteor M in the sky, and that's coming down as Moxie already falls. Bang! Invisible from the side of... Oh, that's going to be a pick there. Tight does not actually manage to find that pick, excuse me.
And Flats have been nailing these all day. He's trying to pick up where he left off. Not going to get much outside the computer from that one. And I know all 3 Fantastic mains are so pumped right now to see their hero played on the big screen. But Flats is trying to stay on point, sustain as well, 99% in climbing, but it is going to be Mana Pandas that find 2, looking for more. It's a 6v4 at the moment. Try to win in the neutral, don't commit too much. They did use both strategist ults, that's what I was looking for. Vision hanging on, Cartman hanging on, but we all both know Penny ult is not exactly a Titan.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for self-sustaining. It's good for just being annoying, because what's happening right now is setting up all those mines, and then you just essentially at the beginning of the fight might just run them right towards the backline and hope that somebody goes down just from the raw burst damage that Penny has, and that's the idea here. But the whale is available here from Vision. Will anybody get gobbled up at this point? But it looks like, yeah, T-Flats have no ults available. TTK going to be the closest, which will be deep into this fight. But yeah, I favor Mana Pandas in this next fight.
I love where Vision is at right now, because you have to push up with the Penny. It's too open of a space, right? You got to nest down an area. So they're pushing up in the spawn. This is one of the better maps to do so on that as well. Forky Dog finds a nice little pick, and as you guys know, in a coordinated play like this, you lose 1, maybe 2. You're going to have to reset and reload here. So just like that, they committed 50% in climbing, and now just like that, Porky Dog online, Mana to follow. And if you look over at flat side, Cypher's still a little bit off. They both should have the invisible boundary though for the next fight.
Yeah, and that's a pick early there from Vision, who is going to be playing that Namor to the Spider-Man, favoring those squids who just do not miss. And out goes another boundary. Now this one is on the side of Saipei. A lot of ults available here from Mantis Panda, doing a good job turning this back around. 63% of the whale goes out. That one lands, but it doesn't manage to find much value. They clean it up though. Eric Cartman able to find Moxie, and that's a huge pick, and just going to spread out some of those webs here to make the mines a little more threatening. But still, once again, might this be a 99-99 in the first map?
Yeah, great timing there from Vision, because hey, when they're in the boundary, you know they're not moving, right? You know they're going to be in there. The whale can cover the circumference of that. You try to go into your bubble, wait it out, throw it out. Great timing for them at least to get things thrown off a bit. Looking over Flats has old Moxie though, can make a big difference here. We'll see if Wada can get a backline pick with the incredible Spider-Man, and they're amazing Spider-Man, and looking at it, they've got what they need.
Yeah, and just kind of piggybacking off that, I mean, it's difficult for us Rivals players, but if you can just count to 6 and just try to, at the very end, that's going to be a pick there out of the back line as Tyke finds one. Moxie is going to take out Tyke to even that out just a little bit, but this is going to be a trade fest as we just see ults launch everywhere. Flats goes up in the sky with a meteor and bang, it lands, but too much overhealth there will not allow that pick to come through. 18 health in a Dream. The Dream won't last long as Pizza finds one. Vision finds one. Will they reverse this map? It looks like they might, but the portal is coming through here from Moxie.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see to open up the J3 community clash. It's a reverse 9-9, 9-9. Vision gets the pick on Prism, and just like that, when you blink, it is going to be going over round 1 to Mantis Pandas. And Jay, my gosh, I got to ask you, buddy. You saw Flats team just looking at all that dumb at 9-9-0, and just like that, Mantis Pandas to come back.
I am actually really surprised that Team Flats kind of threw, I don't want to say through that, but like they kind of got reversed there, which is wild. Right? That just shows you how competitive these games are. You know, you could be winning 1 second, and then in a blink of an eye, you could have lost the round.
Yeah, it can go, and it can happen fast, right, Chip?
Yeah, it's all about one mistake, right? Like, and you keep going, Jay. I'm with you on that. Sometimes you just kind of you flail one alt out there, and next thing you know, the team just connects, and if you connect with those alts, it's a full switch.
What is Mana Pandas doing well to handle Wada? Because you went against Day so much yesterday as Spider-Man. Like, what do you have to be thinking about when you have a constant Spider-Man on your back?
I think you always have to be looking at him, and because if you don't look at him, he's just gonna keep being annoying. So I'm kind of glad that they had Mr. Fantastic can help with like a little bit of the peel. They have the more. Also, I think Eric is doing really good on and they have bubbles too. I just want to say, your guys casting, I'm sitting over there, and I'm dying, bro. The showers, everything's funny. The 4 Mr. Fantastic mains.
Hey, it is a J3 community clash. We're going to bring the best of it, and that's what you're seeing in the action as well. Thanks for coming in, Jay, as we take a look now into our second map. And if you're Team Flats, you know you got what it takes, man, to get this point going. We'll see if they can open up with the 99.
Yeah, and everybody, her eyes are up here as we are looking at Saipei here on Invis. Starting up now, Flats on the high side, owning this space. Bubble goes out early on as that call out will be shouted. Ult advantage here for the side of Mantis Pandas as Pizza finds one onto Moxie and just setting up clean. Vision with another pick here as they will likely get this point and start off with the advantage, the momentum on the side of Pandas.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all just saving our units for the swimsuit skins coming this summer, guys. Stay tuned, but taking a look now, the first point is going to go to Mantis Pandas. Picking up where they left off. It's going to give Penny plenty of room to set up the nest, make a nice little home. And we've got Moxie, though, who's going to go ahead and try to get the early pick, but not easy, man. This is it. These mines looking at the edge of the web. Right when you go up the ramp, bam, we've all been there. You take 20 mines to the face.
Yeah, and this is just elite play here from the Penny. I know the Penny mains are stoked to just kind of get an eye on how this is going to run. Like, when you see somebody playing your main at this level of play, just watch everything they do and try to mimic it. Because, if you can't beat them, join them. And I'm telling you, you might as well join the top level. And now, an immediate launch here of Heaven's Retribution. Eric's going to find one on TTK, though, and turn that right back around and now be aggro with the Penny. And it's terrifying seeing SPDR run at your face like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking Eric Cartman saw where Flats put Penny on a tier list and was like, I'll show you where Penny belongs on a tier list right now. As Penny finds yet another elimination, up goes the Maggle, slams down the dunk, and it's going to hit the Invis shield. Saipei always on the ready for those one, man.
Yeah, that's it. And there is, again, still going to be an ult advantage here for the Pandas as out goes another dance floor. Breaking it down, Manda holding on to that point, 64%, and the climbing, still maintaining that presence and ult advantage. Something clicked here with Mantis Pandas, and they are not stopping this momentum as they are just holding tight with advantage. More commitment now. Penny launches in. Saipei finds one. Wada finds one, and it's evened out on both sides.
Yeah, now with 70% 100% and climbing. Can they get this before the 99? Cyber's going to commit the Roman Coliseum, get the team ready to roll. Flats now on the Emma, which is always fun to see. Newest skin there, shout out as well. All Gooner fans. There comes the whale throwing down, and it's going to be Saipe that goes out with a great follow-up from Eric.
And Vision, we talked about Vision being disgusting on Namor, and we're just getting just pure witness to that and just holding down this point. Eric Cartman, though, on this penny has been a shining star so far. Potential MVP of this match, who's just getting pick after pick, final after final, and same with Vision as they will take this first map.
Wow. I mean, it went from 0 to 99 to just all gas, no brakes. Amanda Pandas takes first map, and I'm just going to go on a bold prediction, boys. Penny Parker might be banned following up the next ban.
Yeah. That might be a brave guess by you, but I'd have to say, I think you might be right about that. When you know somebody's really strong on a more unique hero, just remove that completely from the equation.
Jay, what did you see there that really stood out for Amanda Pandas?
Yeah, I mean, Emma's just really, really strong in corridor maps. Obviously, off-map locations, you know, CC immunity, and the ability to just punt somebody a mile across the screen there and get those picks. But in the beginning here, that tight choke off the rip. Shields are definitely strong. We see Penny is incredibly strong here, and that ban makes a ton of sense to me. Groot's incredibly strong here with those walls, being able to use that Ironwood and hide it in the location and just hold the front side, walling off the front line 24/7. And if a team doesn't go strong damage, Groot just runs the lobby. So we are going to see Tyke here on that Groot, just like we're talking about. And we'll see how successful that is.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about this map that I just love seeing these guys do is on this first wall part, there's a little bit of broken rubble that you can jump up if you don't have mobility, like, I don't know, Adam Warlock, who's pretty much in a wheelchair, as we know. You know, going up, using that to hop up, get that high ground, so important.
Yeah, the perfect human, just very slow. But Wada is going to find a pull here on a Forky Dog in the front line, not able to make anything happen, but just starting up with the annoyance of that is Peter Parker. And I'm sure in ladder you see this all the time, and you absolutely love to hear. You love going against Spider-Man. So easy to deal with, as I'm completely lying. But
the good one is never on my team. I can tell you that. That is absolutely 100% of the time here. Wada looking for more, and I feel like this new Pixel skin is like the new Spider-Man main skin, dude, all the time.
Yeah, true. Yeah, those Pixel skins are really cool, but they do trip you out a little bit as Vision is able to find one here onto Moxie. Midas Panda is going to be up in a 5v6, and that is going to change the momentum a bit, playing a little more slow and patient as we see Flats also on that Groot. And TTK, obviously on the Nema.
One thing that's so great about Groot is you're able to get so much healing, often as a strategist, to fuel your ults. Then Groot can put up the wall, and then you're safe, and then boom, just like this, set up for success. Flat is going to have close to the imprisonment, but it's going to be the Phoenix that rains down. The Insong going to find no connection here, but Prism is going to find Cartman. That is going to open up plenty, and just like that, we're most likely going to see the Strange Portal come out. Luckily, at least Cartman died first, so he can come back.
Yeah, Saipe finds one, though, and it's going to put Mantis Pandas down two, and they're going to start panicking a little bit, maybe waiting for that portal to retake. That's another pick there from Prism onto Tyke. Forky Dog is able to find one there, or excuse me, TTK on a Forky Dog, and then Flats cleaning up onto Manda. They might get this point, but the portal play is definitely coming through.
Do you feel like the copy was already done, or even the Gambit ult was needed there? I feel like they already had two, and so I felt like maybe it would have been nice to save, but the portal's not coming out, so actually, I think that's a fine play.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, and that's one of those things that it's like their brains are just so big that my small brain can't comprehend. They might have understood that they won't have the time. They had their eyes on the scoreboard maybe and just saw no one was going strange at that moment, especially after the first early picks. All that kind of stuff comes into the fold that maybe we don't know based on their comms, but definitely looking forward to seeing that thought process in the future. But Moxie is going to be here on the Wolverine, and the idea here is just to grab the tree and just scratch, like a scratching post, those claws until they're sharper than ever, and just run down the back line with a big ult.
The old Oprah Winfrey, you get a web, everybody gets a web. No connection from it, though. The Groot ult going to come out. Forky Dog finds Wada. Just like that, Moxie and Flats follow. So good first aggressive push, and this map is all about momentum. Getting this stop on this kind of first quarter turn can be pretty tough to handle.
Yeah, I mean, it puts them into another corner that they can hold off their spawn here on this right side, and that is the strength of taking it early on defense like this. And, you know, I think it's really difficult here for Wada just to go into something like having that Gambit. Gambit is just so strong at self-heal and self-peel potential. Makes it really annoying for Spider-Man to find a pick. So we're going to see a lot of combination plays, I think, to counteract. And out goes the Royal Flushes on both sides. Who gets more value? Everybody is diving in heavy, and cards are flying. Pizza's going to find one out of Prism, make it a two-piece as Tyke takes out Saipei, and getting that pick is huge, as the ultimate will likely be shut down. Vision going to clean up TTK, and Forky finds Moxie. What a hold here from Manda.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, the Star-Lord Gambit ult is the legendary Pokemon in this game. It is the server admin. There's not much you can do against it. Run and hide, hope and pray, that's about it. And so, maybe an Emma ult can stop that, but looking at their team, the Invisible Woman, what do you waste on it? Either way, good swap from Vision, knowing that that's just going to be something they can kind of rely on.
Yeah, the Psionic Seduction Emma is really good with Gambit, but it's also good against Gambit, right? Because you can slow the pace of them charging at you, but also with Gambit, you can jump a mile in the sky and find more people to just seduce, and we do see some more combos. Out goes those boundaries, trying to find the pick through. Flats, not able to make that happen. Wada, though, able to find Tyke. Pizza gets a pick there, and he's KO'd. He's, man, back in fourth nonstop.
Oh, man, Moxie, what a huge opening pick on Vision, too, just getting that headshot. And we've all seen those Hawkeye POVs. You see the arrow come out, and you're like, did they mean to hit that? Or was it 1 in a million, but a broken clock is right twice a day? Now Juan is going to go ahead and find Manda, and Forky Dog going to go down 2, and we are getting Peter Parker at his finest with a 3.
Yeah, that was dirty, as that is a three-piece like you discussed. Maybe 4. Make it 4, why don't you? That's a quad on the screen, and they are pressing forward a portal. Looks like it's being set here by Manda, giving them one more chance at this, but ult advantage still on Team Flats.
Yeah, that's a great push here. You're going to have a minute 55, increase to 3.5 minutes, and oftentimes that's contested at the end. So don't know if they just planned on, the reset just wasn't there. Sometimes when you die, it just comes off awkwardly, and you don't have a way to touch or just feed more, right? So you're going to get the full reset from Manda Pandas. And looking at the ults, they got the Gambit ult to initiate. We'll see what they do. But you know who I'm worried about this? TTK. He is locked loaded on offense, on the Emma. Guys, keep your eyes peeled for this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Right now, I think we needed the portal on one of these on defense, right? Like, not getting the portal off on either point is a little difficult to look at because no matter if you go down early enough in a fight, it should be first instinct, especially for teams down. But again, fly on the wall. That's a huge pull there from Wada. Goodbye, Tyke, as the tree has been planted into the earth. Right now, Wada finding a ton of value here on Peter.
The amount of bodies at the bottom of that hall, it's got to just be immense. And immense, somebody's got to clean those up as they continue to get pulled down from the Spider-Man. And they are already through the hallway. I mean, they had this thing on rocket boosters. Moxie's got the ult ready. Forky Dog's going to do the last gasp of effort of the Gambit ult. Saipei can copy if he needs to. Finds Cartman. Finds Pizza. Hello, Moxie.
Yeah, it's just terrifying here. Literally not missing at this moment. 200 HP still on. Holding firm, walking forward. TTK gets a two-piece. Wada gets 2. Why doesn't everybody find 2 at this point? And that should do it on the offense.
This is the Team Flats that we thought was going to show up today. Listen, Manda Pandas, they've been able to play a lot lately because they were the ones that went through the open quals. Team Flats, though, they look like they've been playing together for a long stretch, and it started with the big ban phase. You get rid of the penny, you don't have to worry about all the stuff that comes with it. I think that's where they kind of begin with this good opening.
Yeah, I mean, again, they downloaded the team, right? They're trying to find a way through it. We talked about how domination could be. It's tricky to really identify which team is more successful in Dom because it's a very momentum-based game mode, and right now, I'll tell you what, Team Flats woke up there after that first fight and just clutched up, looked really good. 2 minutes on still in OT. That is a ton of room to work with, so we'll see what they can do here on defense.
I saw chatters say that Spider-Man's not getting much value. That aged like milk because we just saw that Spider-Man absolutely pop off over there, and good job from Wada. I would guess, just like the penny respect, we might see that in the Peter Parker as well. But here we go. Manda Panda going to be on the offensive side. Shout out to Moxie hitting some shots, Shib.
Yeah, I think Hawkeye is really, really strong right now. Obviously has less off-angle potential, plays more front to back than something like Hela or Phoenix because you don't have as much escape. But still, I mean, if you have a strong front line and you can play behind them and you find some of those picks like you're talking about, did that mean to happen? Do they mean to do that? You can be very successful. Wada with 8 finals, TTK with 5. They're locked in right now, and this is very much on defense, a Spider-Man off-map location.
Absolutely here. They are locked in, ready to go. Forky Dog going from the rocket, getting the boosters, the jumps out of the way now. And this is going to commence our map number 2 on the offensive side of things. Wada's already looking for the pull, finds one, and resets. That's the thing. Even if you squash the bug, he comes back so quickly, Ship.
Yeah, it's just an invulnerable spider. It's one of those spiders that you step on just too small to make it happen, and they just squeak away and come right back. And that's what's happening right now. Pizza is going to be on that fist. I'm sure the fist mains are stoked as Tyke finds one on a Moxie. That's a good early press. Make it 2 as Cartman finds the pick here. Pizza being a huge threat, finds another onto Wada, and this attack is insane in 40 seconds.
Dude, I know people hate Spider-Man and some other heroes. I think Fist might be the most annoying hero to go against, dude. An absolute demon, I feel like I can never kill him. And then I go on Fist, and I'm like, I have nothing to defend myself. So it just, Pizza makes it look like light work, as they say, and man, just punishing. Look at this man. Hey, listen, Fantastic's a lot of fun, Pizza, but let's get some more Karate Kid in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, as a Vanguard, it's very tricky to find a solution. I think you don't have a ton of options. You can go Angela and hit the skies. Sting's not bad. Emma seems like a good answer, but I'm telling you, it just never pans out that way into a good Fist, because you can actually use your kick to ensure that when you get kicked from Emma, you can dash away before you hit into the wall, making sure you don't take a brunt of that damage. So it's tricky to go into a Fist no matter who you're playing. Not a lot of options there, but Pizza cleaning it up.
Yeah, they're going to have to kind of figure out how to deal with that mid-fight, right? That's also tough, too, because you've seen one thing, and then you're trying to adapt not only to what's happening around you, but how do you deal with it on the fly? What do you have to switch to? There's a nice TTK trying to find something from that ult. Not going to get much connection here. And wow, look at the Loki. Double invis, double swimsuit skins. 2 for the price of 1.
And the Strangling Blizzards both get launched, but both of which more like Strangling swimming pools. Everybody just kind of totally fine and walks out of it. There's a 2-piece there from the side of Manda's Pandas on the attack, and they took that personally on the defense. Now they're just clutching up here. 4 minutes and 23 seconds as they are walking forward still. Wada finds one on Division in the off angle, and that should give them enough space to retake. A huge tackle there with a good push from the back line to ensure, from Manda actually, to ensure the front line doesn't fall. But as I say that, Moxie gets a pick.
That was actually really good. I was wondering where Moxie went. He like kidnapped him and then just disappeared. And just like that, finds 2, make it 3. And so you think 4 minutes will be on the clock. Not if Team Flats has anything to say about it. Wada is going to get picked. Remember, he'll be right back, so no big deal there. Moxie getting close to the Berserker Rampage, and I'm telling you, one of the most fearful ults that can just get a team wipe if played in the right spot.
Yeah, and I think they kind of saw that coming. Manda's Panda is going to make that change. Cartman is going to be going over to the Thing, and that is one of those solutions to Wolverine, who's very strong right now. The recent buff, being able to ult that last stand into any wall, makes it more accessible, and you can kind of make some crazy plays. So going into the Thing is going to help you out a little bit here, but the focus is going to likely be on Tyke into the back line.
And the cheaper Town Hall has commenced, and we might see what Eating Pizza can get out of this, but it's before going to be both Vanguards going down at the hands of Flats, taking down his fellow Vanguards. Wada's going to find that back line, and just like that, what a way to reset for Team Flats. You get pushed in pretty badly here the first 1.5 points, and good way to just set your feet, firmly plant them, and get ready for the rest of this thing.
Yeah, and here comes another huge, crucial fight. 3 minutes is a ton of time, trust me, as we are holding again. But this could be a huge fight. Alt's roughly even. Forky Dog now has that Royal Flush available. Flats is going to start off with the Strangling Prison, and immediately everyone's woken right back up from the cleanse. Moxie in a dangerous spot, tries to find one, but tries to escape. 30 HP in a dream. Vision going to find a 2-piece Pizza with one onto Moxie. Do I see more here from Vision? I do, and it's cleaned up, and that was massive from the side of Vision, finding a ton of damage out there, making it a 5.
Good job on Moxie going to the Strange quickly. I already used the ult too, so no punishment for this. Gonna be able to touch, make this thing contested at 4, 3, 2. They're in it on 1. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 minutes on the clock, and they are here fighting for everything as every ult was used to get to this point for Team Manda Pandas. Tyke's gonna go up, down, no connection. Slam dunk, bounces off the rim. Manda's gonna keep the team alive shortly. Wada throwing the webs out with no connection. Prism gonna find that one, and just like that, Team Flats can climb back into this thing with 1 meter left.
Yeah, they're not giving up. Forky Dog able to find Wada, though, but that's 2 down. Make it 1 down now. Flats with another pick there on Tyke. Prism taking out Vision. Is that going to be enough for the defense? But there's still 2 minutes. You got to remember, nothing but time. That first point, not holding it for long. After the first fight, it makes this point right here incredibly difficult to hold.
When you have a portal, you have a chance. Moxie's like, get the hell off this hero. Get me out of here. I'll slow walk to the point, get me back on the Hawkeye or the Bucky, and there we go. Winter Soldier ready, and I like this as kind of this anchor pick here for the last bit of the point. Thing, Bucky, they're just so good in the up-close personal brawls.
Yeah, I mean, Strange just absolutely gets brutalized by Fist, so you just do not want to make that pick happen. So smart decision there, and had plenty of time to do just that. Here comes the commitment as Prism finds one onto Manda. Will they get more? Yes, they do. TTK on a tight. Saipe, Wada, everybody finding value now. But there were a few ults committed right there. Manda's Pandas does have the advantage. It's close because TTK and Moxie should have one next fight too.
Yeah, and if you're just now coming in and you're like, who's this Saipe fella? Let me introduce you to the GOAT of strategists here in Rivals. Dude can play it all. He has like 20 accounts in the top 10. I mean, I don't even know the math behind that thing. And just like that, the web pull does not connect and wrap around for the off pull. Look at these spots they find to pull people off the map. I mean, they just study how to be serial killers.
Yeah, Saipe is him as well, just following up on that. And here comes some more commitment. Eric Cartman able to find one onto Flats, and that's starting off here for Pandas on the attack. TTK gets a few walking there with the Sonic Seduction. The boundary goes out. Moxie ready with a Kraken Impact. Will we hear again 500 times? We'll find out shortly. Bang, there goes the clone. Oh, wait, tries to find a connection there. Obviously, that was their Loki clone. Wada is able to take out Porky. Pizza gets a two-piece there, though, and numbers still slightly up for the side of Manda's Pandas.
Moxie's still waking up a little bit from last night's action. That's all right, though. Vision going to find 1-2 to Cartman. They got the point, but hey, there was 4 minutes on it earlier. Now only a minute 38, and that is with the time as well. 2 minutes on the clock left for Flat, so even if they get it all the way, the 2-minute overtime near impossible to come back. But I keep saying this, on this map, it's a little less important for that overtime clock because it's hard to get that first point.
Sure.
And you can typically push through. We've seen like 6-minute pushes before be turned to nothing.
Yeah, this is, it's tricky because I do agree the first point is very defensible, but we just saw Manda's Pandas walk through that like it was their job early on. But this is a very defensible spot here on the staircase. Sometimes teams will try to fight before it so you can guarantee more fights, but I think it's better to be safer and kind of hold on and try to make something happen now. Wall goes out there for Flats trying to hide it, but the reconstruction begins. Sometimes that does break your walls. You got to keep your eyes on that. Tyke is holding on to the meteor. The meatball from downtown. Will this get value? 3 ults available here for Pandas and 2 for Flats. As out goes the prison. Does that one land? Flats does find some success, but nobody goes down, and they're still walking the up map. Potential comes through, but what a hold here by Tyke.
Just floats on over to that nice little ledge there, Ty. Good eye and awareness here. This could be Pizza doing his ult, trying to find some value. Wada has somehow died in 10 seconds twice. Don't know how that has happened as he's quickly come back to find the grave early. But they are pushing in. They're making the best of this 26-second timer left. Meteor goes up, slam dunk, and the buzzer beater hit. He finds nothing but the pillar ship, and Wada is going to come back for the 3rd time. Look how quick Spider-Man comes back, dude.
Yeah, that's the beauty if you're playing Spider-Man and you just make a horrible play and go down is I'm back fast. And then nobody can say anything. You're like, all right, yeah, I guess you're right. So that is what's happening here. The vision pick goes in on Saipe. Does get that touch at 3 seconds, so it should enable overtime. And that's the massive reason you want to ensure you always get that final touch there on the point within 3 seconds. And now they're just trying to hold on with a portal, but advantage definitely on the side of Team Flats. Wada trying to find some off-angle plays, potentially off-map here.
Moxie with a little bit of that ore farming over the jump there. As now Wada goes behind, sees what he can find. Now Porky Dog gets the pick on Flats. It's a big one to open up this chance for victory. Wada's going to be able to... Oh, look at this ult. Wada's got the ult. He's got this spectacular spin. He finds it. He's pushed. What a beautiful push from Wada there. Now going to try to resort, or pull, I guess, at that point. Going to go and try to float back around. The invisible bounty is going to come up. Wada really doing a good job keeping the team in it.
Yeah, it was clean play. Manda's looking honestly very strong there on the push. And there goes another invisible boundary. Alt still up for TTK. Saipe is left. And this could be huge with a copy. Is it going? Oh, it's going to be on the boundary here. Wasn't able to get that gambit. And TTK finds Eric Cartman. What a retake here.
Oh my
as
God.
TTK gets another. Manda is going to push Wada. And nobody's on the point. And that W goes to Team Flats to tie it up.
You know, when you see enough movies, trust me, I've been seeing tons of films of TTK. You know the result. And it's always on this point. The man somehow finds just KO after KO after KO, and it's called the TTK special. If you're just now coming in, it's BO5, guys. We have a 1-to-1 to start this thing out, and that, my friend, was cinema.
Yeah, just clutch Gene, right? That's what it's all about. Once you start those battles, you know, it's all about can I clutch up in the moment. Had a ton of time on that push, especially after point 1, but they held like champions there, bringing it down to roughly around a minute or 2 before they got to point 3, held on tight and made quick work of it on defense. So what a retake, what some strong, very strong plays from Team Flats. Says, I feel like Angela works better on offense than defense for me, but either way, still really annoying for the backline.
And Pizza is going to open up with the Karate Kid, so we're going to see that as the gates open here. Vision going way back in the first stages of Ignite. That was where we kind of got our first look at Vision Way back when he was on Shroud X's team, for those that remember your early Rivals lore. And typically you do see sometimes a triple Vanguard offense here on the defensive side on this map in particular, not this time around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about having only 2 pros, is that if you had a full team of pros, I think that would be run. But when you change it up like this, it doesn't allow those comps to always be selected. And we're starting off now. Wada owning the high side. The bow is up at the top. And that's going to be a pick there from Wada downtown onto eating pizza with one of those web clusters.
Gonna definitely see a lot of that matchup today. Wada v Pizza. Moxie gonna find the best from Tyke. Moxie is locked the hell in today, friends. TTK finding the best from the punches. I have not seen TTK on the thing that often. Very rarely.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of value. I think pros love thing just due to you can guarantee you get a damage boost on someone in a given window. You can do it multiple times. That is so much value at the top level play with good comms, because if you can call out who you're hitting with that purple, and there goes that clobbering time on the Tyke, who's getting knocked into the sky. Goodbye, Tyke. TTK finding one. Make it 2, why don't you? Moxie able to find vision with that all. And Manda, and they are walking on the offense. Team Flats going through point 1 instantly.
Moxie showing that Moxie here now is pushing through point number 2. You do have the imprisonment all getting together for that Groot photo to get the eliminations, as we like to say here, buddy. And there's the pull in and no connection. Barely gets out alive. Gambit's mobility is, you would think, man, he's like Nightcrawler out there.
Yeah, he's a problem. Oh, speaking of Nightcrawler, put him in the game,
Bang 'em.
team. Put him in the game for me and give him 3 rapiers. There's the dive right now. Bang, onto the back line. But again, like you're saying, just immune Gambit with those spins. Out goes a big strangling prison. I believe it was cleansed instantly, and that's the tricky side of going against the Gambit when you're playing group. Moxie finding one onto Pizza. Do we see another?
And Moxie is, locked in with the bow and arrow right now. Wada going to try to get something going for the ult. Going to have to spin out of there. His mobility is just the most important trait of Spider-Man. Yeah, there's a lot of tricks, gadgets you can do, but just getting in, out, being annoying is half the job. Getting that pressure, making that space as the non-tank. And now Sidepay going to go ahead and copy the swimsuit. Goddess herself throws up the invisible boundary, and to follow is all the Team Flats, picking up right where they left off in Central Park.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do to go against someone made of diamond that can bend metal? Oh, you pull out the most OG weapon of all time with a bow and arrow and just sit them down, I guess, as Moxie is going to find 3 on that fight. And they are still going 5 minutes and 25 here on the offense for this final point. But this is the defensible position we see all the time. And you know what I miss is the strange portal off spawn.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, Iron Fist right now has about 40, 50 arrows in the head that I've seen so far. I mean, you've heard arrow in the knee, Iron Fist just begging for life and some space. Water going to go and try to get a pull. Does get a nice Magneto. Doesn't have that mobility to get back to the team. Forced to go and use a couple of cooldowns off, and now push in on that. There's the connection. Porky Dog goes down. Water takes down the pro. The ranked demons versus the pros. That is why we are here, Ship.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun to watch as we see the clobbering time goes out. Finds Tyke. No one else is locked in, but in a dangerous spot right here, Magneto. Great backline healing. Eric Cartman trying to drop back 100 HP into Dream. Does not last long as they're still heading back in. Pizza goes down there from Moxie. Oh my goodness, and Manda. And that's another one of those shots that you look at in the KO feed and you're thinking to yourself, come on, man, as they are shoved back in with 4 minutes 28.
Oh my goodness, Hawkeye Hanzo going crazy here with the bows, the ult. He's seeing Ghosted, continues to fire just an automatic machine gun at this point now, pushing back. As you'd love to say, man, eyes on the thighs, no connection, and down goes Tyke, pays the price.
Yeah, the momentum is still very much in their favor. Saipei getting that Gambit is just such a threat. I do not envy any team that has to deal with that. That's another pick as the bounce back comes in, and Flats finds one. Wada finding a 2-piece. Saipei taking out Pizza. Is this going to be enough here? It looks like it is walking in, and that is it. Team Flats 3 minutes and 55 on the attack.
When there's enough time left compared to even what we took as just a break a second ago, that's when you know it was a successful push. 4 minutes is about as high as you can get with that perfect play. And between Wada getting the quick picks and Moxie finding the rest, of course, the rest of the team to give their, their flowers as well. But look at it right there. 10 finals from Moxie.
Ew.
Hey, 1 death on the Spider-Man. That is it.
Oh, man. It makes me want to throw up. That whole team is so disgusting.
I'm vomiting right now.
As they are only going down one time. Forky Dog able to take that title and getting the ace with one, KO is not exactly, what you want to see on your team. It looks like it's still up in the air if that could turn around, but it's all about momentum, man. Time to turn around.
Absolutely. You think I love on whenever you're on the losing side of things and everyone's arguing, you know, you're in the rank ladder. You're like, I've got the final though.
Yeah.
I've got the one final. I'm doing my job. Meanwhile, everyone's like 3-18, right? So gotta try to lock in here, man. The Pandas. We know they've got the talent. We saw what they did earlier. Team Flats, though, it looks like the more that they are heating up, that dish is getting more and more cooked, Chip.
Yeah, I'm liking the comp that I'm seeing here. Again, very similar side for Team Flats. Manda's Panda's trying to change things up. Eating Pizza is going to be showing off the... Hey, you know what? Shout out to the Blade mains. Going to see some play here potentially. And Vision is going to go on that Punisher to essentially just delete some of these walls.
Bro, second most played hero this season for me is Blade. I think the Daywalker is underrated. You can't find yourself in 1v4 situations, but 1v1, this guy can take on just about anybody. And that healing reduction, even though you lose a little bit of that damage, you put so much pressure because they don't get those heals, and Tanks is a great way to just feed that ult. He has a very quick ult that charges up. It's tough to land at times, but Blade, man, is a demon out there when in the right hands. Eating Pizza, one of the more lethal ones. Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, I think you can, if you do everything perfectly in terms of using that reduction, it can get up to upwards of over 70, maybe, I thought I heard 90%. I mean, you might have to blind trust me on that. Always trust your casters and never second guess us, please. Even if we make things up in the moment. No, but I do believe that's the number. It can be disgusting, man, and you can follow up heavily on the frontline Vanguard. Forky Dog is able to find one there onto Wada, and that could be the nice tone setter here as Manda's Pandas needs to find some sort of momentum.
Yeah, go ahead and look for the Blade ult with the Groot. It's right there with Moon Knight. It's one of the best combinations. That's what I'm guessing they're going to go early. Tyke doing a good job doing his part, 70% in climbing. Vision's got the old shotgun out now, trying to find what he can. Manda finds Water early, and just like that, Moxie's picking up where he left off. They've already upped their final hits by double since we started. Winning Hand folds out, and here we go. One of the most lethal things in the game. You got Vision on the machine guns, ready to go with the Gambit ult. Does not find much though.
Wow.
Moxie though.
Oh man. Oh man. You got cards flinging, you got bullets flinging. What stops it? A stick and a stick and a rock, and that's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, Moxie, I saw him play a lot yesterday. He was on Mantis. What are we doing? Why was he on Mantis yesterday? Come on, get this Hawkeye out.
Yeah, looking really, really clean. Shaking an off angle here. Potentially waiting for a strategist to walk by. Is going to drop back. You know, as we talked about before, Hawkeye very much plays in his strengths. More so in a front-to-back style composition and doesn't really off angle as much. We might see another pick here. But again, just looking really, really clean. And another Raging Royal Flush ready.
Yeah, so this is where we're going to maybe try to do the Groot ult into the Blade. But right now you just got to survive this. So there's the TTK ult to follow. The Mike Tyson comes out. Vision finds Flats in this opening, which is going to help them maybe lean into Tyke into the Pizza ult. They're going to try to push forward here on the W. The Gambit ult has run out. Look at Pizza knows he's waiting for that call. If Moxie can hit this shot, though, and he does! Good night. This slows down everything.
Yeah, good play there from Vision to find Wada. Moxie's going to turn that back on Vision again. A lot of back and forth trading, but Moxie looking very good in this matchup so far. The tackle comes in. Does that get value? Carmen tries, but to no avail, and it gets turned right back once more. Somebody stop this man.
This is the opposite Hawkeye we saw in the Avengers, who got 2 minutes of runtime. This man is being in a full feature film in front of our eyes. Moxie cannot miss. He will not miss. He's channeling his inner Hawkeye at the moment, and he's also channeling a ban for the next match. I can promise you that.
Yeah, potentially, definitely on the table. See what they elect to do. A minute on here. Will this be a 0.1 hold? Out goes the boundary from Prism. Moxie going to start off here with Hawkeye, trying to find some value in that ultimate and just peppering the front line, and that is going to be one as Pizza takes out Flats in the other side of the map in that moment. To try to even things a bit. Another pick comes in here from Prism. Forky going to find Moxie, and is that enough here to get Manda's Pandas moving forward?
Wow, I mean, just great play there. 7,000 arrows is going to do the trick, but good pick there from Forky. Going to give them a little bit of space as Psylocke is going to be, is that Psy? That's Hawkeye. I can't even tell at this point. I don't even see someone on Psy, so maybe I'm just wrong there. Hell up, my bad.
Yeah, and there is Saipe's copied up and ready, and there goes that Gambit, never folds. Manda's going to start off with the boundary. Vision holding on here to the Goddess of Death, and Eric Cartman with the Psionic. Wada's going to find one as Vision does the same into Moxie. Tyke with another trade. It's just red and blue as Pizza is going to find Flats, and Wada again on a Forky.
Great trades in the Olympic, but the point has not moved. They got to push the goats, move them forward now as Eating Pizza is going to find Wada. The portal, though, is at play. Flat's going to Sorcerer Supreme this thing. Got to go ahead and try to get in. And, hey, listen, they've got the Agamotto ready to rock.
Yeah, this could be huge as Portal play is likely coming in shortly. There is a huge tackle onto Moxie, who's down to 260. Goodbye to that passive, but wow, some very strong healing. Could be a huge eye. Out goes the boundary, and that might help them clean up as Saipei gets one, Prism gets a second, and Wada trying to find the backline once more is going to play around those health packs just like Spider-Man always does.
A solid eye there to at least set up for the rest of this fight. Time is ticking. The yellow bar is slim, and Moxie going to find tight. Good switch over there to the Wolf, and you're up close and personal in the brawl. This is what you want to switch to, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves up 2-1. Flats picks up kind of where they left off momentum-wise.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked very good on both of those maps, Convoy and Convergence. And likely going back to Dom here. Mantis Panda's trying to find a way through this to even things up and push us into potentially game, set, match. Looking forward to what the next map is, man.
Man, I got to tell you, looking at it, Hawkeye's got to go. I mean, if you see the difference that made, that is the play, that is the change that you've got to look for. 20 final hits.
Ew.
Tyke did not get to play the video game.
Well, I think it's very interesting that I think this is the first time they're going to be able to play Daredevil.
Yeah.
So I really want to see what Eating Pizza can do on Daredevil. I think I've spectated him as well. He's kind of a demon, so very interested. And also, we banned a lot of Rocket because of the res beacon. I think having one extra person just get revived is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anything surprised you so far from this matchup? I mean, Moxie has been locked the hell in.
I think it's been the Hawkeye.
Yeah.
I definitely think it's been the Hawkeye.
How do you and your team handle Hawkeye? Because I know for more coordinated play, it's a bit easier if you do plan the dive approach, but obviously we're seeing struggle today from Mana Panda.
Ban it.
I don't hate that strategy, dude. It's pretty foolproof, if you ask me.
It's a concrete strategy. Well, we will be jumping in here. The point opens up, Jay, and we'll see if Mana Panda can get this quick turnaround. They did win the first domination.
We'll be starting off now. Vision keeping eyes up. Does that combination. No, actually, Rocket was just giving the shields out. Elected to switch off after that, and it's sticking to the Invis and Luna. And that's going to be a pick here for Vision onto Prism. Starting off Mantis Pandas in the right direction. Making it a two-piece now as Eric Cartman finds one on the flats.
All right, maybe they found their golden ticket. Eating Pizza on that Daredevil is the switch that might have gotten the rest of the course to sing. Looking forward now to pressure. Beautiful by Vision. Keeping up, moving up, holding down the W.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in the current state, I think Phoenix is one of the top duelists. I know, Jay, you play a lot of duelists at the top level of play. What are your thoughts on Phoenix right now?
I think Phoenix is very consistent and very strong. You can combo a lot with, I mean, they don't have a Groot of themselves, but I do see they have a Luna. You can combo with Luna and try to get the one-shots.
Rocket too, right?
Rocket too. You can combo with Rocket. I think she's a very strong overall, very consistent pick.
Assuming skill level was all the same, would you say Phoenix is the duelist you would want on your team the most with you?
Probably. She does a lot of damage, you know, single target, but then also, you know, the combustion does do a lot of damage to other people around.
Yeah, the Insong Inferno, you can combine her ult with just about anything for, like, whether it be the Bucky or, you know, I saw that yesterday with you guys even a little bit, just trying to get that combo, and we're seeing it right here, land down, no connection, as Cartman's going to find Flash, but right now, 52%, and they are looking all the part here on their mode pick of domination.
Yeah, I feel like they just wake up on domination. They look much cleaner now, too. They're so coordinated. Everything's kind of working out as Tyke's going to find one there on a Moxie, and down goes Wada, too, as Eric finds that pick. Pizza going to get one onto Saipei, and they're still holding on with 70%, man. I
mean, Jay, when you play domination, do you play any differently opposed to the other game modes?
I think domination is probably going to be like team deathmatch.
Yeah,
I definitely think that. I think whoever can brawl and or just fight as a team deathmatch better than the other team. I think the other maps take a little bit more strategy.
Kind of interesting that we have Wada over on the Invis now. Spider-Man says goodbye, and Prism on the Phoenix. So that is for a team deathmatch. Getting rid of your Spider-Man and putting them on the Sue. That's a bold choice.
That's very interesting. Hey, but hey, flexible. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, you don't see that in ladder, right? So it's nice to see here at this level of play.
Oh, the Spider-Man mains are never going.
Yeah, I was going to say, might be the first time we see the Spider-Man main switch, but here goes the commitment now. Moxie going to start off with the... but Mantis is not in my house, frozen, and puts one into the dome. Prism going to find a pick to try to even things up a little bit, but it's OT now. 99% in for Mantis Panda. Can they keep this clutch? It looks like they might, as Vision finds one. The portal play needs to come through.
Moxie punching air, saying, let me go, Hawkeye. I'm ready to go. He's going to go, yeah, Strange instead. Good eye and awareness there. Portal going to go right back. They've kept the point a while here. Ty going to go force the point back into it. Flats staying on there the best he can. It's ticking down. They got to get that portal in. They do find it. The body blocking is usually there, but Pizza on the Daredevil. Jay, you said it. You said that could be the difference maker. We just saw it.
I'm telling you. I think he's giving his moment to shine, and I think he's taking it.
Yeah, very strong on a multitude of different duels. You talk about not being afraid to play a little off meta too, which I think, like you said, sometimes the shock factor will win you games alone. But speaking of shock factor and winning games, my question to you, Jay, that I've always been curious: what's your ideal team comp? If with no, not picking any specific players, what's your comp that you'd love to play with every single game?
Ooh, that's a great question, man. I think Groot is amazing.
Yeah,
I
love
think
it.
Groot can combo with a lot of different ults. I think Magneto. I think you need the bubble, especially if I'm playing Punisher. I love playing Punisher and all these characters. When I ult, he gives you a bubble. You're protected, especially if I'm on Bucky as well. My second DPS. That's a great question. Probably Hela. I like a lot of Hela.
Yeah.
Or
Phoenix too.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that little buy your roster on Twitter and you had like
I did see
$15?
that.
I kind of like that.
I
You
like
can
that.
see, and then like the top $5 was Gambit Loki. I'm like, done, give me that,
Yeah,
and I can figure out the rest. I don't care if I got like
True.
a Thorn and Angela. I'll make it work, And
Thor was popping. Team captain yesterday
Yeah, it was dirty.
was doing fantastic.
he was saying, man, that kidnap that you can do with it is just.
Yeah.
I mean, his kid is so good. His ult's obviously the only thing that lacks, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was just watching your stream. I'm like, I don't know if you can literally do anything about that, bud.
He one-tapped me yesterday. I didn't even know.
It's crazy. But we're starting off here. Ensong Inferno does a great job in these low ceilings too, folks, because you can essentially ensure that your bird cannot be destroyed when it's literally only has to fall 2 feet. So there's some success there. Prism's going to find one on a Forky Dog, and here goes some commitment. There's that low ceiling we're talking about. Bang! It is going to find a 2-piece as Vision cleans up now. Goodbye, Wada and Prism, and they are going to take this point. Mantis Pandas on domination cannot be stopped.
The Kraken impacts have been anything but. I mean, we haven't seen pretty much nothing armed and safe. Yeah, just completely shut down there and holstered. Now looking at his Vision, going to rotate back, going to be 30% nearly, and this is looking exactly the confidence booster, right? Get that mental back, and I got to give props to Amanda Pandas for staying locked in.
We're starting off now as Pizza's just setting up. Does have ult available, letting the devil out. Might see that here in a moment. Playing all over the place, and that is what you can do with our lawyer here, just being super aggro and annoying, and that's going to pop passive early on to the back line of Wolverine, and that's big value, but the clobbering time comes through on a Pizza. Can he escape? Looks like he does, and that's just straight up movement right there, but oh, you can't last too long when you're getting, what is this 3 HP? But that's a ton of distraction.
Anytime you get that solo ult and you're in a ranked game, you get the question mark from the chat in the match chat. Really solo ult? And it's like, that's how you know you're doing your impact on the team.
Exactly.
And for Daredevil, how do you like to handle him? Because, man, he could be absolutely just a fly on the wall.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm actually really surprised they popped that ult very early and not actually saved it for his ult. Yesterday, we were playing against a Daredevil, and the only way we could shut him down when he is ulting is to solo ult him back. Kill it, and then kill him and make sure he can't do more damage to your team or your backline.
Yeah, letting the devil out is easily one of the most scary ults. You just have to run and pray or just answer it straight up in personal with someone like the Thing here. Flats doing the job on the Vanguard now. You see TTK trying to get all eyes on him. Going to get some connections. Great job from Tyke there. Going to play the cap and bounce back. They might get point up ship, but going to get that 99 regardless.
And we'll see shortly, but yeah, they're looking just different here on domination. Good pressure there. Going to pull out crystals, and that's a huge call out. Very similar to Wolverine passive. That's the kind of stuff that's just big value that you need to let the team know. Out goes Kraken Impact. It's going to find one on a Pizza. Will there be more follow-up? Do we hear again? Out goes the boundary now, and there's that again. Does it land? Bang! Onto virtually everyone, but can they clean anything up? It doesn't look like they can just yet. Huge ult there with the last stand, but Vision says, not at my house. Goodbye, Moxie.
I mean, as someone who's played so much Winter Soldier, Jay, I mean, getting that Kraken Impact, it could be a game-changing ult, but so much harder to pull off than you think, because if a teammate steals the Elan, there's so many things that can go wrong. How do you find success continually with that?
So the biggest difference actually is when I'm in competitive, I know when to pop it in competitive and when to get value most of the time. In like just the tournament, I am so confused on when to use it, because when you use it majority of the time and you go in, you're dead.
Yeah.
So I think you just gotta play with your team, aim for someone that's low health, and then hopefully you were able to get that final hit.
Yeah, you gotta do so. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, or combo with your other tanks. I was comboing a lot with the Groot or the Angela.
Yeah, I just feel like in general, when you have organized play like this, everything that is so like dive heavy or going in aggressively, you have to dial back. The Daredevils going in with the Kraken impact, you just get punished because all those strategist players, they're so in tune with their CC abilities. Everybody's on lock looking for you, and yeah, you do have to play a bit more carefully here as the portal is going to come in. We're going to get them ready to rock. Panda's trying to fight back, but well, Team Flats, just like we saw in the first round of domination, they came back and won.
It's true.
It could be the same story.
Yeah, they've got a map under their belt here, Panda, which is a little different than the first time, but here goes the battle now. Out goes the boundary. Everybody is committing now. Armed and Dangerous goes through, and you just want to apply that passive there to where you can get that insta-kill, but as many people as possible in this kind of play, as Flats is going to find one to change up there, and that's a second onto Prism, and Team Flats is doing exactly what we'd expect from last time, and they want to push this to 100-100.
I tell you why, guys. What is Moxie playing? What is Moxie back on?
Back on
That's
the
true,
Hawkeye.
man. It's really working. It's disgusting, honestly.
All right, now, so trying to hop in through the top high ground. Great approach here from Flats. Going to stay up, trying to peek around. Can't do too much as a thing as you're just a giant hitbox, taking so much, but sometimes comes into play for your own strategists. Get their ults up as well, and right now there's going to be ult advantage definitely favoring Team Flats. They're right around the corner. Panda's going to have vision, which we just saw the value they got. They can maybe combine that with the Devil out. We'll see how they choose to play this vision. He knows calming, letting his team know just about ready to go, and here comes the Hawkeye ult.
Yeah, and there is no one going down just yet, and this will be final fight territory until a portal comes through from Team Flats. Outgo, they'll let the Devil out, match right back by the invisible boundary. Man is going to start the dance floor up too. Which ult's going to last longer, but Flats has that clobbering time. Could be massive. Endsong comes in. Tyke's able to find one onto Wada. Will there be more cleaned up? There's that clobbering time now. It finds the back line. Can they clean that up? No. Great shield there as TTK takes out another, and they're still holding firm. Can they clutch this? It's anybody's.
I mean, that's a huge standstill from TTK, being able to get back in this, because now that allows for the portal to come back. Time is ticking down. Can't be too long with this portal placement. You got to get it out and get it out now, as they are going to continue to jump in, and Vision finds instant success.
He just hit the delete button. I didn't even see his HP bar move as they do find two. Moxie goes down now. Pizza looking clean here on our lawyer. A few left now. Great Crystal to bide more time, but will it be enough? I do not believe so. Manda's Pandas are going to push this to a 2-2 situation, and it will be game 5.
That's what a crazy first game that we're watching.
We looked at all four, and the one we picked is the cinema in the making. I mean, I think we know Manda's Panda's dominant on domination.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, and I'm glad that, you know, Team Flats is holding in there. Hopefully, you know, they have the advantage. They won everything but domination, so...
Yeah, I mean, this is just a battle. This is what we're looking for here to start off today. First day of 2 here for the J3 Community Clash, and we do have our Game 5.
And fellas, I don't know about you, but this is what I want to see. When you're back against the wall, you need your pros. You get 2 of them. You need your pros to be the anchor, to be the difference maker.
Yeah.
Vision, 16, 24k damage. Looking all the part, fellas.
What's going on, chat? Let's get the hype going. Final match of the top side bracket here. Can they clutch up? Will Team Flats move forward? Will Manda's Pandas move forward? Which is your favorite team? Shout it out in the chat as we start up now.
All right, guys, here we go. Eating Pizza right now, taking this back flank, looking for more. Wada's going to match that this time around, and with that, it is the Daredevil, the blind versus the blind, folks. This is what you come to pay for and watch here in Rivals. Just free entertainment as the batons go absolutely crazy. Look at the resets, the health gain. It is madness, and now Pizza's out just looking for anything in his sight. Fish are going to find Prism there early, and that's going to help that offensive approach because you get 2 for the price of 1. No res peeking this time. Probably the most important pick on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, Tyke's also going to find a 2-piece there on both of the front line, and that is a huge tone setter here as they are just walking down right now, looking very clean, and that will be point 1.
Absolutely. That is a quick turn to the point. And good job from Team Flash just realizing, okay, let's go ahead and move on. Again, guys, the winner of this is going to move on in the winners bracket, and this could be our first invited team to get this thing forward. Daredevil v Daredevil is just absolute anime cinema. It's like Goku versus Vegeta, dude.
Yeah, it's so back and forth. just beating each other down, and that coming out on top, eating pizza, is going to find Wada, and I'm sure nobody is going to bring that up later on in streams to just kind of roast each other. I'm sure that'll be kept to themselves 100% as they're walking down streets.
They would both be invited to the clobbering club. They'll be like, all right, 1v1 me right now, bro. As now Vision is going to go ahead and try to get that pressure early. Look how far they've pushed up on this point already, dude. Vision is cooking.
Yeah, that's a huge combination there. Able to find one onto Moxie, who's going to be on that Phoenix off of the Hawkeye now. Just a lot of presence. Manda starting up with the dance floor. Pizza going to get kicked right into a wall. Actually was about to ult there, so shutting that ult down, bringing him right back to 50% is massive.
One of the most important things as a pro is just your flexibility, and we're seeing that here with these ranked demons as well. I mean, being able to whip out the Hawkeye or the Daredevil and show what you can do there. Now finally getting a bit of a final stand approach from Team Flats. They're down 3. That point is moving and schmoving, man. They do have the show to throw on.
Wow.
Coachella is ready, and they're going to push towards the Panther.
Dance moves are out. There is a new dance, actually, when you look at the new skin, when you change up or use that ultimate change, excuse me, but still going to take this pace right back. Team Flats going to have a slight advantage, and all likely going to be 2-2 in this early of the next final. Actually, Manda should have 3 here on the attack, and the combination is available once more with Vision and Tyke, and that's what you need to look out for. It's all about, can you potentially protect there with a bubble?
One nerf for Luna, 600 buffs and 30 legendary skins. That's what you got over there from Guang Guang and Co. Now the Devil's being let out, and there goes eating pizza right now, who is also eating that back line. Manda's going to go and get one out of here. One Devil is going to be down. One is out. You are nothing is shouted from the skies. Look at that cross beam. Oh, that was so beautiful.
Burn is the word, but not for long as Moxie goes down as Pizza gets one. Vision going to find a second, and this should be point 2. Shriek's phase going to be shut down quickly and into a more brawly phase here. Still holding on for a moment, but not for long, and they do elect to drop back as a unit.
Jay's chat's thinking, man, Vision looking like Jay3 out there on the Namor at the moment, and this is going to be a quick point 2. 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and this is just a tough point 3 to hold on to. Point 2 is probably your best friend in terms of keeping this thing strong, but as we've said, momentum is everything in the map, so we're going to see how they adjust. Vision locked in, Pizza going crazy on the DD, so maybe they're going to... This is it, too. They can't swap bans. You can't ban the Daredevil instead of the Penny Parker. You're just going to have to hope you can reset, reload TTK, moving in aggressively. If anyone can do it, it's going to be him, the Vanguard Demon himself. Devil's going to be let out from Wada.
Immediately matched right there with the invisible boundary, though, and Wada does go down, and that's a great return descender, if you will. Eating Pizza going to find that one, and out goes the Bond. That's going to move them forward, and they still will play on point, but got to be matched right back with the dance floor once more by Manda. Goodbye to some of those squids in the sky. Alt's very close here for Tyke, but is not given a moment to breathe. He's getting punted all over the map, and Moxie finds Tyke.
Yeah, Tyke just took about 3,000 different shots from all over, as now Moxie is finally finding his rhythm. Has gone through a few heroes to find it, but has achieved it on the Namor. The whale is ready to go. All 10,000 tons will be summoned momentarily. Moxie finds another the force reset, and this is what you're seeing, folks. You're seeing that rotation out. There's no reason to feed. You lose one and then another, and it's just that timer ticks on and on, Chip.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different combinations we can see here from Manda's on the attack. Thighs out, cries out by the Emma early on from Eric. Could see something like a combination with Pizza, because you really want to hold Vision and Tyke to play together, but you don't want to use all 3 at once. It's just too much commitment. Out goes that Psionic Seduction. Will that get a few walking forwards? A few are seduced, but they're only seduced for a minute as the dance floor comes out. Moxie going to find one. Vision, though, is going to get a 2-piece with the whale. The whale is huge here. Make it 3 as Manda finds the 4th and the 5th here for Vision. What a play.
Forky Dog just showing all the pro part, because Manda took every bit of that effing whale ship, but still managed to survive it. And then in the inverse, whale v whale, like a Pokemon battle out here, but it's going to be Vision that wins that fight. Ash Ketchum is screaming. Moving forward now, the team is getting all the momentum, and luckily SidePay is going to be able to paint a purple path to keep them in it.
Yeah, Whale Lord, I choose you. Here goes that Bond once more, walking them forward. Still going to give them enough time, and there is that dance. These ults are getting farmed quickly by the back line. There's a lot of front damage being dealt, and they are just mitigating that immediately. So that is going to be followed up immediately by the Let the Devil Out here. Will this get value? Dropping backwards, patty caking for days, but not enough. Is Wada going to find one? TTK, Moxie, and Wada with 3. Coming right back here with everyone's favorite lawyer saying, I can play him too.
We are loving this. 4 minutes on the clock, deleted down to 2. The chat's going wild. They're loving the thighs. Gooners confirmed in Jay's chat now as we move on to the defense side of things. Minute 40. What did they have? They've got the Meteor. They have the whale already. Moxie farming his Pokemon right back up, buddy. As now it's going to be the support side of things. You want to look at the edge massively over to Manda.
Yeah, you'd be surprised amount of how many people would be cool with Emma chokeslamming them, and you gotta shout those people out as Vision is able to find one out of Moxie, keeping this moving forward now. Out goes another End Song Inferno, or excuse me, Psionic Seduction that's getting them walking tights, holding on to a huge ult here. It does land on a bunch as the whale comes in. Whale Lord, I choose you again, and that is gonna be 3, make it 4.
My goodness, what an absolute clean combination. At this point now, Prism's going to have to get there, get the dance show, private show, 1v6 for everybody. Pushing in, Moxie is looking for his opportunities, got a bubble early, going to have to look to stay, okay, staying in the ult, going for the backline, finds connection, there goes the Luna.
That's another start here for Team Flats trying to hold on. Not a lot of time on the clock here, 45 seconds, there's that pick, make it 2, match right back now though from the side of Flats, and there's that res from Saipei, trying to make sure this fight is held on, and they do clean up. Well done by Wada and Flats here to find the rest of the team.
Flats with a huge slam dunk. Talk about near buzzer beater. Called his shot. 30 seconds left. Looking at what they have. Devil out ready. Thighs out on the other side. With Manda being closest to ult. But Saipei, not only with the res beacon, but the Sia. This is going to be near even fight here. Let's see how it unfolds.
Yeah, it's going to be close to getting that BRB back, and because it was just using that last fight, it might be here by the end of the fight as there's 6 seconds left. It's all about how long they can stall the OT now. Eric Cartman starting up here with Emma. Wada gonna find 2, and that's enough. Wait, they...
What? Hold on.
Ooh, yeah.
Hold on. Vision 9. Manda 9. 0-2. Did not get the 3rd point, and Team Flats have to be just damn proud of that because they did not need to even get that down to the wire. Oh boy, we could have just seen the winner's bracket lost at the grasp of forgetting about the one thing that's kind of important, the point.
I think that thing was like 0.01 meters away from touching for 3, so that is a crazy hold. It's all about pushing the full way now here for Team Flats. You've got to make this happen. It's all on the line. Can they clutch up? It's all about pushing this entire thing to take home the first series. Can they do it?
Hey, W Wada right now has 9 finals. He is putting on the work for that team, keeping them alive through it all. And man, Moxie finding his kind of spot there. Who was on the Namor, going to go back to it once he's got the armor packs to everybody. And so, I mean, dude, are you not entertained? We just kicked this thing off. The body is still absolutely piping hot.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a Charlie Niner there. I'm not sure if anyone was within the zone and they thought they got the touch early on. I'm not sure what the communication looks like there. I'm not sure it was a full C9. It just looked like they weren't able to get to that point. But either way, the teams right now, I'm sure their comms are just hectic as can be.
Drop it in the chat, guys. Let me see. Who's going to win this? Is Team Flats going to push the distance? Is it going to be Manda Pandas that are going to end up with, I would say, the upset? Lock it in. Deal it in. Let's see what you guys have to say. Now jumping on into this offense approach. Some teams like to split 3 and 3. A couple on the main pass, some up on that high ground. Let's see how they want to approach it. Wada probably going to be taking his own path to the right, looking so. You're going to have Vision up there towards the top of things, kind of lock it down with the turrets. Mox on the low end. There's that double jump and the Pegasus boots coming into play.
And they're starting now. We saw the attack side from Manda's Panda looking absolutely disgusting here on point 1. Can the same be done from Flats as they are moving forward? Getting rid of some of those squids. Notice the removal of equipment here. Take that into ladder, please. Your team will thank you as they are still using that momentum forward. Good reposition here by Manda's Pandas. Dropping back together to ensure the strategists are not in harm's way. And there is that protection. Meeting Pizza. Just annoying the backline, almost finding one. Moxie doing his best to protect. And it is enough as the team was able to hold on. Nobody has gone down yet, despite every cooldown in the book being used.
Got a lot of Flats fans. They're believing the dream. Pizza, though, is going to say, not if I have anything to do about it. Moxie does get a quick little pick there, which is at least going to help a little with the advantage towards the spawn point. Vision finds more success. Moxie backing out. Flats tries to back out, finds a pillar. That's the worst.
Yeah, it's going to be a reset here fully. There's still a ton of time on the clock. Good attack, but even better defense there. Coming out with a little bit of an ult advantage. Almost everyone available. Nothing committed there just yet on either side, as we can see the numbers. I think right now, Manda's Pandas has the advantage in this first fight, but nearly everybody will have ult available by the end of this next fight. Who presses Q just a little bit better? Find out in a short moment.
They're taking all of them up the main stairwell here. Wanda shouting out what he sees. Porkadal going to throw the invisible boundary. The eternal ball comes out from Saipei. Push in. Oh my, the name is Dick. It's Moby Dick, my friends.
It's going to find a three-piece now, and that should be enough here for Mantis Pandas to guarantee the hold, and they didn't have to commit too much. Did use 3 ults in that fight, one of which being a strategist. Vision going to be able to find Flats to clean that up, and it is going to be a reset in fight. Only committing the bond there from Saipe, so they're pretty good right now.
Last time we saw Vision was just barely not making the grand finals. In the grand finals of Ignites, you just know he's like, time is now. I'm about to 1v6 this thing, show what I can do. And he is proving all the part right now. Minute and 30 seconds. They were held to only 2, but Team Flats has to get the 1 to even make this thing interesting. TTK's got the ult. Let's see how he chooses to use it here.
And then we start once more. Diamond form up. Ooh, TTK falling off right after that. Got to look heavily towards the back line now. Try to find any value. And there's a few seduced. Vision going to find one onto Moxie. Another setup here from Mantis Pandas. Saipe with that res, though. Numbers are even despite it. Pizza going to start off here, letting the devil out of the lawyer. Heading right towards the back line of the Raccoon, who escapes in that moment, taking the height. Just looking for somebody now as they're all over the place. Great movement by the back line there at Saipe.
Yeah, not to mention Moxie in his whale. No connection. Free Willy that time around, just able to go and find nothing from it. Moxie gonna get Vision though in the trade of the Tritons. Namor v Namor, Flask, no connection. Looking low on the HP. Good job from the road take, and of course the invisible boundary, but the Sia is gonna match the price and the damage. Pushing in, Flats wants to do the rotation. Can they grab it with 30 seconds, Chip?
Yeah, it's getting dicey now. Again, this is a momentum thing. Mantis Pandas, they had a great push, but here comes the portal play now. Potentially taking high side. We'll try to find one off-map potential. Going to use that as a wall to buy more time, ensure the team stays healthy. They are now progressing forward, and alts are not available yet. TTK has one, and here it goes.
Eating pizza has to do the work of the duelist because Vision came back on that Vanguard. Triple Vanguard now on the side of Mantis Pandas. We'll see if they adjust or they stick with it. TTK throws up that team-up wall. Health is getting low. Pressure pushing forward. Momentum leaning towards Team Flats. They've got the ults coming up and ready. Moxie's got the Berserker Rampage. Just like that, Chip. Oh my, TTK, the clutch in the veins.
Shout out to Forky there, pulling back and trying to save the front line as Moxie with a huge pull. It's anyone's fight now, but Team Flats now has the numbers. Out goes, let the devil out. Flats gonna find one of Eric Cartman. Can they keep the pressure? Will they get point 1 as we are getting rid of that dark magic? Nobody falls once again, and commitments of all the ults. Bang! The Eye of Agamotto finds 2. Will they be able to clean anything up? It looks like not, as another tackle goes through. TTK with 1.
Finds 2, but a tough 2 with Wolverine and Magneto getting frozen. Wanna gonna go ahead and find the best, and just like that, we find ourselves getting that point 1, the toughest point, the toughest part of this potential comeback. We'll have to see. Shout out to Team Flats there, just locking down.
Clutch, thy name is Team Flats. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Can they get through this streets phase? It's another very defensible position. It is tricky. If they get through here, maybe the momentum pushes them all the way.
Look at the straddles too, man. Right now, definitely leaning towards the aggression. If you're Team Flats, don't let them build back up. They are so far away that you want to use that Prism ult to lean into the aggression here. But great job, man, playing on the high ground, right? Not being in their face because you know what you have available.
Yeah, I'm with you 1,000%. It's all about a big ult here from Moxie, maybe towards the back line, trying to find something, and there it is. Bang is able to find 2, make it 3 and 4 as Flats and Moxie find another. Wada's going to find 1, 2, and oh man, Team Flats is using this momentum, 67 meters and climbing.
Welcome to Animal Planet as the Wolverine stalks his prey. He looks towards the top of the spawn room, looking for more, sharpening those claws now, pushing forward. Flats, Vanguard leading that pressure in space. So important here for the team. Flats has that Meteor M ready to respond if needed. Tyke though, look for the groove. But Moxie's not going to allow that ult to come out. If he can slice, dice, and get down the tree. 99 wood cutting. Your RuneScape mains are coming to pull here.
Gonna keep it cleaning up now. Out goes the Strangling Prison on the back line. Tyke's able to find 1. Is that enough to keep them stopping the momentum? Yes, as it looks like they find 4, 5, and maybe even 6. They all go down now. Team Flats has one more good chance of this before a forced portal.
Yeah, tough part here. Saipe can be the only one up. I guess Moxie can follow. They used a lot to try to clean that up, right? They essentially have maybe 2 pushes here with that TP as well, right? But, I mean, taking a look at what they have, we'll see how the Sia comes into play and what they want to want to do with this approach. Whale is locked and loaded, and we've seen that value so far today that he has found from the sea.
Yeah, you're going to need to have some sort of big combination here with Saipei. Moxie and Saipei could be massive, but it needs to land together because that needs to be enough to burst the backline, maybe even through a strategy assault. You've got to keep your eyes on here on Manda, who will have that additional HP on the dance floor. Get rid of that early, make a big play, and try to shut that down with Rocket. That could be your only play through this.
And then Prism's going to be able to lap around a little bit quicker than Forky Dog. So if you can lean into that, you're going to win. Moxie finds the toe!
Oh,
holy man!
My goodness, mid. Not able to get that ult down. You got to press Q there. Are you kidding me? As everyone goes down, and it looks like Team Flats need to stay on the point here, and they will get through this phase as we're heading to the final point. Can they get it done? Team Flats is clutching up now. Manda's Panda need to lock in.
Match number 1, my throat's on absolute fire. We barely kicked this thing off. The community clash is exactly what we thought. One team invited, you know them, you love them, but the other end have gone through the gauntlet in the test. Biggest test though right now. Do they have the answers? Here we go.
Luckily, we're not on screen now as we do have staff consistently reviving me and Cozy every heart attack that we have in these plays. TTK able to find one from Vision. Will they keep this momentum? The dance floor is out. Out goes to Let the Devil Out. Pizza's holding on to Q. And same with Tyke. And that is going to be another fight win for Team Flats, even through the dance floor of Manda.
Time and time again. We saw this yesterday. TTK and Co. They just absolutely clutch up in the veins. Flats going to have the biggest meteor of his life now as Moxie's going to be close. We just saw that connection. Moxie just on this barely like an ability here for his ultimate coming up in the clutch. Forky Dog going to have that boundary. Look for the Roman Coliseum to bring everything together here. No strategist ult though for Team Flats could spell doom.
Yeah, I mean, the Strangling Prison is massive here for Tyke. You cannot hit a shield by any means necessary. You need to find that backline. Out goes to Let the Devil Out to try to blind them a little bit, walking past one shield. Now there it is on the second, able to find one there onto Prism. The cleanup comes in from Vision. The res is there are on Prism, so now it's a 5v6. Numbers still close here for Flats. OT situation. Portal needs to come through, potentially here from Moxie. If they want to walk forward, not sure they have the portal available. We'll have to see if the change happens. TTK goes down. But here's another pick from Wada onto Forky Dog. It's anyone's fight. It is a back and forth trade. Vision's going to make that happen, and I'm not sure that Flats team can do it as Manda's Pandas are clutching up. A big whale comes in, and that should be everything all the way down to point 3. Manda's Pandas, hold on.
2020 vision, the man's got at all times. The dream becoming a reality. Jay going through the gauntlet up to the final seconds. Move on in the winner's bracket.
That is just big. That's crazy. I thought for sure after that last second point win, Flats team was going to use the momentum and cap that fully. I'm surprised.
And just like that, Vision MVP, like we've been saying time and time again, got to rely on the pros. And man, can I just get a whale statistic on how many whale kills he had there?
Yeah, I mean, they're eating today. I'm not going to lie. There's a bunch of huge whales. Wada, though, with 18 finals is gross. Vision, though, 24, 37k damage. TTK up there with 39 on that Emma, but just was not enough to push through the strong defense. That was Manda's Pandas. I think the true success was that point 1, getting him to OT. Whereas on the opposition of Flats, they gave him that point instantly, and that was everything. That time was everything.
We are moving into action here as Team Flats is going to move right to the point. Craggy's going to bring the portal and the fight to him. They look to cut off. They're trying to go for the kidnap, the cut off. Here we go.
Yeah, good idea. Does lend a little bit of a play. Were they able to catch anyone? Doesn't look like they were, but Walls go out to spy some space. It looks like Team Vibes is able to get to that point relatively quickly. Just kind of shutting off some of that angle, making it more of a tight squeeze to walk forward, but still great comms as Wada's able to find 2 from Team Flats even after being put in danger there.
Moxie got hit with the Terror Cape, and great job rotating out of that. Funny enough, I asked Bogert yesterday, do you play a lot of Groot? He's like, I have him up my wheelhouse, so we are seeing Bogert playing the tree, and here comes Kingsman just hunting as the X-Men. He is the X factor for Team Vibes if he wants to win the next tournament he's in.
Yeah, but TTK just haymakering him right to the mouth. Goodbye, Magic. Back to the spawn door. Wada with a third, why don't you? Onto Teddy. Into that Loki. Just going to be a whole lot of spread of those throws. Moxie able to find one now. And Team Flats is clutching up and looking clean. 20% and moving. And they do have ult advantage.
Not a lot of things more scary than as a Cloak and Dagger than a Hawkeye. And a good one at that. Especially how Moxie's been playing the game. Those arrows can put a swift in to the us against the world. Us against an arrow, my friend.
That's a great call there. Big threat. A lot of answers to that ultimate. Got to make make sure you maybe have a bubble shield if you need to, if you're really going to commit into that, but we'll see what that looks like as they move forward. Now, the fight begins again. Ult advantage up here for Wada, who is available, and then Team Vibe's going to have a bunch up soon, too.
I mean, look at the talent that is on Team Vibes. They have all the skill, but can they put it all together? Kingsman doesn't even get to play the video game for the moment, as Moxie, again, picking up where he left off on Legolas. Never missing is the word, and
Wow.
there comes the absolute machine gun of arrows. My God.
I just want to see someone in real life pull out arrows that fast to make me know it's real, but this guy is disgusting here on this Hawkeye, walking right to the door, just keeping eyes forward. Still not going to be able to find much more, but at this point, Team Vibes has got to find a way through this. They got to get the vibes up, if you will.
Not even the demon gets to play. I mean, he's using arrows on every bit of that kit there, looking for more. And here comes Wada coming back from spawn, moving forward here. Kingsman's going to let the Dark Child out, and there it is. The wombo combos are dangerous. You can one-shot with so much of this, and unfortunately has to rotate out, swinging the sword in anger. Is going to be able to get the connection there, and wow, with the slam jam of the impact, Craggy says, hello, everybody. I'm here at the show.
It's a three-piece of commitment and ultimates there, but they do find success, and this should give them point. But either way, 99% here for Team Flats. That's all they were really looking for, and that will lead to a one-fight situation. Wada still has that ult available here for Moon Knight, potentially waiting for a combination if need be, but now that they're slightly off, maybe TTK is the answer for that combo.
I believe, yeah, funny enough, Kingsman was on Team Flats yesterday in another tournament, so funny to see that kind of flip the sides there now as we're going to be moving forward. Yes, you got the Loki ult. That's going to come advantage. Magneto is always great to have when needed. I mean, listen, you go aggressive here if you're Snake Case. What are you trying to do with this mag ult?
Yeah, I mean, right now you got to find an early swift pick in this fight. It's just a matter of who do you want to commit that ultimate with. You holding on to Loki here for some sort of answer from Maddie, or maybe looking towards, copying the invisible boundary could be huge. But there, you're going to start off TTK, and you had to do something early as TTK and Moxie are able to find one on a Snake Case, still holding on to that meatball. Out goes the end. Oh my goodness, Wada finds two now as Moxie gets a third, and that is going to be on Maddie. Or what a pick there.
Yeah, just getting right back into things. And do they even try the portal back? Kingsman's going to rotate. They're not going to have time, unfortunately. Time's going to tick down.
Wow.
Map number 1 is out, and in is Flat. So great job from them picking up where they left off, and really we didn't get to see a lot of their efforts in domination. We've seen it there.
Yeah, the Eternal Bond, like you had mentioned, it was launched there. It's actually copied from Loki, It was not Maddie, and, caught a Hawkeye arrow right to the face. Goodbye immediately, and that is the value to having a Hawkeye, especially someone that can aim like Moxie on the team. 6 finals there for the side of Team Flats. Team Vibes got to step it up here. Only success that we saw in that fight was really the three-piece of commitment following up on Boger's ultimate.
Gotta ask, I mean, the talent is there for Team Vibes. What do you think's not coming together? I mean, Kingsman, he's got that ace right now. What do you think is kind of that missing puzzle piece?
I'm not sure. It could be anything, right? We talk about how strong Saipe is in a great comms leader. Maybe it's down to comms, and that's very impactful. I think they just found success with ultimates and never overcommitted, and I think that's super important.
Absolutely. The gates are opening. Teams are ready. We'll see if Boger can get this thing up 1-2-1. And here we go. Yeah, Moxie having that ult ready to lock and load early. It's going to be a bit scary. We'll see if Snake Case can answer that devastating rain of arrows. Do like this map, though, for Kingsman and Magic. Very Magic-friendly map a lot of the time. We'll see if they can take advantage.
It's also a good Emma map for the off-map location, but again, all the Vanguards right now are just trying to ensure they don't have that as even an option to be moved and make sure they have some sort of CC immediately when they can. For Snake Case, it's going to be the bubbles. Out goes the combination now. Clint Barton is just going to release 1,000 arrows, but do they land? Yes, they do. Goodbye to Snake Case, who tried to eat that with the Meteor M. Makes sense on why he was holding it now as Wada is able to find one onto Kingsman. And Wada's just finding a lot of early picks here. You talked about what else does Wada have in the hero pool. I'll tell you what, it is Moon Knight.
Yeah, absolutely. Kingsman finding the picks in the back, but just not before 2 others fall. And at that point, it's just dominoes, right? You can't keep up with that momentum. You got the Groot ult ready. Flats is hungry, looking for that Groot photo. Gonna throw it up against what he can find. You can set up the traps early, too. This is just a great point to have. Groot on the defense. Up here comes the Dark Child. The Groot ults come out as well. It's madness here. Graphic cards are dying in front of our eyes, and Moxie is making others die in the process.
Yeah, good combination there by Kingsman to get that one-shot combo, and that one landed on Moon Knight, kind of in blind right there into that invisible boundary. TTK is able to find Boger, which again, it's difficult to play Thing into Groot, especially when those walls are all over the place, but even so, still making that happen. Ult advantage going to be just slightly on the side of Team Flats in the next fight, as we will see TTK, Saipe available, but on the opposition, you look over at Team Vibes, and Teddy's holding on there for the Resurgence, and we'll also have Maddie's now, so it's going to be roughly even, but the Strategist Ultimate's very prevalent here for Team Vibes.
Kingsman's movement is a lot of fun to watch this match. It's kind of how he takes the battlefield, and with the Madness all up and together, they're going to move forward to see what they can find out of that. Kingsman's going to get Moxie out, and just like that, TTK is going to get his piece of the pie. Saipe keeps everybody well up and in charge and gets a melee hit to follow, just like that. It is going to be Team Flats making this so difficult. And I don't know about you, man. Playing Doctor Strange and gets a good thing, it's just tough.
Yeah, it is tricky. It's one of those, things that you just constantly are just going to struggle. I mean, you can build ult quickly. That's kind of the answer right now. But when you have a backline like this, just protecting TTK and just enabling him to play as aggressive as possible, you're just going to catch haymaker after haymaker. Up in the sky we go. The meatball from downtown is going to be caught there by the Crystals. Teddy finds one onto Flats now, trying to keep them up as Team Vibes needs to get this point quickly. 92% here for Flats.
Huge pick. Boger yesterday said he's washed, but can we see it right here, right now? This Agamotto is going to be a big one with the new cloak cancel and able to get that movement. There comes the Ago. Lands, gets TTK, and that is all. And makes some punters, and then it's actually a bigger pick than you might think to give them a little bit of breathing room, and they get the point. First up, 3% climbing, W for Team Vibes.
Yeah, Team Vibes could be waking up now, still holding on to another Soul Resurgence here, and then you will have that invisible boundary. Team Vibes doing a good job having those stratagems, just ultimates available, but they do consistently initiate here with Teddy. Gonna answer right back there, and out goes the Moon, raining down. Will that find value? It does not right now. A tough spot as everybody progresses through it. TTK, Moxie find two. They're gonna try to take this right back and end this now.
Moxie's impressed me with the way that he's surviving the onslaught of Kingsman. I don't know about you, but when you are that Hawkeye and you've got the magic on you, it's just so much pressure to deal with. Can't miss a shot. Got to make sure you save your cooldowns to get a little bit of space with the Sword Slash. Does just like that. And point's going to go back over to Team Flats. Time is ticking down. Portal is out. Kingsman's going to the Dark Child, seeing if he can find the Wombo combo. Does find a connection, but is pushed away from Saipe. Going to find himself a little bit of space here. Going to find a quick deletion. And just like that, look at this space, this mobility. Kingsman finds one. Got to do more than that, though. There's barely any time left.
A lot of animation cancels flowing right now for Kingsman, who's trying to find Saipe, and does just that with 36 HP in a dream. Gonna keep it up now. Gonna find another onto Wada, and that is enough for them to try to retake this point and get that moving at 35%. Well done there by Vibe. Snake Case holding on to the Meteor Rem, and that is likely just going to be an answer for Moxie whenever you hear those arrows start raining.
Just a sliver of time, and that's all you need to turn around what is going to be a pretty tight map number 2, 50% up. We've got another Agamotto unlocked. The Vanguards are in charge. Craigy's going to have that ult as well to follow. So, listen, Saipe is going to match that. This is actually a very even fight in terms of ult economy here, outside of maybe Prism and Team Flats having a bit more sustain.
Boger could have a huge Eye of Agamotto opportunity. Again, you want to make sure you don't get tackled by Moxie out of the sky, who's now going to be on that Wolverine. And there it is. It does find two in the back line, and one of which is going to be outside of the Crystals. Huge play by Boger here onto Prism now, who's going to drop back 25 HP on that shield, looking dangerous as TTK cleans that up. Huge clobbering time onto Kingsman, who's in danger, but still, what a backline there to keep Kingsman healthy as Moxie. Wada finds two now, and it's back and forth, but now it's up here for the side of Flats, and a good shot there by, oh no, Snake is not able to clean that up.
What an incredible just turn of events, right? You have the Agamotto that was godly, but it just doesn't matter because without the follow-up, it's going to be a quick doom and Moxie getting thrown off the map. As a celebration from TTK, we find ourselves with Flats getting the first win in Dom and moving forward. Can you imagine if they touch and off goes Moxie down the map?
Yeah, and honestly, Team Flats kind of struggled in Dom, right, in the last series, so that's a good indication of a team that is feeling a lot better now, and they looked very strong on those two maps. But Vibes, definitely, you know, I saw the Vibes starting to increase there. They started locking in as a unit, a lot more combination plays, and they looked clean, but just too little too late.
And we were talking about Flats and his flexibility today, with what he can do in the Vanguard department. Group play was phenomenal there, and looking at it, I mean, listen, Kingsman did his part.
Welcome in, Jay. What do you think of these comps right now, buddy?
Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'm looking forward to it. I'm glad to see Wada on the Spider-Man. This is a great map for him, and I think he's gonna try to get a lot of pull-offs off the map. Craggy on the Adam Warlock is very interesting. But I've seen Boger on the group, but I'm surprised his team is not running something like a Moon Knight or in the mortar combo.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think the idea right now is try to run that Adam. We've seen you have success with that actually yesterday. A great choice in that backline triple, especially early hold, but it's tricky. I don't think there's a lot of combination, like you're saying, with Boger, which I think is honestly a kind of meta right now.
Yeah, they get Craggy out immediately, and then they force the Soul Bond, right? And then you push it from that. Moxie's going to find Kingsman yet again, and Team Flash, they are just completely on fire cooking.
Somebody stop this man. I banned this Hawkeye. This guy is just different. It's found so much success in all these, and just like that, they're going to keep this thing moving. And that's a huge cancel there from Wada, who is going to shut that down. So there is no touch potential, at least not as a full unit.
Boger knew that was coming, right? I mean, it's the worst when you have the desperation portal. You know you're going to try, but not when Wada's here to play. One of your viewers were like, I don't think the Spider-Man's getting a lot of value. Again, I said that age-like build.
Oh, yeah, that definitely does. And you know what's actually crazy is when you're portaling like Boger, for example, you know, when you're moving the portal, you probably see him coming, and you're like, oh, no.
Just trying to do what you can there. Boger unable to get him. But Moxie now gets Kingsman yet again. This man is farming. I mean, listen, it's like, what do you ban here? What do you try to find? We saw yesterday, obviously, the Spider-Man ban was kind of where you lean into. That worked out. It's like, but what do you even try to do? Because Hawkeye's working for them well. There's a lot of different things they'd have to try to target.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's kind of nice, and a great throw there by Kingsman, but one thing that's kind of nice is if you know exactly which heroes your enemies are going to play, you can kind of build a comp around that. And you see here, TTK and Flats, they're not really being pressured in the front line a lot. This gives their team so much space to work with, and when you have a Hawkeye with space, it's going to be a human delete button, and he's just been absolutely frying here. Not a lot of poke against these two non-shield heroes.
And one thing about Magic is going to get health as she does damage, right? But the problem is when you have a Spider-Man that's nowhere near people, and then you got a Loki as well, you're not really like having that damage to feed and kind of momentum snowball into. But hey, he finds a Loki up on the top and cannot connect the melee, unfortunately, and that is why Saipei is so slippery.
How is he still alive? Oh, he's getting chased in there.
Oh,
it's going to be the KO. But that was like a hold of destiny. Dude just would not let go of the ledge there. One pinky on. Beautiful hold, but still, nice pick as Craggy finds Flats.
Like a horror movie, just trying to, Death by Daylight, just trying to run away from the killer.
Throwing the flanks down, dude. Flashlighting them. Oh, man. But here goes Wada with another pick early on onto the back line, and that's just been a consistent story we've seen today. This Spider-Man, man, another very strong pick in the season.
Constant value completely. And, you know, Jay, right now, when you look at the 3 points on this map, I mean, point two, difficult one out of them, what you said?
I would believe so, because things like this could just happen. Exactly. Perfect timing.
Wow.
Not scripted, by the
way. Jay does see the future, which is a good thing to know, as Moxie finds another one there onto Teddy, who I believe was ulting. And again, that is a tough copy. Immediately going to eat one of those arrows. And they are walking with 3 minutes and 9 on.
It's not if it happens, it's when you get your first Hawkeye deletion as a Cloak and Dagger that you realize that is just a deadly combination. Of course, have to have the Moxie that Moxie does on the hero, and they are just honestly, we saw them play this well though against Mana Pandas on this point as well. This is just a comfort map for them.
So I'm surprised they actually took them to this map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky part about they were playing at the same time, right? It's tough to do your homework when you're in the middle of a battle, but yeah, this team looked really good here last time. Same exact story here. Attack was incredibly clean and quick, and Wada just cannot be stopped. He's just all over the place, and we all know in the backline when you have a Spider-Man on you what that means. It is so annoying to handle, and just a test for everybody.
Absolutely. Seen a lot of great Spider-Man play. More of it here right now, and as people like to joke, you get a little peek at the PS3 graphics here with the pixel skin. There's another pull-off Snake Case. Just trying to stay alive. Can't float to the platform. There's a quick deletion, and that is going to absolutely put a stop to the Fortress of the defense. He's now hunting. He's hunting the Dark Child.
What are your thoughts on C&D in the meta, Jay? Right now, because I know she's so good, but like, there's so many counters with that all.
I feel like it depends on what the other team is running. I think you cannot run it into a Hawkeye because you're standing still for like that split second, and a lot of people like Moxie will take advantage of that.
And even two of the heroes that you play, right? Like, you know, Namor, you have success with all potentially, or even Bucky, right?
Bucky pulling, yeah. I think it depends on what you're playing into.
Sure.
But my favorite thing about this is watching like a Spider-Man duel a Magic.
Okay, we've seen a bit of that too. Yeah, that is going to be a tight matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing zoom in on that, which might happen shortly. What a pull there!
Wow.
And that is a nice pick by Craggy.
Eyes on the back of his head. I mean, he was facing forward, found the Crag to the right. I gotta say, as we just watched this kind of dominating Spider-Man play, it looks like Team Flats is potentially going to lock it up here as the 50th arrow does land for Moxie. That would have been the headshot of the decade if he hit that mid shot, but either way, 0.43 up. One thing I want to highlight about Rivals that's so cool is you do have a defined meta, but I think it's just so awesome that they've allowed these characters like Spider-Man, these kind of high skill ceiling, to kind of shine in their own comps.
That is true.
Yeah, I've been loving the more complex heroes that they've been dropping. I think it really shows you, like, the high skill ceiling heroes, in my personal opinion, are very important for the game because you get value, but you really need to put the time and work in order to get that value. They're not easy to, very high entry barrier as well.
Do you have a favorite hero? Not outside of like what you play, but just like design wise and everything involved in that process?
Ooh, I have a lot. I mean, I go through like I actually go through characters. Like I go through phases. Like
Same.
I started playing Psylocke when the game came out. Then I moved on. I saw Namor gameplay and I was like, that character looks horrible. I've never played it. Ended up playing it, loved it.
Yeah.
Ended up playing Bucky after Moon Knight. I even have a Lord Squirrel Girl. So I mean, there's a lot of characters I actually really do enjoy.
I think that's what, like, whenever the new patches come, like, new heroes are cool, but, like, I'm personally, like, seated for when Guang hears, because I'm waiting for the team-ups. I think the new team-ups that come in always can just change completely how a hero plays, but also being able to see, the buffs, the nerfs, they've been on top of that, and kind of what you see there, and that obviously affects play. Snake Case, he's been pulled off the map so many times, he didn't even know what hero to pick. He's like, this has been tough. Team Vibes, trying to get a fight back. 2 minutes, 33 seconds is a hell of a time.
Yeah, I'd love to see that Venom get through so he can get some action back at him, right? But obviously can play these Vanguards at a very top level, but it's tricky when you're going into a Spider-Man that's constantly displacing you. You've got the invisible push and pull that's constantly a threat to you. And then you've got walls placed behind you every time you press forward. This team comp from Team Flats with those bans, removing a lot of that damage, is just a huge threat. A very, very strong play. I think it was just cerebral from them. And they're clearly walking this through almost, 3 full minutes on the final point.
And we saw it yesterday. There's just so much you have to keep in mind. Outside of the skill of a Spider-Man, it's just always constantly thinking about him in the back line, how much effort and focus you have to put towards that. When you're a strategist, you're just hoping not to die, while also trying to keep your Vanguards in the fight and what you need to do there. Kingsman knows the assignment, trying to get it done. 51 and just so pesky, like an actual bug.
No, they're still doing though, and he turns it back, finding that heal, and that was just enough to make sure he wins that fight. He's been trying to chase that down, but great play again by Wada, who's looking so strong right now.
Ooh.
Right, swinging back over. Just doing like multiple things at once. Like you get a little bit of fight. I mean, that's what Spider-Man
His
do.
movement is crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think was the most annoying thing being on the other side of this yesterday, right? Just is it like that your strategists are dying? Is that you have to focus on peeling? Like what is it?
Focus, your focus is split. You're trying to do damage to the front line, you do all this stuff, and then you have to worry about a Spider-Man that's harassing your back line. So, for our team, just get rid of him.
Yeah.
That solved a lot of our issues, actually.
Yeah, I respect that. And Hitscan was good for you guys, too, which I think they did a very smart decision of removing all of that. Goodbye, Hela and Phoenix, and that's a huge threat that you're constantly dealing with. So, smart decision again, talking about these early bans and how impactful they can be on these matchups. And now it's all about, vibes. Just they got to step up here for one more fight.
Yeah, no, for me, what makes Spider-Man so crazy is what we talked about. It's just purely the mobility, right? Because you see him, now he's gone. And even if it's just paper cuts, death by 1,000 cuts, it's going to get the job done, especially in the mental. Now we're going to try to push in. Saipe is going to get a pick on Craggy. Maddie goes down as well. I mean, Team Flats, they are a iron fortress right now.
Yeah, they look so locked in. I'm not sure what the solution is. Coming out in all these fights, up in Ultimate Suit, Craggy making the change. We are seeing some change up in composition here. Snake Case going to that Emma. That's the kind of stuff that I think needs to happen now, just for the sake of mental, right? Like, we've all been there where the mental can get tough, right, Jay?
I kind of feel bad for Team Boger because the last team I want to play in the lower bracket is this Team Flats that barely lost by the millisecond. Looks like a winner bracket team. Could they win the whole thing?
True. I agree. I feel bad for Boger just in a lot of ways, just having to wake up. That sounds toxic, but no, I'm talking about like him hosting his own tournament to play in a tournament.
Sure.
I feel bad.
No, absolutely. If you guys don't know, and I've joined him there, that's why my throat is on fire. We went 10 hours yesterday. Boger went through the night hosting what was the Boger Bash 2, now finding ourselves at the J3 Community Clash. And he knew it was going to be a tough uphill climb, but Craggy says I'm going to try to get this team together on this point one. Kingsman joining in the fray as well. The portal's going to come out here. Quick portal camp. W production. Moxie going to bring them into the fray. Kingsman gets on side pay. Oh boy, but Boger going to fall there to Prism. Just trying to get what they can out of it. Moxie can play it all though. Forget the Hawkeye. Here's some magic.
Yeah, I really like that attack there, but again, just the bounce back from Portal and cleaning up the rest is the team that was even going down in some of these fights through Ultimate, still finding a pick, and if they consistently did that to the point where it was 3 left on point, they came in with Strange and cleaned up the rest. So great retake again by Team Flats.
Alrighty, so we've got 33 seconds, Jay, on the clock. You know how tense it gets here in overtime. We got to just try to reset and focus up, man. You think Boger and Team Bias can pull this out?
I hope so, but Flats does have ult, and there's no support ults from the other team unless they get cloak ult.
Oh, that timing. Look at that. Again, another perfect window there from Jay. Out goes the Bond, but Moxie is able to find, this time, not the cloak, is going to get that invis out of there as Teddy falls, and great positioning here from Moxie.
No.
Oh, they did.
Wow, they
got
capped.
point.
He's just sitting up there for free. No one's shooting him. He's not even moving.
Moxie's like, you can have the point. I'm just going to go ahead and try to get my limbs up. I want that final hit to be called out again as he just continues to farm. All right, Moxie, we see you.
Wow.
He's actually against Galactabots right now. Like, he's in the practice range. Just going crazy. Look at now. They're like, somebody kill this man.
He's like Drax in Guardians. If I stand still enough, I am invisible and no one can see me. And the dude has not been looked at. And I think he's just going to lock in here. Now the team finally able to get eyes on.
What a jump scare. I was like, what the hell's behind him? But it was the Spider-Man there.
And there's Wada's commitment now. He's going to spin on Spidey, finds a 2-piece onto Maddie and Ted. And that will be a pick from Kingsman onto Moxie to try to even the numbers a little bit. 5v6 now. Slight up on the side of Team Flats on the defense, who are just holding them like it's still point one.
I was going to say, this is confidence, man. The spawn is right here for the other team. They don't care.
I think this is a great hold, actually. You know, holding them there. They have to go to the cart, obviously, to move the cart. So they're wasting a lot of time.
Yeah, it's a good call out. Like, where the cart is now, if it was through this castle doors, this would be way worse of a hold tactic. But you have to come to them, and now they can set up almost defensively like it's a point again.
Exactly.
All right, and the next fight begins. Going to be ult advantage. Actually, roughly even here across the board. Snake Case available. Kingsman, Teddy. You look over and Moxie and TTK, who's going to start off early. Snake is able to find Flats before the clobbering time comes through. Walled off to try to protect the back line, and Wada is able to take out Maddie. Kingsman, though, with another pick. Back and forth we go once more, and a few are seduced there from the side of Snake Case on that Emma.
Yeah, I mean, just right now, I mean, the stat sheet's just got to be absolutely beautiful on the side of Team Flats. TTK and friends know exactly how close they were to advance, and they're showing it right here. Behold, the Dark Child. See if Kingsman can get this space needed, but Wada, oh, he gets the pick there, and again, Wada's going to be back within the time you could say Spider-Man, but Moxie.
Ew.
My God, it was disgusting.
I mean, this is just insane. Those are just disgusting shots. He's just locked in right now. Dude's entered flow state, and I don't know if anyone can get him out of it, as he's going to walk onto the point and take out Snake Case as well, and that's a 3-piece, sending him right back to the spawn. 19, 18 seconds on. Give him a 4th as Boger goes down as well.
Moxie, they have families, bro. Like, my goodness, just absolutely devastating. Do get at least opening pick to help out a little bit. Boger's going to have ult. They've been combining that with Craggy in the past here, so maybe they go that route again here, Jack.
Hopefully Craggy is able to get a few here, and Boger. His eyes are open.
No, they're not. They are currently not open. He is speed running his snap as we speak. TTK, Flats, Prison, they all get a piece of the pie. Everybody wants a little bit more of the shout out on the stat sheet, and that is going to take us now to a 2-0. We have seen the impossible done shit, but I got to say, if you look at the betting odds right now, it's not looking good.
Yeah, Team Flats is locked in. We need to see a heavy change here, and one of which being banning a character that they will not play. Probably not going to happen again this time, as we see Wada coming out with the MVP on this team. And that's just a shout out to these duelists. Wada being able to get MVP through some of that Hawkeye play is disgusting.
I love that MVP screen. It takes me back to the glory days of the SNES.
Gotta love those side scrollers, man. But look at this feed here. Look across the board. Moxie 23 finals. Wada 18. And you know what? They don't need a lot of damage when you can just guarantee picks like that.
Are the vibes over? That is what we're trying to figure out. As the defense is locked and ready. On the opposite side, you typically see a lot of Moon Knight here to open up with the ults, and I'll be honest, I like what they're trying to go with here. Moxie might as well stick on what's working. Once again, getting these mics figured out. Don't worry about it, chat. Lock in. Be ready to go. And here we go, as Flat's going to continue on the tree that we've seen done so well. You're going to get Cozy monologuing here for a bit as I continue to stall as we get these mics rocking and rolling. It is a meeting of the Vanguard. Staircase just trying to get out alive, running up on the wall, trying not to burn that shield. Instead, is going to take a quick trip over to the spawn room. Sadly, just like that, TTK finds the best of Boger. This offensive unit will not be stopped. Will we see another 0-3? Possibly, as we continue to move in. Wada now, hunting, praying for more. Moxie finds the pick, followed by Teddy. How he pulls 2 arrows so fast is beyond me. Man has more final hits than I do in my career stats on the Hawkeye. Wada wants a piece of the pie too on Khonshu's favorite human. TTK gets the pick on Boker, and guys, this is just an absolute feeding sesh right now. A highlight reel, if you will.
Look who's here.
Enjoy the gameplay for just a moment. We're going to get these mics set and loaded. Don't get rid of it.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Dr. Purple's not so funny now, is it?
They waited halfway. Stop them. Anyone willing to help? Better stop that vehicle. Look behind you.
I outnumber you. Let the devil out! I'm gone.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Your god is suffering. I have many faces. Needed that boost.
Shields up.
This is real firepower!
Oh, I'm being controlled.
I blew out Rocket Jam.
Anyone willing to help?
Your powers are mine! Your powers are mine! This is real firepower!
Double KO. Look behind you. According to Dr. Richards, the glow of the moon is nothing more than reflected sunlight.
No one asked for your opinion, robot. Especially Khonshu. Right. All right, that feels better.
Still a chance to stop them. That's much better.
I have many faces. Healing for my friends.
Shields up. Stop them in their tracks.
Much like Jay3, our mics shit the bed, but we are back at it, folks. Let's dive right back into this match as we're looking now. Team Vibes versus Team Flats.
Loads of that shit indeed, but just where we left off, Team Flats pushing now here almost to the second point and came at a perfect time because this is one of the hardest maps to take. It looks like Snake Case and the Venom is really helping as Craggy is going to go into that Star-Lord, folks. And we are here into what is the final push. Overtime is ticking. They need to get pushed to do this if they want to make this the clean 3-0 that it is. They find the pick early with Prism. Continue to hunt for more. Moxie now on the Phoenix.
Damn, is it good to be back as we see TTK finding Kingsman, who is going to be there on that Strange. Here goes a commitment from Snake, trying to find the back line. Bang! Is able to find one, make that soon to be. Oh, not two. That's some great movement there from the side of the strategist. The point, OT ticking down surely, but still not quite enough yet. Team Vibes just trying to end this and hold them on point 2 as Wada now commits with the Soul Resurgence.
Absolutely now as we've got Snake Case put to sleep, trying to keep himself alive into this thing. 1.96 time is ticking. Overtime about to run. The Chaos is out. The God of Mischief is active, and just like that, Teddy is going to get the Sia device on, and bam, Kingsman finds another. This is going to be the finish they need to hold on point 2 ship.
Team Vibes is looking very strong, but another Resurgent comes in, this time from Saipei to buy even more time. More commitment here from Snake Case on this Venom. Looking really good as another pick goes through once more, and Wada goes down as Teddy finds one, and that could be the point, but still, they are stalling. This is insane.
Absolute beauty now, and just like that, Team Vibes lock in, shut it down on point 2. And I got to say, my friends, you should have seen me and Ship trying to figure these mics out. 2 monkeys, just 2 dumbasses in a room trying to get something to work.
Just going crazy down there, just connecting wires Frankenstein style. But we're back at it, folks, and it ended up working out. And you guys got a little reprieve from us for a moment, but we will not leave you for long, much like a Venom.
Yeah, got to yell at our favorite superheroes. And again, they needed to mix something up, and they decided to go with Snake Case on the Venom. And boy, did it pay off, because they were able to get a good hold. But I've seen it time and time again. You get yourself a good hold, but you got to get through the first street. Very tough, because you have 3 different points of contention usually.
Yeah, that is a really good hold. Yeah, again, I think this is a very attack-sided map. I feel like if you're not triple holding them off the rip, then, you know, which is, a lot of teams like to do that. It's tricky when you're in a situation like this where you really only have 2 pros and you're trying to coordinate, but it's a very attack-sided. I feel like if you start walking forward, you really keep it going. Holding point 2 is definitely an option, but doing so definitely makes it winnable for your team. And this would be huge for Team Vibes.
Absolutely, guys. We promise not to leave you again. Actually, empty promise. I have no idea. Could happen, could not. We'll have to find out. But currently, we do look at the stat sheet, and it is just known. We're seeing those 4 final hits on Snake Case. Boger is locked back in. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Boger to the J Community Clash, and the Herbie's ready to go. Just kidding. I said we won't leave you again, but we will, as Saipei is going to initiate the pause. Looks like we do have a small connection on Flat's side. So we bring it back to us here in a moment to welcome you back into the studio. And it could be a quick pause, could be a long one, here for a long time, for a short time. Either way, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, what I got to say is, which I assume is what happened, I think that Snake Venom clearly made Moxie switch off Hawkeye. I'm not sure if Hawkeye was even started. I'm going to be honest. I was under the desk just kind of plugging wires together and hoping that I wasn't going to get electrocuted. But it worked out. We're here. We're back. And I think that change clearly worked out, buddy.
I smashed my finger between the chairs, bleeding out. It's been quite an eventful time over here in Miami. You expect nothing less with J3 at the helm. But J3, he's out getting food right now. We don't know.
He may not even know this happened.
He may not even know what's going on. He's going to come back, and we're going to be like, it was just fine.
Nothing happened.
Pause. TTK's controller died. You know, folks, it happens. It happens. All your controller players, dude. Have you been in this situation where your mouse dies, or your controller dies, and you're like popping off, and all of a sudden it's never at a good moment too in an ideal situation.
I'm curious what the chat is favorite excuse, like white lie excuse. It's like, oh no, my cat hit my keyboard when you press Q in the loading screen. You know what I mean? Oh, it was my cat, dude. Like TTKs. I wonder. Oh no, it's the game.
Yeah, I missed that Meteor M to the left. My controller died.
Oh,
at the
dude,
exact
it's
time.
stick drift, dude. I was so close.
Who knows? All I know is streaming 10 hours yesterday, 3 hours in today. I was actually crying at the 10-minute break that we were able to have there a moment ago. So actual tears that you did get to see Ship.
But you're brave.
But day one. Day one is where we're at here. Pause is going to initiate. Minute and 40 seconds, not too long as we find ourselves back into this. And the players are ready. We are ready. The gates are ready. Team Vibes facing elimination. Here we go.
And we will begin once more, folks. And I'm ready to keep my eyes on this game. Haven't had a ton of eyes on it just yet, so I'm stoked as we start once more. We're looking like on the defense, they want to run that triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition that we've grown to know and love. Incredibly strong, and here we go. Moxie going to be the one on the cap, just stalling point, and that's what you want to do on cap, folks. Take that into ladder. Just stay on that point. Every time people move forward, jump right back on the point and don't allow it to move. It doesn't matter how many times your team dies if the point's not moving.
Yeah, beautiful pick here. Love the Craggy Kingsman combination. This is what you want to roll on the offensive side. We didn't get to see it as much with Team Flats. We're seeing it this time around. Kingsman already at 53% and climbing. Shortly behind. Now, no Groot, right? Because you're going to have Boger instead on the Imma, and you're going to have the Snake case. So, interesting pick there altogether. Any reason for it?
Yeah, I mean, removing the Groot right now, it could be just because they're afraid of the raw damage. But, I mean, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think it's just comfort level, I guess, at this point, what they feel the best on, because they really want this W. And it looks like this team right now is flowing a lot better than they have, and that's a huge ult right now as Moon Knight lets the moon out. Goodbye, Flat. Saipei falls. Kingsman with a huge Q will keep them going. And that second fight near the ambulance is slowly but surely going to be heading towards Vibes' way, unless they can get back through this point here, and I think they fell quick enough, but it doesn't matter. Kingsman with some insane positioning will reign all day.
I mean, hey, Moon Knight likes everybody grouped together, coming out of the portal. That's ideal. You know how many times I watched this map yesterday and how many times it lines up that first portal with Moon Knight cooked up all the way? Like, it's just such a tough thing to deal with on this first point. And look at the amount of check marks over there on Vibe's side. Looking nothing actually like my grades in high school.
Yeah, you were there for 14 years. We'll press right past that as we start our next fight now. Again, we're going to start with the Sonic Seduction. Boger is beginning. Maddie doing the same, dancing around the point. Everything's purple, but here comes the Hurricane bitch as it goes right towards the back line. Bang! It is potentially going to find, but no! The res is going to be bonded immediately, and nobody's HP moves at all.
You can hear the graphics cards begging for life as we just saw every ultimate unleashed there. Team Flats can find 1-2, make it 3 as they move in, and just like that, 3.9 going to be pushed back. So Team Vibes did a great first offensive push, used every bit of those check marks, but Teddy and Kingsman's back around.
I mean, that was just some really strong defensive play by Team Flats there to hold on even through everything that was the fear of the Q's. Kingsman still holding on to ult. Teddy the same.
Already TTK. Blue SKB. I wonder what TTK's reload animation is for his controller batteries. You know, you think he's got like a spin stack of the pack.
A straight aura.
Yeah, you got to know what's happening. Here now, looking at it, we do have Kingsman once again putting up the hand of Khonshu. Teddy's going to copy the Eternal Bond as they push forward. Boger does find Flats, getting the best of the creator on that one. Now with 1 minute and 7 seconds, got to lock in. The time is now, or you face elimination. Everybody's locked in.
Teddy with 1. This could be enough for Vibes to press forward. It looks like they are. Yeah, they're flowing together now as they have 3 minutes and 24, and all they have to do is get this point through point 2. Game is theirs, and they push this series on. This is what we're looking for here with these battles. Buddy, we might be cursed in the best way possible where these teams are just pushing these series farther and farther.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, just riding the card as Loki should. Here with the clones, Craggy getting grapple up top, trying to find that high ground advantage, doing his best Obi-Wan Kenobi impression. DK's got the Augo. Man can nail him. Let's see if the magic comes to play.
Snake Ace holding that hype, ready to engage on the backline as soon as they peek their little heads. Like whack-a-mole here. Bang, here it goes. And everybody's going to press Q as we see Wada immediately. Soul Resurgent goes out. Eye of Agamotto from TTK gets stuffed out of the sky here from Craggy and does still fall. Return to sender a little bit.
TTK, that's how you know you're goated, right? It's like, oh, hey, Wolverine, thank you for that. Whips him into submission there. TTV is going to get a pick as well. Moxie finds the best of Snake. And just like this, defense coming up to play once again. But, man, 2 minutes is still a world of time for only going not too far.
Yeah, that is a good pick. Again, Moxie going to be back on that Hawkeye, knowing the team's going to play a little more front to back, just try to deal as much damage to the Venom as possible, knowing that he just has an infinite pool of HP that he can just pull from with that E button and that ultimate. Snake Case is going to utilize the max of those abilities, but to keep running like this onto the front line, those strategies also going to start growing very quickly as we can look now. Teddy is holding on to Q as well.
What's scarier than a Hawkeye is one with the up arrows in blue, right? The damage up is absolute insane. Like, he even needs it with the one shot since Kingsman's going to get rid of those clones. Kind of lessen the healing as much as possible now, trying to hunt fine with his Phoenix skin, and the ult goes out. He finds success, but those lanterns will be pulled, which is still at least worth it in the short time being. But Moxie once again finds the cloak and dagger. The trade happens with the support in the back. Wada goes down as the Moxie. Minute 30 seconds right now. Farm it out, get it out. We've got the Kingsman throwing out the Conchu.
Yeah, it could be threatening. TTK able to find one onto Boger, though, to make sure their team is still holding on to this defense. A minute 20 on now. This is another one of those situations. The momentum is shifting back. Saipei going to press Q and copy up as Moxie takes out Kingsman once more. And now still Vibe's going to have to reset together.
Just finding that comfortability again on the Hawkeye. Snake, you know, maybe it's got to find him once again, get him uncomfortable, but they're kind of playing protect the guy with the plot armor right now, and that is Moxie. TTK holding forward, has that Augo. Look at what they have, man. They've got Augo, they've got Groot Hug, 2 ways to get you down. 50 seconds on the clock. What do you think Vibes has to do here to get the win?
Right now, it's all about this alt play. You know, Flats is going to be threatening here on the defense. Obviously, that is something they got to keep their eyes on. They don't have a lot of answers. Ooh, and it gets launched, and I don't think it collides with anyone. Not sure what the stuff there was. Moxie going to press Q as well. Craggy able to find one, and there is the ult that we're talking about as Moxie goes down mid-ult as well. That was what was necessary. Kingsman and Maddie still holding on. Craggy very close. This could go Vibes' way, but it's all about getting impact. A huge eye comes in from TTK, and that could not be more massive as Craggy was holding on to that last stand.
Yeah, that ult was coming. It was there. Rampage coming out, but TTK understood the assignment, got rid of him. No passive to help as well. Not sure if it would have made the difference. Either way, Eternal Bond is out. Moxie now trying to do what he can on the Wolverine, and there's a beautiful Groot ult now. Boger going to get the best of Prism. Snake Case goes down to Moxie. The push is here. Overtime is ticking. Time is running out, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, this is a back-and-forth battle here. Prism's still holding on to Ultimate. There's not a lot for Vibes. They've got to get on this point together as OT is ticking down. Somebody's got to get on it, or they're not going to touch it.
No, not like this. Not like this.
I think the portal was ending, too, so it's a tricky situation. But either way, that is tough. And, you know, again, I don't think that was a C9 situation because I do think the portal closed. But it was a last-ditch effort. Not much they could do. Incredible defense by Team Flash to take this home 3-0.
So just like that, Team Vibes, Team Boger faces 0-6 in their tournament play. Definitely not how they wanted to come out, but we appreciate them playing their hearts out here and fighting against all the elements, including that lack of sleep, as we point out time and time again. We look at the final stats and how we got here, folks. And once again, Moxie. I mean, we talked about this early on. You've got the anchors and the pros, right? And a lot of these teams, some of them have pro duelists, right?
Sure.
A lot of the times around. With TTK and Saipei being the pros that they have down there, Moxie is filling that all-important role so well.
And shout out over, you know, a little chemistry lesson, FE26, known as Iron, because that is going to be the chemical name for Iron. So that's how they like to be called. So as we see here, Iron going to be on that Emma 2. The first fight begins shortly, and we will see how the tone is set.
Nerd. Nerd indeed. No, as we go now with the offense approach. And, ooh, the newest Disco Hella skin. Our team over there. So sick. The hair is flowing, and we got the kidnaps going as Angela tries to find their first prey of the match. Gets that adrenaline all the way up, and bam, quick little poke there to try to use a little bit of that charge early. And just like that, the Namor going to find the first lap against Gator.
Yeah, and that's a nice pick there by Balas, who does find one, and setting the tone exactly like we talked about. It's all about can they stall this thing and hold this thing for a while. Great misposition there, shoving off into a corner. Gonna find that pick likely, unless 59 HP to Dream almost goes down. Good turnaround there, but again, the point is being capped by Boyfriends.
Wow, I talked about that matchup earlier. The hit scan difference, Crisis versus Energy. Look out. Now, keep in mind, Crisis is a stud. I mean, he has played at the grand final level, actually. Came in at the very end, right? Quite the story there.
You know what? That does bring back some crazy memories. I forgot how strong Crisis is on Hella. Actually banned out Hella. Yeah. Actually banned Hella the first time he played and Then the next map was doing insane work there on Bucky. So a very, very strong hit scan and just ranged player, which I think, you know, in Marvel Rivals in general, a lot of folks select to try to stay melee. And that's, you know, this meta just really poke heavy.
Wow, there with the Angela play. We're going to have energy rain down on Pallet Man. By goes the Shard. Off to the spawn room you go. And Iron going to do the same to Magneto. You know, Magneto can control metal, but Iron showing the difference.
And a beautiful play on words as we start off our next by 50%. And out goes the Boundary. This one by M2K. Still holding on Crisis. Is going to get up in the sky with the Goddess of Death, excuse me, Energy. Finds one on Abala. Still keeping numbers in their favor. And everybody is going to commit now and try to keep this moving. Beautiful picks here by Mask, who finds two and is still holding on. But the reset won't come in for round 3.
Max trying to get at least the point ready for his team. I gotta say, man, I would love you to narrate my life. I can just imagine, like, he grabs the coffee cup. It is a Monday. It's looking rough for him as we move forward. Just gonna say, if you are paying, we'll pay for that ship.
Almost spit out my water all over the screen. Thank God that didn't happen, as we will start once more. And boyfriends do have slight ult advantage here. Iron holding on to the Psionic Seduction, but you know the threat of that combo from Angela going in with the Magneto Meteor. If you shove the meatball on a whole team, it could be a huge threat, as you can't use a lot of those escape cooldowns in that moment. Let's see if that works out, as I likely going to be the play.
Oh, the aura walk, trying to keep the footsteps. It's like Call of Duty back in 2008. Everyone's got the turtle beaches on now as you look forward. Taro summoning up the basketball, slams dunk down, finds the two-pointer! Just like that, both duelists. Goodbye!
Yeah, that was a good 360 there, too, just to kind of put eyes away for a moment, think that they're safe, and that's going to be another pick by Crisis, and he's just all over this feed right now, just getting one after another in terms of these KOs.
Absolutely now, and just like that, 76% and up. They got Crisis and Pallet Man. We've got views on the point, but all the action happening a mile away. Just trying to look at how to approach this with the Jeff getting, gets the one, gets the none, and finds himself done.
Yeah, see, I think Jeff's incredibly strong, but there's just so many answers right now, and these teams do have those answers. This Energy is going to find 3 with that Phoenix, and that is clean now, as they will be retaking this point, but 99% for Team Boyfriends. It is a one-fight game.
Trying to put that pressure on, keeping it early. Energy able to get that team going, and just behind them is going to be the Magic at play at the portal, and the whole team comes out of it looking for something. Now I got the Namor and Magneto just faltering behind, and Race Car eyes on the prize here now as they have the Gator ult. Let's see if they choose to use it or they can save it for the next all-important fight. Crisis gets a pick early. Krug ult comes down, forcing the Boundary.
A good shield there by Strange to just mitigate all that damage. Great invisible Boundary as well, like you talked about, trading ultimates there. The dance floor goes out, and Crisis falls from Gator. Mask able to find Taro, and looks like Race Car is now up in this fight. It's 73% and moving. It's all about maintaining ults now. His energy still holding on to that Inferno, and Mask is going to find one more. That reset's available, but the question is, will he send it for another? Odds are probably not, but there's that. Yeah, and there it goes.
Okay, so we got 84 climbing. Energy does have the in song to put it in, maybe to the hopes of Boyfriend getting the first point here. They're just going to push in. Great group wall. One team has it, one doesn't. Gator is focused, locked in, and ready. Mass trying to get that pick early. Does throw the hook. No fish bite bit on that one.
Yeah, but Pallet's able to find one on Energy, and Ballas also finds a pick, and the pick on Energy is huge because there goes that Ensong Inferno, which could have been massive for this fight. We do see Angela on the ground chasing right now. A bunch of vaults are about to be available. Crisis, M2K, Cooper-Tastic, and Energy. The portal's coming in right now, and there goes the Boundary. The Venn diagram is being committed.
Absolutely not. Just like that, Magneto's up and down. Taro, can he land another? Bam! Mask gets himself an instant ticket to the spawn room, but it's going to be now Strange with the trade on the Namor, and pushing forward is going to be the Angie. Gator down. Hell's unloading from above as the Crows throw down. M2K wants a part of that action, and Boyfriends now looking to do the cleanup job. Only 2 left. Mass force on the Karate Kid. Iron Fist trying to stall.
And there goes Iron's commitment on the, once again, the seduction. Good height own right here on Cooper-Tastic with some good positioning, but it's not going to last long, as that's a huge pick there by Cal. Still heads right back to point. Boyfriends now with another 2. Still maintaining presence on here, trying to get this cap right back. And that is another pick on the Mask from Crisis. Boyfriend bouncing right back and taking this ownership.
Bin, don't break. Time is ticking. The Strange TP has already been used now. Trying to push forward. Not going to be enough. and they move on to point number 2 with Boyfriend sealing the deal. Pretty good competitive there, man. People I saw in the chat said, who's the underdog? I think both teams did pretty well in their first round, so it's going to be tough to tell.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out after this match, but unfortunately, after this match, they will be removed from this tournament as this is the lower side bracket. And yeah, I mean, this has been definitely a heater off the rip. You can see across the board a ton of finals. Crisis leading that right now with 10, 17-3. Energy 13-4 with 6, but also maintaining that ace.
And man, look at one of the best parts about playing Angela. You just don't die often, right? So you got only 2 eliminations on the Angela. A lot of focus, more than that. Cooper doing more than their part per usual. But taking a look, actually, I mean, look at the difference of the damage of the strategist above, too. Got to shout out what Boyfriends is able to do in that department and just how it's unfolded so far. So look for that hitscan hero face-off. 2 aces, but 1 on top right now. That'd be Crisis.
Yeah, the strange thing, or like the confusing thing about running Groot is really a magnet for just a ton of damage, which, you know, is a downside because it puts him at risk for getting eliminated, but it also farms your backline's ult. So you got to play around that as the enemy team and try to think through, like, all right, what does that do for us and how do we make that not matter? And I think one of the solutions is things like, all right, we can use Jeff ult and just try to get more eliminations, another aggressive ultimate. Stuff like that are weird advantages that you can take, you know, try to find a solution to maybe a tricky situation, especially with strategists this strong that are just finding value in always getting ultimates.
That's a good call, and that's why people need to understand that 2-2-2 and things like that are so good, because you want those Vanguards to get all the damage, to get the strat ults going, and that's why heroes like Moon Knight might be good, but sometimes you're just feeding damage, not eliminations, right? Very important to distinguish between the two, as Memories is going to make a memory of the dance he's unfolding in front of everybody here now. It's a 1v4 situation there on the point, but Crisis farming the tree.
Wow, yeah, good play there by Crisis, who just consistently hitting headshots. Obviously, that's what you're looking for from a Hella player. The brand new skin there, Energy, with some insane positioning on the backside. And here goes the Kraken Impact Bang. Looking for that Jeff, but it won't last long. Ballas is still able to find Mask, though. Energy trying to find a solution there with the Unsung Inferno, but Pallet's still able to get a 2-piece, but going to the left side of the map on that position, and that was something that I haven't seen.
We don't see that much.
Yeah, I don't know why, because that makes so much sense to me now.
Yeah, I guess it's like the bigger side is obvious. Like you get the big, but yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Jaws coming out to play here. That hat cannot be comfortable. I'm looking at that right now. There's no way I'm rocking that ever. Is that just a CD on top of her head?
Yeah, it's a record, dude. She's literally rocking a record on her head. But you know, I feel like you see that on like a famous horse race, you know?
Yeah. Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, exactly. Crisis, though, just a ton of damage, still holding on to that Goddess of Death.
Already now, Crisis. Yep, continuing on. There's the team up coming to play from the Namor there with a right click of Hella, trying to find some value there. Pretty lethal on the Vanguards when needed. He is just landing them. It's almost poetic. Did you know that Hella's ult is the same BPM as Poker Face from Lady Gaga?
No, I didn't.
I saw on TikTok. Just wanted to tell you.
You gotta trust it.
The more you know.
Yeah, and that, I mean, still holding on to that all. Again, Crisis just is locked in right now, just showing the power of how good Hella can be, and it's not being matched right now. Phoenix obviously really, really strong, and as I say that, immediate switch over to Hella to get off that Phoenix to try to win those 1v1s.
Alrighty now, it's Cooper Task and team looking to not let that first point kind of stagger them to the second, but they already find themselves down 60%. A lot of ults on the ready. Memories is going to have theirs. Cooper as well. Cooper going to be the first to copy here. Going to have the ult come out. There is.
Bang. Ooh,
wow. Okay, that's a tough part about Jeff. Organized play.
Yeah. There's a lot of solutions, especially on the opposing team right now. When you got the Whale that can come in heavy too, even Hella in the sky. Iron gonna find Cal there. Crisis goes down to Mask, and Race Car really want to get this point, but 82% is a tough look for that early hold.
Absolutely. Now we got Iron getting that first cap. 85% is certainly not how they planned it up on the chalkboard, but sometimes life comes at you fast. And Iron showing that for the team of Race Car. Hey, but they move fast. Race Cars, they go fast, right?
Brother, that they do. And you got me thinking about Poker Face now. And you know what? I will have to say, Crisis is poking the enemy's faces consistently with headshots. You got to give me a high five behind the camera. They won't see it, but just know it happened. As we move forward in this next fight, Ballas has the Whale. We see Invisible Boundary, the Goddess of Death, but look over at Race Car. Almost every single ult besides Iron.
Poker face,
yeah,
my friend.
Yep, that's it.
I think is the words. It's been a while, circa 2009. Iron, though, back in, locked in here. If you look at what they have available, both teams have everything they could be looking for here. Obviously, you don't got the rocket, but not needed here. As now Energy going to throw down the Crow's going to get the best, but nice. Raven up as they take Energy down. One Crow to win, and it's going to be the opposition, Hella. Now Crisis in the sky, as well as the Meteor, hits the edge of the rock now as Luna trying to find a little bit of grace, but oh man, Crisis finds memories in the backline. I don't think he was trying to.
Yeah, this is some really clean retake again. Boyfriend's locked in, and they want to take this W back home as M2K is going to find Iron, and there is a swing from Taro. Goodbye, Mask. Ballas going to find Cooper-tastic, and the numbers are dwindling. Boyfriends looking like they might make this happen. Energy's portal will come through, but we know how this works. Last-ditch effort. You've got your duelists on that Vanguard. Can they clutch up?
All right, here we go. Portal open. Whole team jump out. You do have the Namor you can go into. Oh, man, that's a big one.
That's huge.
As now Crisis does find Iron early. The damage up, the connection down. No elims to follow. And at this point, they're just trying to stay alive. As the BGs once said, but at this point, it's going to be Boyfriends that are looking to clean up the rest of this race car.
Yeah, and it is. The numbers are, like we said, dwindling, and the OT falling down. Boyfriends are going to take game one.
Wow. I mean, get a pit stop for this race car. They got to refuel, get some new tires, because that ain't it. And this is a team with a lot of talent. We're talking Cooper-tastic. Just won the whole thing yesterday with Jay Energy, one of the best young studs in the game, but it is Boyfriends looking all the part.
Yeah, I think the idea, I think you change up the van strategy. I think they were heavily targeting the back line, obviously, of race car, but we saw what Crisis can do there on those hit scans. And I think maybe we get rid of the Hella, you know?
Absolutely here, and great clip from the chat there. Eat the poo-poo is the name of that clip if you saw in the chat, everybody, and just glad to have that, and just checking a part of this thing. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
With words there. Because at least with no Deadpool, we don't have to, hear the "you'll find out," and when you two dated,
Yep.
kill me. Okay. Pushing in onto the attack here is going to be a pretty interesting comp. Look what Boyfriends is running here.
Yeah, this is definitely different. A very aggro composition here. Not a ton of frontline burst healing besides Invis, who's going to keep that pocket likely on Ballas, and the off-angle Crisis, who's just going to be raining and try to farm that Q as fast as possible into Groot. Groot is already low. He's going to get a heavy pocket here, but team up is available. Groot can get that ult super quick with that healing wall.
Oh my goodness.
Immediate off man.
Yeah, that is a beautiful Angela play. It's actually the Vanguard just putting on a master class. Crisis finds himself putting a shotgun to the Iron. That's one way to get rid of the element. And man, that was beautiful. Look for them to switch something up here.
Yeah, we are going to start again with the teleport. That could buy some time. All you got to do is touch on that final point. It doesn't matter when you get in there as long as the point's not capped. There goes Bond. Energy in a dangerous spot here is going to fall. Great. Just move there. A way to reposition the backline into a dangerous spot as Cal finds that once more. Playing huge plays here from Cal as Ballas is also going to find Mask.
Wow, excellent play indeed, man. Just good way to get that team the momentum heading into what they just did last match. And speaking of legends that we've seen from Boyfriend, we do have Jay3 in the room. I'm going to call him out right now. He came in. He's ready to lock and roll. We get the Aura Walk coming from the Namor. They don't want the footsteps to be heard, man.
And that's one of those little things at the top level that makes a lot of sense. If you hear footsteps, you know somebody's there. It's information, and information is everything at this level. So there is no mistakes. There is no, it was a glitch. No. You've got to turn and make something happen. Iron's going to find one on Taro to try to change the pace here. Switch up in composition now as Gator's going to be off that group.
And there's Energy, right? We knew he was going to go to the Hella pick, come second point. See this man play a lot. It makes sense when you ban both the hit scans. You've got to take advantage of it yourself. Kind of expected to see a Namor in return. I mean, obviously, Energy can get so much value on that either way. But listen, Jay, you're a big Namor player yourself. Flank more cannot be underrated. I think getting some flank action with Namor can happen. We see it time and time again.
Very strong, very strong. Put down 2 squids, hit a right click on someone. It's a pretty fast skill, and wow, that was massive.
That was all 3. That was as big as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, that was their goal here. They're going to play incredibly aggro into a triple like this and just try to. I mean, Jeff is one of those good answers, right? Like you see an invis boundary pop up, you immediately press Q and you eat the entirety of that boundary. You off map. It's just aggressive play and it's clearly working out.
I like Boyfriend's entire lineup right now much more. I mean, listen. The Punisher, you can run, you can hide. There's no Magneto. What are you going to do against that? Just coming around at your face there with the Whale as well from Namor momentarily. Gator is going to try to get the piece of the Mist. Finds 2 in it. That's going to slow things down. Okay. Race car showing some life.
Yeah, I mean, that's a W switch. Struggling on the group, not able to make anything happen, getting over to Venom and immediately getting value. Huge plays there. Ballas is still holding on to that ultimate, though, at the moment. Callum's looked really good, too. I think Callum, I've been shouting that out before on this Angela. He's prepping up here and trying to find an off angle, likely going to go around right, or at least own the height, getting eyes up in that direction. This is the value of Angela. Just be annoying. Be a Spider-Man style and make everyone talk and look about it, at you.
Absolutely, just making the space a different kind of way, right? Which I love these kind of takes that come out, these Vanguards that aren't just direct, kind of what you would expect from a Vanguard. Plays a little bit of a different way here, and here's Iron finding free, but not quite getting the full stare. You can take a quick glance, but if you don't get locked into Mother's Eyes, and you're not going to get what you want out of it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to cycle cooldowns. So you can play off that crystal. You can see the crystal above you when it fills up. That's when you start your trance. So make sure you're using your cooldowns to pop those right before it gets to the end, and then it will cycle that crystal back down, and you just kind of play off that. That's how you play Magneto. Really hold that bubble, and then really hold that shield after it builds again, just to make sure you do not get tranced. But once more, we'll start off our next fight. Race Car is going to be threatened here as Crisis is going to start off, but it gets immediately turned on. Oh, still pressing forward at the moment. The res comes through here from Mask as well.
Yeah, I do like this kind of aggressive res here, even through the Punisher ult. Big hit there from Energy, playing a hide and seek with the Namor and get the best of that. We saw a massive ult from Pallet Man earlier. And again, that's another thing with the Magneto gun. That's just going to give you a little bit more safety on the Jeff, right? To get that ult off, as we saw before. And there it is, man. 1-2. Pallet Man is on fire.
Yeah, what do you call that? Perfect timing there. And here's Angela just being up in Energy's face and paying the price in the end. Energy, obviously, very strong hit scan, is going to hold this off angle, doing exactly what needs to be done. But here comes a commitment. Bang, bang. But some good pocket. He's going to keep him healthy there from Ballas, who does get revenge right on Energy.
Yeah, but just in time, you are going to get Iron to pop the portal, which is going to allow them to get that contestant. Yes, one goes down, 0.56. They really can't get any space here. 0.19, points almost theirs. Trying to just stay alive, keep this thing going. Minute left, Chip.
Yeah, and
Done.
Yeah, that's going to be the take there from point 2 on Boyfriends. A defensible position, but honestly, that was a good time hold, especially losing point 1 so quickly. I think that is what needed to be done for you to have a good chance here of holding, especially if you can hold on the stairs. It's a very winnable situation.
Jay, you were with Cooper, and you found yourself sometimes kind of backs against the wall. In these moments, is Cooper just like shouting instructions? Like, how was that working yesterday for you?
Yeah, he was definitely leading the team. He was telling us where to play, what ults to use, what ults the other team use. He's very vocal on ult tracking as well. There was a lot of times he was like directing the team where to go to avoid ults or when someone pops an ult. So he really manages the team pretty well.
Nice. Okay. That's your daily match input there from the man, the myth, the legend, Jay himself. Now we got the eat again. Somebody stop this man. You can. It's Pallet Man. Goodbye. Down the dumpster again. The amount of bodies down there is just disgusting.
Yeah. It is a bloodbath down there, but Pallet has just hit every single ult that he's gone after. And again, there's not a lot of, they're not stopping it. They do have Namor to try to shut it down, but they don't have that Magneto who's super consistent for that.
Wow, they just going on the spawn doors just like that. Gonna get the invisible boundary. Force the other. Goodbye, Biz. Goodbye, Namor.
Wow.
And the push is complete. Minute 22 left, which is, I don't want to say it's the end of it all, right? Like, it's a very good time, but it's, as we continue to point out on this map, not going to be, all that much crazy. Got to lock in here on the offensive side, though.
Yeah, I mean, that point 3 defense was tough. It was tough. The Pallet Man ult was virtually everything to give him that point, but you bought no time. There was really no one fight. The point was moving consistently the entire time, and you cannot allow that on point 3. You just gotta mark Pallet Man here, who has 8 finals, 22-1 on this Jeff, showing why Jeff is still very much in the conversation.
Honestly, I'm kind of impressed with that time that they got it down to, given the amount of elims they even have. They've only eliminated a handful of times, yet they still got the clock down to a minute 22. So I guess there is a glass half full.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for sure. And folks, shout out one more time to Jay. If you haven't used your Prime sub, this is the place to do it. I just saw somebody say, I give my Prime to Jay because he shakes ass. And that is literally what the comment I just read. So I need to say that out loud because that just blew my mind. But yeah, Prime sub to Jay as we start off on our attack here.
Whoa, Jay, get off the table. Jay, okay, Jay, he's shaking it. You guys just can't see it. Legendary performance from him, Jay. All right, I'll help you down. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, Jay.
Thank you.
Oh, and here goes the attack now for Race Car. Can they turn back in their favor? And once again, kind of cast a curse on myself. We do see Star-Lord is going to be played here.
Already now. Race car. Pushing forward, holding them W keys. And I do like, man, the rocket play. Interesting. That tells me it's going to be nothing but full aggression. The Daredevil as well comes to play. Star-Lord and have that teleport's always nice as well. See what they can pull off. Energy, you kind of pointing out earlier, you might see the Star-Lord here, and we find ourselves on the hero match. Does get that early pick on the Angela. That's going to open up some doors now. We'll see if we can continue to snowball that in.
Yeah, Iron playing hyper aggro here. Going to walk right towards the back line. Huge
goodbye.
tackle. Can they clean that up? And yes, down goes M2K. Gator going to help with that. And this is very aggro. This is what they need. The momentum needs to shift back in their favor.
Yeah, it's exactly how you want to handle, push that you weren't planning on. Gonna have Cal get the portal back for the team. Can't push in too much here, keeping their back line alive, and nowhere to be found near the point at the moment. Just trying to deal with the opposition.
Yeah, that's, this is exactly what we saw from Boyfriends on attack. It's literally the exact same situation as the portal comes through now. Out goes the whale, and Moby Dick does not get much value, but there is some commitment of ultimates. Memories is going to bring Gator back into the fight and find a KO there on Callum. Mask gets one, Energy gets one. Ballast trying to trade back, but I don't think it'll be for long as the point is taken with a ton of time.
Yeah, Eternity on the clock, 5 minutes and counting. Energy still rocking the holiday skins. I don't know, if someone sells your Christmas tree up, man, you are a certified psychopath. I mean, it is well past the holidays, but you can cue that happy holidays no matter what time of year.
Hey, babe, make sure you take down the Christmas. Oh my God, I thought I was muted. Cozy. Anyway, back
Rip
to
it down, rip it down.
As we are starting up the point 2. Again, a ton of time on the clock here. It's all about, can Racecar keep this going? Ult advantage in their favor too. Taro does have ultimate, Crisis, and M2K, so there is some strategist answers, but can they press through them?
Yeah, man, with Energy. Okay, they baited this Mantis ult, which is beautiful because now Energy's going to play a little bit more patient, right? And then try to pull the trigger, but lost both strategists, now the Vanguard. Now kind of forcing an awkward situation, but kind of has like a decent place he can hang out at. You see the telly up there?
Yeah.
That's where he placed. That's where he's probably going to plan to go. If they push in here, this could actually be an insane legendary play.
I like that. That's a good call out there.
Oh, swap.
Okay. All right. Just saying it's not worth it. I mean, there was the answer from Magneto, which could have shut it down a bit, but I'm with you. I think it would have forced something out, maybe even both, if you can get away from the Meteor M in that moment. But yeah, the presence is definitely being known here. Out goes the whale. That one lands. Out goes Bond, I think, as an answer. And that Bond has been massive. It now canceled 2 ultimates, and that is why you play Warlock.
Wow, absolutely impressed there. With the way they handle that, Gator is going to be close to the imprisonment. That's going to be the only thing that buys some space. We kind of saw the same thing just happen against Boyfriends when they had the good push as well. Not easy to get through this point too. Arm and dangerous indeed. And Gator finds himself a snap.
I like that. Sorry, it was just registering in my brain a little slow today as they keep the presence known. 3 minutes 25, but the point still hasn't turned this corner, so there's very much going to be a fight. Maybe 2 with Portal coming in here, but Racecar does have ult advantage. Pallet Man does have at least some sort of answer off the Jeff now, right onto that Loki. Has crystals for an answer, has copy for an answer, but the copy comes out first.
Absolutely here with the chaos being brought on from Lady Loki, and the invisible boundary will commence from Pallet Man. Undefeatable to follow is going to be answered from the Cooper-tastic side of the God of Mischief now. And Energy holiday costume doesn't matter. The hero, he's rocking it now as the Winter Soldier's looking for more. Iron getting some, but Cooper finding a quick, swift death as this Angela continues to feast.
Huge res coming in here from Mask too, as everybody's going to stay in this fight. And now it's the time to press Q. If Ballas does not land this, Gator is able to take that trade. Mask finds one out of Callum, and we have ourselves a matchup here, as it looks like this will be going to point 3. Can they push it all the way and take this to OT, our first OT of the day?
Holy Gator, man, from coach to player. Absolutely tremendous performance from the Groot side of things. Sees the game a little bit differently as a coach, right? You've seen it all kind of with all the VOD review and how teams like to approach. You know he's done his homework on all these teams.
Yeah, for sure. And it teaches you a lot about the banning phase, I think, too, which is a big advantage. And you can take that into comms leadership when you're playing. And Gator definitely has experience at the top level of other hero shooters as well. So can that translate here and potentially make a run up there? Energy going to own this off angle. Back on that Star-Lord off the Bucky. Ballas finding Gator early is going to change the tune a bit as they do have to drop back. And what do you know? Pallet Man back on that jet.
Yeah, wow. Gets out of there barely with his life to the name. Crisis going to get Mark out of here with a quick shotgun. That's one way to eliminate the blind there. M2K going to get Energy and full reset underway. 3 minutes, 20 seconds. They can very well match this time. Lock in on this next life.
Yeah. I do agree, and it looks like Iron will have ult available, Memories will have an answer, M2K can turn the Venn diagram up, but Taro, Crisis, Pallet Man, Balas, all going to have it in this fight, and that is going to be very difficult to progress through. Pick comes through there, one onto Energy. Great shots there by Taro to find that early pick, and now they're likely not going to commit a lot of Qs until he's back in the fight.
Yeah, let's see what Cooper Tastic decides to do with this. It's Jeff here. He can find himself, again, quick success with that pit to the right. Pallet, though, does find Mask yet again. Finding a lot of success on the Daredevil early, and there it is. Pallet Man's looking for more. Wants a lunch, finds some food, going to get himself the invis, and goodbye.
He didn't have jump available there as he saw the jump commitment go through when he first had that It's Jeff come in, and that's the knowledge of the game. You know at that point you don't have to jump off yourself because that jump is the only cooldown Invis has to stay in the map, and goodbye there. Energy able to find one onto Balas though, and that was quick as can be. Some great tracking there. Does have that Galactic Legend available. Happy holidays now, and Meteor M is forced out, trying to juke that. Could be shot at home, and it is Taro with a huge pick.
Flipped just a second too early for those iframes. Now Crisis just firing the guns, and there's nothing but you can do but hide. Cooper Tastic didn't get any value out of that ult as well, and it's up to Mark and Iron to see what they can try to find. He's finding success, buddy.
Yeah, this has been nutty now, but it looks like Race Car, they find 4 here, and that could be a good place for them to progress forward, use Memories as an answer, and there's no real way through that right now. This could guarantee them pushing this to OT at very similar times.
Yeah.
Roughly even here now, but there will be one more fight which could stall enough to maybe push them into 0.
Yeah, if they can try to get this within the next 20 seconds or so, they're going to be looking to be all the ready for the overtime that they need. Taro, they're going to find Cooper Tastic early. That's actually
huge.
A bigger pick than you think, especially given the ult charge there underway. Going to force the invisible boundary now. We'll see if they can just win in the neutral. That's kind of all that's available. Pallet's found so much success in the past. Does so again,
What?
and it is yet again going to be, wow, Memories.
What a read.
Just has Memories of the pick.
Yeah, that was a huge read. Saw the jump and just assumed where she was going to be. Nailed that. And again, no answer for the off map, so don't have to commit fully there. Right back to the fight. Actually healing from behind, and you're going to deal damage that way. Get that ult farming really quickly. As Palman's already 40% to ult.
All right, now Cooper trying to do the best he can with his Pallet impression, and no... Okay, well, with Memories getting the best of Pallet, finally getting a little bit of a last laugh, Invises are just absolutely getting eaten up this time around,
Yeah.
but it is going to be now at least the point cap from Race Car. 20 seconds on the clock, full minute and 2 behind, but you're saying there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, OT situation, and especially on a map like this, it's all about this first point hold. Both teams just push right through instantaneously. Can you slow them down enough to make sure you take this thing home, or will they start moving on that push mode?
I mean, dude, between the Sushi to, Jay and these shark plays we're seeing, Fish are on top early in the J3 community clash. Speaking of, let's get Jay back here on the line. Jay, are you with us?
Yes, hello?
Hi, Jay. You here? Glad you're here. What are you thinking so far of this play, especially given the elite play from Boyfriends?
I think these teams are pretty, what do you call it, well balanced and well, I mean, going on, I think you said it's our first overtime, correct?
Is it our first overtime?
I believe, well, at least that we've witnessed, I believe, yeah.
I think this is, yeah. I mean,
Yes.
both teams are going at it back and forth. I mean, that's what I like to see, and I'm pretty sure that's what like the viewers like to see as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, it's been pretty razor tight a lot of the games we've spectated today. Again, when someone's on asleep at the wheel. But either way, I do think it really comes down. Both of you guys, what is going to be the difference maker to see Race Car pull this thing out?
You know, I think the change in comp has been good. I think this is working for him right now. What about you, Joe?
Definitely. To be honest with you, I want to see what Cooper can do on the Jeff, seeing how Pallet over here is popping off on the Jeff. He knows where the Invis woman is at all times.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like that. You were like, Memories is having great memories down there in the pit.
Oh, yeah. Ones that he won't forget now, as we have 51 seconds. And again, we like to highlight the reason why it's such a big advantage having that extra time is just the ult economy. You get so much extra time to come online.
Yeah, you don't have to commit too early. I think that's the advantage. You can really ensure you have some sort of combination. You don't just have to press Q off cooldown if your team's in trouble. The first person to go down here might have to portal, and that's the tricky part of only having a minute as opposed to 2, where you can get one of these fights in and then try again and then have the portal, and that's just enough effort.
It sounds like he was mid-poop and surprised to be on stream. How did you catch him in the act? But hey, gotta point out, Race Car just found 3 just like that to bring the hype back on over to the match. Remember, he's going to bring Mask into this thing, man. And speaking of, Cooper-tastic, Jay wanted to see a big one. And wow, he's on the spawn point with the bubble on the TP.
That was massive timing, well aware of what could happen, and could not make it happen. His Pallet's now going to go for it. Does this one land? Looks like it doesn't. Neither of the Jeffs are feasting today. Cracking it back from Crisis. We've seen this in the past, but Crisis goes down to energy. Clutch moments here from Race Car, who want to push this forward, and everybody is going crazy right now. We see Iron find one, Mask get another, and Race Car should be able to take this point at this point, as it will be a stagger fest. And yes, it goes through as everybody's finding value, and Memories on the Rocket is clutching up too.
This is why this map, the time doesn't matter near as much, because guess what? They're about to match 2 minutes and 2 seconds. You're going to get an overtime be overtime no matter what, depending on how fast that point is taken, right? So moving forward, lock in, see how far you can push this. Race Car wants a 1-1, friends. Nothing else I would expect less here at the J3 Community Clash.
Loving it. Absolutely loving it. These games are battles now as we are moving forward towards the push section of the map, and Convoy begins. There goes some commitment with the Heaven's Retribution. Will they be able to combo off this? As yes, Valis finds one on a Mask, tries to turn the tides here, wants to make something happen, but the rest come through on a Mask. Crisis, though, gonna find Cooper-tastic down. A strategist is huge, not able to land that meteor, not able to land the meatball, if you will, as we do see more commitment. Valis is popping off here, looking like J3 now over here on the name. More Crisis is going in too, and that should do it, but they did push at least to the Convoy section.
Yeah, listen, not the worst push that you can make with a minute on the clock, right? I mean, definitely W towards what they were able to pull off.
Huge.
But we'll see what Boyfriends can do in response. You can play a little bit different, where Race Car has to go just full aggro and hope for the best. Boyfriends now can play a little bit safer, try to time out the way they want to use these ultimates. And we'll see what we got. Taking a look at the stats, what a beautiful the numbers we see in front of our eyes here. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's back and forth. Jeez, 20 and 21 from Crisis and Valis is obviously wild to look at, but you know, there's a testament to say, like, if a team is making it tight like this and they don't have as much final hits, that is a sign of coordination. It means you're getting more value out of those picks. You're getting the point moving. You're making plays off of the picks instead of having to do it multitudes of times in order to get the same value. So, I mean, shout out there to Race Car. And that could be a testament to comms, could be a testament to leadership. It's 1,000 options, but either way, it's not always as black and white as saying, oh, they had more limbs, they're just a better team.
Beautifully said. Yeah, there's way more than stats. And heck, I mean, Jay said yesterday, Cooper and the leadership was there for the team. Down, never out, as we continue to see. And Gator, again, so much experience on this team, right? I'm actually curious on how the comms are going, right? Because you have Gator, who you know is going to be shot calling and saying a lot, but then Cooper, as we know, is also very vocal. So going to be curious to see kind of how those comms work as we continue down this thing in the J3CC. And here we go, man. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Let's see if we get a 1-1.
Let the games begin. Can Boyfriends take this and make it a 2-0, or will Race Car have shown up and shut them down, making it a 1-1, moving us forward in the series ever more so? Crisis, obviously, still going to be making that Punisher show up in a very similar comp to what we saw them roll out on initially. But again, Race Car, that switch up has been working for them, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Very dive heavy, are running triple Vanguard, and it's been a nuisance to deal with.
What can Cowell's value get here? That was really the difference maker early, and man, one spear is getting it done. It's going to be Namor. Mask coming back out, but we'll see if they can continue the pressure on these Vanguards. Gator does find Namor, King of the Deep. Blessings of the Deep going to be popped already. Huge cooldown. They find the best of him. That's going to slow things down a little bit. Not only in the aggressive push, but the Whale ult now going to have him switch over to the Winter. Energy finds more in the first battle, first fight. Going to go to the defense.
Yeah, some clean play there. Energy finds 2, and we saw Gator there playing aggro on the Venom, just knowing that that HP bar was not moving. There's no stress, no need to use any cooldowns. Typically, you'll see Venoms like that use their F-dash in and then use their grapple out to always ensure they have an escape, and didn't even need to use any of those cooldowns in that fight. Energy here with ult available too.
And because that first fight was won, it's going to be overtime confirmed. Crisis going over to the Psylocke. And why do you think he wants the Psylocke pick here?
Yeah, I think it's just it's a delete button on the back line. It'll pressure through Invis. It can pressure through Rocket, excuse me. Oh my goodness. But it won't pressure through putting a couple knives into your dome as Energy finds that pick.
Dude, was shooting air and then just found a head. I mean, absolutely crazy. As now Pallet Man, yet again, not only finds one, but Iron to boot, which is a big pick there. from Mother. Now 18 seconds counting down. We got the Ballast with the ult into K to follow, but Coop Iron can match the same. Sia's up, trying to end the dreams of the 2-0. Energy finds one ship. This could be it.
Callum able to find Iron once more, and I don't think, yeah, Iron pressed Q there too, not able to make anything happen. Out goes the Venn diagram. Both boundaries are committed, but it's about these Qs. Crisis has it available, Ballast as well. Energy goes up into the sky to try to find this pick, and there goes Crisis with a two-piece though. Is that going to be enough? Now looking at the Bucky who's low, and it is a trade fest, but here is 2 on point. Energy gets 2 there, 2 on a Paladin M2K,
Wow.
and those are the strategists of the back line.
W Portal coming back in the clutch at the perfect time. Agamotto's out, eye opens, things close, but nothing comes of it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1-1 race car, putting it in to Boyfriends. And just like that, how we expected, we actually said. We said it would be 1-1 after this.
We saw it. They've adapted, they've learned, they've downloaded, and that was what was necessary. Very, very, very clean play once again. This team is looking dominant.
Absolutely. Looking at again, what we just said, the stats don't always tell the story. Cooper-tastic, getting your MVP. You saw a lot of that yesterday with Jay3. Are you surprised at all, Jay, with what you just saw the clutchness?
Not at all. I mean, I'm surprised Boyfriends had, I think, more time, right? And they still weren't. Yes, they weren't still able to make it happen.
So there's that switch to Storm, and the idea here is a damage boost Mosk out the door, so that there will be a just, like, the fastest ult you've ever seen from Moon Knight. We've seen ults happen in 25 seconds there from Moon Knight. Will this break the record?
Predictions very close here on which team is going to win. Love to see it myself. Yes, got to run with the damage boost up. And kind of a buff people forgot about is the Storm damage buff up that they gave teams. We haven't seen that back in Ignite. Yeah, they gave her that damage buff up, making it all that much more stronger. And Moon Knight got the 5% as well.
That is a very good call out. I think that's one of those answers into triple-triple, as there is going to be triple-triple run here from the side of Boyfriends, and you just see, look at this. Mask is all already. I don't even know what the time was. What was the time on that?
How?
It wasn't 27 seconds.
How?
I called that, dude.
That was milliseconds counting up. A millisecond clock. That's one of the best parts about Moon Knight. Look at it. Just go up. Before you can even calculate it, it's already going to be lapped around. The second hand of Khonshu. I've watched a lot of these games in the last 2 days, about 20 hours worth, and this is... I have not seen 2 Khonshus before the turnaround.
That was disgusting. That might be one of the record times that I've seen, at least. 27 seconds. Storm is going to help with that, obviously, like you talked about. That damage boost being boosted. And, you know, that's the idea of Storm, at least at this level of play. Not a lot of play besides pushing out the door. Ballast is able to find Moss, though.
Had another one ready to go. Memory's going to push in with the Eternal Bond. You knew that was going to happen. We've seen enough of this thing to give them that aggression. And there we go. That's trying to get back to the action. And the booyah comes from Callum. And the Wrath of the Goddess, the clouds open up. The category Hurricane shall be known as a 1-2. It's a Cat 2 ship. Make it 3.
Beautiful play there by Energy. Yeah, I mean, you know, the nice thing about removing Phoenix from the game, or if they're not allowed to run Phoenix, is that you can't stop that ultimate immediately. That is a huge counter for Jeff NATO and, you know, the NATO in general. We'll see what happens here as Ballast is able to find Cooper-tastic in the back line, and Boyfriends is trying to retake this point. It's all about fighting 3 times, and it looks like they got to the point where they needed to, and they're still holding on here with plenty of time, but looking very good. No, Mosk is able to find one with Energy and turn that right back.
Through the wombo combo, too. That is a tough thing to make it through. Either way, getting a little bit of a push now. 2 minutes on the clock left. Cooper-tastic going to be able to have ult to get hit a little bit early. Memories to follow, so they have what they need on that side. We'll see if they can get the picks in the neutral, though. Obviously missing that combo. They want that one back, but Energy just being terror in disguise at the moment.
Yeah, there's some answers here. Both of the invisible boundaries are available. No one really has an ult to press through it right now. It looks like Energy's going to be very close. Mosk is at 70, and Energy with some good timing just counts to 6. Wait for that ult to be gone, and then bang, here it comes. Coming in heavy now, but out goes that Sia. So just going to drop backwards. Forcing out that cooldown is enough for Energy here.
That's a good take, you know, for those that don't play Storm as much. If you just wait that Omega Hurricane out, most of the time you're going to, especially low elo, have these strategists that insta-ult, right? And you just let them do their dance, Luna. Go ahead. You're dead, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's just the way to... you know, I played a lot of Storm myself and got the Lord icon, had to flex it as much as possible.
Nice. Is it moving?
It is not moving. I am not that dedicated to the flyer, but here we go. We got ourselves now a hold that's looking mega strong.
Yeah, and here goes a lot of commitment as Taro is going to try to find one. Notice how he waited on that crystal just a little bit to buy time before needing to go diamond. Now Diamond is committed. Now you collapse. There's another pick. Pallet. It's going to bring Callum back into the fight. Numbers are dead even now. And speaking of dead, Energy's going to find 2. But here comes a huge res from Crisis.
Yeah, that's definitely what you're looking for. We see Adam all the time on this map, just too good to give your team another chance in this fight. Gator coming back with the eye. We'll see if he can close shut the chances on this first defensive hold of Boyfriends.
Yeah, and
Another Hurricane.
yeah, here comes another one. This is insane. And that's all Energy's trying to do is force out these ults consistently. Wait, was that? No, it wasn't. It's just going to be the invisible boundary and the Sia. Oh, my goodness.
So Mass finds himself 3. Hurricane helped certainly with that. Combine the 2, that's some of the most devastating ults in the game together. And the quick pop. I'm telling you, in coordinated play, I think Storm is just an incredible hero. Obviously, it's going to be comp dependent, but just so well done when you're able to get everybody together.
Yeah, especially if you remove some of that hit scan and poke, right? Like that's her biggest problem, especially because she's semi-slow in the sky, unlike Torch, who can really move. That's her real downside. So you got to try to play around that. And if you do, she's absolutely a strong pick. As we see some more picks come in here for Racecar. Get through point 1 with some time on the clock. 2 minutes and 23 to get through a very defensible point 2.
We talked about names that we don't know as well. I'm impressed with Mask. I think Mask has been playing a hell of a game. Talk about last game with the Daredevil. Now here with the Moon Knight as well. 80% up for the next hand of Khonshu. They've got memory, so look to go aggro here shortly.
Yes, absolutely. That is a good call there. Matt's definitely one of those names that has looked clean today. And also Palatman on that Jeff in the last matchup looking strong as we start off with our next fight. The point already pushing a little over halfway through point 2. Callum's going to be on that Angela now. The comp is going to be switched up to something more traditional here for Boyfriends. Instead of that triple-triple, now that the team has progressed through point 1.
And Energy, you usually see the Storm switch here, but if you're close to ult, might as well write it out, right? Omega Hurricane is that good, and they don't even need it. This is going to be a beautiful Hurricane coming up shortly because they got the whole elim with the neutral and a little bit of help there from Memories. Now, hey, come on down the ramp and find yourselves, 1,000-mile-per-hour wind.
Yeah, I think not a bad combination there with Iron, too, right? If you use that Sonic Seduction and you also have the Hurricane, you're doing AoE damage on AoE damage in a team that is forced to walk directly at you. So might have some success there if they want to commit, but don't even need to, like you said. As down goes one, Energy, Mask able to find another. The rest comes back into M2K, and Energy falls from Crisis, who's back on some hit scan now.
Phoenix actually one of the best counters to the Omega Hurricane, not only with the Phoenix that crashes down, gets rid of the overshields, but also just the 1-2 click in the head that Crisis does so well. That's why you ban the hero. Did get the point 2 though. Racecar definitely proud of that effort. 2 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And just like that, pushing them all the way back. They are, hey, no worries of anyone on the point, trying to see what they can find there in the back. They're just going to do a little bit of scouting. Who needs the Daredevil when you got the tree up high?
That is true, and that's the play. Honestly, Groot finds a lot of success kind of playing like a duelist. If you can off-angle a big ult and have your team collapse, like that ult is massive. It's one of those Vanguard ultimates that are game-changing. It gives you a lot of presence as a Vanguard, which not every Vanguard can say. A lot of them are setup ultimates. Like Magneto has that kind of presence, and same with Groot, which really puts them up in the meta right now. And ooh, that's a nice pick there from Balas onto Mask to try to keep Boyfriends up, holding tight here on the point. And there is some more commitment as Energy's looking towards Crisis, who was very low there. Good shots as Balas finds Iron.
Yeah, really well done job there. The Emma is going to fall. That's going to slow down what they're trying to do here. Cooper-tastic look for him to use this aggressively as well. They've got the Gator ult to follow. They have a good amount of stuff to handle Energy in the Hella ult, so we'll see if they just use that to bait out potentially a Magneto ult if needed here. Now as Cal's going to go ahead and push in. There's the shift pushing through the Yancey Street. And there it is. Mask going crazy with the slice the dice. But Ballas is just that answer every time.
Yeah, that was a good play there. Huge whale through the mix as everybody's pressing you. Cooper-tastic, Iron, and Mask are all committing ultimates. Crisis in the sky now with the end song. Energy finds one, Mask finds one, Ballas finds one. Cooper-tastic and Mask again, and now Racecar is pushing this thing in. Can they push this the whole way with 45 seconds on?
And we talked about this yesterday. You get yourself the cap here. If you get all 3 points, this is a very tough match for the offense. Plenty of the time now, and looking at it, Taro does have the Meteor in to answer. Energy still has the Goddess of Death. Matt's looking for his target. Also looking through those walls. Certainly telling Energy what he sees. And look at Ballas just coloring
clean.
the Olympian.
Yeah, that was clean. 1, 2, 3, just like that. Maybe a potential portal retake together if they can get the cancel here, which is the idea was to try to burn Strange in that moment. Not able to do just that. And 13 now as we see the change. Memories is trying to make a portal play happen No ults available for the side of Race Car. Odds are not in their favor right now as the touch goes in. Good touch to retake right there.
Yeah, let's see if Cooper can get this ult somehow, some way. 63%, keep your eyes on that ult charge. 74%, he's getting close. Got to keep the team alive, though, in it as well. And somehow, some way, they're surviving. Crisis gets a pick. Cooper at 99, 100, 2 down, 1 res up. And it is going to be Cooper that falls. And that is devastating with the boundary, but Gator now to follow.
Yeah, I'll say right now, this is really clean. I love the perspective right here. Well done to Prod. I mean, this has been disgusting thing play. Huge Yancey Street onto the back line, not allowing them to get through that portal segment, and just haymaker after haymaker getting value. Really, really smart and strong play here by Callum, who I am assuming is calling out every single one of these purples as well.
How are they sustaining this long? Mask is just being a pesky devil as he now allowed Cooper to get back, does take the entire Phoenix to the face, and at this point, Energy forced to go to Peter Parker to save the day. Does not happen. We find ourselves 2.5 in for the first attack of Race Car. Certainly a good push that they can be proud of.
Yeah, now we go back to the conversation of can they hold that triple comp just a little bit better? Do they have what it takes? Because that is where you find yourself saving a ton of time and then trying to get the win on point 2. That is pretty much how all these top-level teams have shaken out on this map today. There hasn't been any point 1 for, at least from what I remember, holds, at least not to start off the fight. So we'll see if they're able to push this that far.
Ballas in the 11 final hits. Namor putting the work in, as again we saw from Jay3 yesterday. Shout out to the king. Mask gonna have 14 of his own, 10 to Energy. It's looking good, man.
Yeah, pretty even across the board. Once more, these teams are very well matched, and that's what we're looking for right now. But again, this is the elimination stage. The pause comes through, but not for long as I thought I saw the retake. No, it is going to be a quick pause here as we see what happens.
And last time it was the batteries running out on TTK. Pallet Man's going to be the one that initiated it. So this time we'll see what is it going to be. And you know what? We just realized the viewers, they need to take a breath because this is some high-paced action. We're actually going to be bringing in our special guest of today. You know him, you love him. Mr. Jay3, hello.
Hello.
The gremlin entrance.
Gremlin entrance, damn.
No, just the way you came in. Head in.
Jay's actually standing right now. Jay, what do you think right now of this kind of bounce back from Race Car coming back? And it's Jay's real height, actually. Look at production.
That's crazy.
I didn't even do anything. Why am I getting
catching strays?
Catching strays, yeah, man. I think both teams are battling out pretty. I'm very glad that both teams are, very, very close and skill-wise. I kind of want to. We don't have it today, and I'm kind of sad about it. You guys did mention it earlier, but I think tomorrow we will have the voice comms of the teams.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, wasn't set up 100% yet today, but tomorrow, especially for the finals, and I'm guessing the creator show match as well, we'll have voice comms.
You know, it's such a cool thing. Now, we don't always get it on the official broadcast because sometimes there can be what some would call colorful language involved at a heavy degree. But I think it's really cool to hear the madness behind the scenes. It tells so much of a story. As a former player, I know you just love hearing it too.
Exactly. I think it shows the emotion of the teams, and I feel like maybe even the vibes of the teams. So it's going to be very interesting to hear them tomorrow.
Can I ask this? When a casual hears the comms and it just sounds like Namor, point, fin. How are you making sense of this as a player?
Ooh, especially as a DPS player myself, I like to stay quiet and I like to hear what, like yesterday, Cooper talk, and I like to just basically listen. They tell me, hey, if they're saying something low, I focus that target, and it makes everything pretty simple. A lot of people do say the same character, but that's to get each other on the same point.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think we find often that the duelist is typically, unless they're like the team captain, right, typically the quieter one.
Yeah, because they're locked in. What I want from duelists all the time, right, is I want them so focused on their job of just dealing damage and getting KOs, finding those finals nonstop. Your strategists are the ones who are strategizing. The name is not there for no reason. You know what I mean? It's the idea is you're setting up these plays. You've got your eyes on everybody because you're typically in the back line, always looking forward, and you can decide what goes on from there. And I think some of the best comm leaders, we've seen across all of the pro scene are all driven from strategists.
Yeah, and a lot of times when we talk to pros, they highlight those that are really good at comms. Like it's something that is like a skill that is rated and some much better than others. I mean, I've seen it in the chat. Armory, just a terrific ult. When you have an ult tracker, it's like a cheat code.
Sure.
You're able to have someone that knows when everything is happening. It's so much harder than you think. Gotta have a mental clock. If you're a low elo player, that's something that you can start doing.
Sure.
That's going to significantly help your team. Don't be afraid to come out there. Huge, helpful in your play and organized play, as we see now Race Car on the defense.
That is definitely true.
And we begin now. Energy is going to be on that Magneto. Balas, what do you know? It's like rinse and repeat, but the opposite side finds one there on Cooper Tasic. The res comes through, though numbers are still even. Will he beat that 27 seconds for Ultimate? We haven't seen it just yet, but 70% might make that happen. We'll find out shortly.
Absolutely here as we take a look on the defense approach. Crisis going to get the pick there early. Energy to match, so it's Energy v Crisis.
Yeah, and this is going to be some good placement here as Crisis finds one. Callum able to find Mask now, and Boyfriends are up a number again on the attack and looking really good. The portal likely going to come in around here by the ambulance, and that's where they like to take that second fight so you can walk once more to make it a 3-fight situation on defense. And there is that portal right on cue.
Absolutely, portal opening up, and then, as always, on cue is the hand of Khonshu. Once again, throwing it down. Memory's gonna get now Cal out of this thing, and defensively trying to do the best they can to just stop this onslaught. Man, it's gonna be hard to match what we saw there from Mask and the previous Moon Knight play.
And we are starting again. Plenty of ults on the field and available, but who gets, oh, the setup. That's Adam POV right there. That cracks me up. As you see him hiding, ready for this play to go through. Energy finds one on Taro, and that's going to be Race Car up a number, but that res is available for Mask, who's just still kind of waiting. Not sure if they want to commit just yet.
Yeah, I gotta back out, wait for the ammo here. And this is, I mean, this is what you see, and this is another just simple thing. If you're a man down, you just put yourself at such a disadvantage on the 5v6.
Sure.
Just reset.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's something that needs to be done if you're an Atom player. This is where a lot of Atoms, you know, kind of hold that ult for too long. You kind of just need to fight for the Atom ult. You need to know what's happening and try to get them to use as many ults as possible using yours to get value. You want to trade 2 for 1, as we see now Crisis commit ultimate, Pallet commit ultimate in that fight, and now the res comes through. So again, there's that 2 for 1 that we're talking about as everybody comes back in this fight.
The jaws of fate, there's just not a scary line in the game. You know, if you are caught in that storm, goodbye. It's rated sideways now as Race Car on the defense continues to hold up. Minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, Solbon also committed here. Gator stuck on that Strange after Portal. Strange definitely getting moving up in the meta a little bit with those recent movement changes. Looking forward to seeing what happens in 6-5 with the team up, but we will see that later on. Race Car does have Memories ult available. Bala's going to be very close as well. There's Callum now, and they combo that together, and out goes the Sia, but not going to be able to pressure through that at the moment. Psych, I might have lied, is very low. Goes Cooper Tasic, who drops back towards the team.
Wow. That Sia keeps the team in it, just enough overhealth to keep people like Cooper Tasic alive. 83% if Cooper can live through this and has the boundary, that could be what they need to have a 0.1 hold and make this 2-1 a potential, not a full reverse sweep, but down 1-0, up 2-1. There it is again. Adam, Rez, Mask on, but swallowed by Pallet Man, who's just been a demon.
That could be massive. Going to take 2 far away from the fight. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and it's going to force him into an awkward spot. Now the point's just moving, so well played there. Good idea from Pallet to try to find value again with the Jeff as we see Taro taking out Iron, make that energy as well. And here for Race Car. Boyfriends are now stepping up, and they do get 0.1.
Yeah, wow, that was looking like they had a shot for the 0.1 hole, but unfortunately not. The only, I guess, out of that was Crisis using the ult there, but I guess it doesn't matter because they got the 2, they got the cleanup, and they move on. Now, Crisis is probably going to swap here because we did see last time Energy had that ult, so yeah, we are seeing him head back to spawn, switch up, and get ready for this next point.
Yeah, good call out there. We're going to see what the switch will be, and it is going to be that Phoenix, which, you know, if I had to take a shot in the dark, probably would have nailed that one, but especially as you get into this very low ceiling here.
No Fantastic there? Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? We did see it today. But,
I told you the story where I asked the voice lines. I'm with all the voice actors. I'm like, what's your favorite line? I get to him, and it's just like, what else does he say? You know?
Yeah.
Fantastic. There it is once again, though. The clobbering time slams down.
Ooh.
And wow, you would see all those ults, and you would think it'd just be one team, but no, it's going to be Race Car getting the best of that fight.
Pallet still able to find Mask, who gets rezzed right back with the BRB. That's a pretty decent cooldown there, so getting that out of the way is not a bad play. Pallet getting absolutely sniped from downtown. Chris Kyle style goes down quickly with ult available.
Alrighty now, going in. Matt's going to get that pick now on Taro, who has been playing absolutely out of their mind. Taro getting some clutch picks, actually allowed them to get to that point 1 we just saw. Crisis now rotating over, trying to find a cheeky pick, a play to give their team a shot here. Minute 18 is not a lot.
And I believe I just saw Taro think about switching off the Magneto, had ultimate available, and now
Yep.
back to 50. So unfortunate, not able to click back to Magneto in time for the spawn and loses 50% ult charge from that.
Brutal.
That's that small stuff that you catch that you're like, oh, you know, that'll bite you a bit. In 3 allies, they're able to find 1 onto Mask, heading backwards now. And
That's a tough one to get there because Daredevil could kill him.
Yeah.
This is like one of the worst people to take alone by yourself towards your spawn. Run, shark, run.
run!
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
yeah. As we see the Sia get popped to match the invisible boundary. Mask, Cooper Tastic, and Iron available as the Sia is now gone. Here goes the Let the Devil Out. Crisis able to find energy. M2K takes out Cooper Tastic. Gator finds one. Mask gets another. Cooper Tastic back in the fight from the res. Iron onto Taro, and man, these fights are just simply not one-sided ever. But as I say that, race car sweeps.
This is what I'm just so impressed with. Yeah, no, great.
Timing is insane.
Cast curse. But man, Mask really has been impressing me on the Daredevil play today, and it's why we saw so many people continue to ban him. 10 seconds left, though, and they have a mountain to climb. 2 fights minimum, potentially 3 with a portal. Not going to be easy.
That was a really big brain gator wall there to stop the Callum was trying to get on the point quickly as OT almost gets through, so he walls in front.
Oh my
This could be a huge whale.
Wow.
Everybody goes down there, and this could spell victory here on the defense for Race Car, who pushed this thing just significantly farther. OT ticking down. Not sure they can get there. They cannot. That's a W, Race Car.
Ka-chow. Race Car, Lightning McQueen, 2-1 is our match score as well. Boyfriend's looking so dominant, but we saw this time and time again. It starts in the pick ban phase. All about the numbers here, and that's what I've seen as the biggest difference. The comp set and the confidence and the swagger. You can't count out pros like Energy and Cooper.
Yeah, this has just been a heater. This has been a fun one to watch. Very back and forth here. The feed, these final hits across the board looking consistent, but of course, Mask with 22 there. Energy able to find 19 as well, and 56k healing from Cooper Tastic, which we all know is a very, very strong backline.
That's
What'd you think?
100% a bronze career stats healing right there.
Of course.
56k, that's a whole career that they put out. 56k, one match. Absolute demon. And I've highlighted it earlier. I know Energy and Cooper, I'm glad they're doing well, but Mask has impressed me today with the work they put through. Pretty even play through the Vanguards, through and through. I think Taro and Colin have played great.
Yeah.
Ballas as well. It's actually even. It's so even on this matchup. But just that coordinated play, as we continue to see time and time again, the stats might be there. The W is the one that matters. We find ourselves now going into match number 4, which could now send boyfriends being dumped. I'm telling you, it looks like a little Nintendo Deku Zelda thing going on there.
Oh, I'm trying to think of like those little things from Sonic way back in the day that used to take care of. I don't even remember.
Oh, the chows, man.
Somebody in chat gets me.
Yeah, I used to feed them the animals to get them strong. I'd be like shoving gorillas down their throats, dude. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Shout out to all you Sonic fans. Anyone else, we sound insane.
Oh, and we're sounding very old, too, which is classic. But, well, I wouldn't have it any other way. We start off our first fight here. Pallet Man and that off angle, playing a mean Jet today. Does have that damage boost as well. Damage boost spray. Cooper Tastic able to find Callum early on, and Callum not going to be on that Angie. Is going to be running Cap. Seems to like it more on this map.
Absolutely, I do. If you're just now coming in, Pallet Man has been an absolute, really highlighting Satan's greatest soldier of Jeff being the demon that he is. It's been just a pleasure to watch as Crisis does get both hit scans banned out, but going to find the best of Energy early on. Energy got to stay on the Star-Lord, and that early point cap going to Race Car is huge.
Yeah, and we are going to be seeing the Iron Fist. Great. We talk about stalling on domination. It's one of those heroes that just does not go down. Pallet able to find one on Iron, who gets rezzed right back into the fight. And sometimes the value of the res is not only putting them back in the fight, but making the enemy team think they have the advantage and make a mistake when everybody is still there in the fight. M2K is able to find Gator, though, and that puts Boyfriends up a number here and alt advantage, and they've got to act quickly as Cooper-tastic now is forced out into that boundary. The combo goes through. Balas finds one. M2K and Callum are going to get two more.
I mean, using a lot to get this point. Yeah, you had Cooper-tastic get the ult out, but that sustain was great. 41% and climbing. Boyfriends is kind of empty here outside of the Jeff ult, so we'll see what they do to match this. Gator, you got Iron, Mask. That was a big W for Race Car, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As they're 41% on 14 now, climbing for Boyfriends. But again, retaking the point on at 41% is still a win. If you lose point, you want to try to at least get to that 70 number if you can.
Keep in mind, bans are swapped right now, as it is going to be the Hella and Phoenix. Actually, I think they just have to be updated altogether as we take a look at what each team has available options for them. Cooper-tastic is going to get Taro out. That's a big opening now, and
wow.
Here comes the Cheaper Town Hall. Look out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just terrifying to look at. I just watch that happen, and I just think of all the pain and suffering I've endured from Iron Fist. This character does not go down, and he just is in the front line consistently and just is so annoying. So shout out to Mask, who is just making that happen and devastating the front line.
And that's why it's such a big W for them to get the point early on, not use much, have the Cooper-tastic ult, and look at they're already back around for the next fight, gonna have energy and the invisible boundary to answer. Colm will have the clobbering time. He can get big value here. They're gonna go in with Crisis early. Here comes the Insog in front of crashing down. Bam! Finds the target. No connection.
Get rid of a couple of those squids, though, at least, but energy does fall there from Balas, who has another squid at the ready. Up in the front line once more, still duking it out. Mask very low is going to get picked off there from M2K. One of those cooldowns that will shut down Fist while he's escaping. And there's a lot of commitment. Another whale combo comes through as Balas finds one. Crisis, Callum, and Balas again. And we talked about that combo getting a ton of, having a ton of success, and it is clearly working. But once again, 84% here for Race Car. This could be a one-fight turnaround for them.
Balas means huge whale in Spanish.
It does.
It does.
I thought it was bullets.
Both, actually. It depends on what part you're looking at.
Okay.
Yes. The more you know, chat, the more you know. He's been playing a great Namor at that, though.
True.
He throws Triton after Triton, trying to find this pesky Venom. Gator's been a great job on the symbiote, so much so they did ban him last time. Left it open this time around now. A little bit of bowling at play. 64, 65, and climbing to that 84. And just like that, find two. Energy is going to get Crisis out of here, but they are absolutely doing a great job holding down the fort.
Yeah, some ults available here. It's all about early value now. This is turning into a one fight on either side until the Staggerfest begins with the portal. See who gets more value now. Out goes the Sonic Seduction, and bang, energy falls early. Balas is just looking so good. And we will see if he can maintain that kind of presence. Namor just been a huge impact in this tournament. Pallet is going to be able to find a two-piece there and does have to commit. And there's that huge whale you're talking about, and that's another pick on the memories. Cooper-tastic trades that right back, though.
Yeah, what a turnaround here from Boyfriends. They won that first domination early, looked all the part, 99%, trying to body block, gonna make their way in. Energy with the pump, and the finish. Down goes Colm, and the thing to boot. And wow, what an absolute aggressiveness. Making it look like they owned the point, pushing them back.
I am pretty sure Thing was trying to dash back to a teammate there and just got caught through the portal. That is so unlucky, but really got value out of it. Here comes the portal right back, and we'll see who wins this. This is for all the marbles here on map 1. And Boyfriends retake this. Everybody's res now. Ult advantage, roughly even, but the strategist ultimate from Crisis is a good answer. Clobbering time gets launched here from Callum. Ayabagamoto is huge. Can they collapse on it onto the backline? No, as there is going to be the resurgence from Crisis to keep everyone healthy, and bang, there's one pick from Balas. Terrell finds one, make it two, and there's the res onto energy. But everybody is trading, and Crisis now is able to find one onto Iron.
Full commitments from both sides. Have Iron Fist and more out to play now. It's going to be Members with the ult. The cap is there. The telly is not. The desperation fully charged. Race Car going to lose now map point. No, Gator says hello. Quickly touches. Going to get the amplifier on. Sia is going to give them hope. Going to give them life. The spear comes up. Invisible boundary out by the opposition. Boyfriend staying alive in this thing. Cooper close. 83 climbing. Out goes the Venom. Someone stay on this thing now as Cooper-tastic is unable to finish up the ult charge. He's going to find the spawn room.
Well done from Boyfriends there to maintain their composure. Still commit a couple ults if they needed to after the fact. And Race Car did a good job trying to maintain presence on point, but did not work out for them there. Well done from the side of Boyfriends.
Wow. You won a 2-2. It's looking like it. I mean, hey, that's why we thought they were going to come back to domination, how well they played the first time. I mean, Race Car didn't even have a breath of life on the last time they played domination. And just good turnaround, right? I would say Race Car was looking really favored in the early openings of Krakoa, and Ballas just, man, he went crazy.
Yeah, 10
lives,
finals.
yeah, definitely holding down.
15k damage too, but you look at the damage in the opposition, you see Gator with 10, 10 from Iron, 11 from Energy, 11 from Mask. I mean, both teams duking it out for sure, but yeah, I'm with you. Boyfriends just looked locked in on that map, and they come out on top in terms of alt charge. There is going to be a few ready for point one here. Cooper-tastic should have that, but Palad's been consistently getting huge Jeff ults.
Yeah, Gator going to switch on over to Group rather than the Venom here to try to change things up. But yeah, Tero's been impressive, even impressive. I'm bad. Can't talk. That's what 10 hours of casting does yesterday combined with today. Pallet Man, though, always a joy to see what he's going to open up with. We'll see what they bring to the table. And Cooper died with that ult ever so close to sustain that point. We're going to have to bring it over here to map number 2.
Let it begin once more. There's a lot of pressure there. Ooh, wow, what an iframe there to dodge that in that moment as Energy escapes from the side of Tero. There is the It's Jeff now. Very low. Does get picked off from Cooper-tastic. And the clobbering time. Everybody now pressing Q as the alts are unfolding. Race Car should have Gator available with Mask again. Iron also. There's a lot of answers and a lot of combos here for their side. But Cal is able to find Gator here with a mean, honestly, very, very, very strong ping plate.
Yeah, having to turn around here. And obviously, Boyfriends is playing the triple support, right? So will Race Car have to match that? That's kind of what we're looking towards at the moment. But they're staying in this thing plenty fine. Energy's going to find Ballas. That's going to be a big matchup to watch here as we continue through map number 2. Energy finds another one. Last time he put the clutch gene on maximum. Seeing it yet again.
Yeah, there's another pick there on a pallet, and they do have ult advantage now. It's going to be a bit of a trade, but 37% on here for Boyfriends and counting. Great lock in there. That was disgusting, but is still going to pay for it. Tero tried to hold on Gator. Does make one pick come through. The clobbering time onto Energy, who's still holding firm due to the backline. Some good position. They're able to avoid that and trying to find pressure onto Thing, but there goes that invisible boundary. Notice the timing. Really using that health as a resource to not have to force that ult out too early.
All right, now Boyfriends seeing if they can continue to hold on this thing. There's the team up at play and the anti-heal with it. And 2K going to find the best of Energy. And at this point, wow, sneaky little cap there, getting that done. Who do you think is going to take this point, man?
Oh, this is tricky because right now the advantage is on the side of Race Car for this next fight, but Boyfriend 63%. I mean, if they are able to come back after this fight early on and turn it back in their favor, they will have ult advantage. But, you know, if Tero hits a big ult here, Strangling Prison and Pallet combos up, or Ballas, depending on what they decide, those are massive plays. It's all about this next Strangling Prison from either team.
Yeah, just good shout out, man. Bass now trying to get the best of what he can with Namor, gets a team out to play. My gosh, now as Gator finds Cal, gonna hold on strong here. And Boyfriends has everything they need, just trying to match this up. Masco's gonna get Crisis. Here comes the Jet Bolt. Can he get that value? Finds another one. Blessings of the team, gonna keep him safe from one of his fellow sea creatures now as Energy backs up. Throws the Thorns, 1-2, you're dead. Oh, but he still got the Groot off.
Yeah, that's huge. That was smart play. Saw that it was in danger, and just from absolute downtown, half-court shot, spin him off the map. And again, Gator had ultimate, smart play, but it seems like everybody's a little hesitant to press the Q button right now. It's 53%, and now it goes from it being an advantage for Race Car. They just kind of managed to maintain that presence the whole time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Boyfriends does not have access to Hela or Phoenix, right? I'm pretty sure Crisis doesn't have Hela. I thought I saw that in the ban phase. Maybe I'm wrong. Right now, he's been doing pretty well on the Mantis. We'll see if that does adjust at any point in time. Whale comes down, slams down. Ballas gonna get not a connection from it. Tero will find Iron. Portal coming out early from Energy. 74%, might as well keep the sustain up to 99.
Yeah, and that's the idea here. Early portal, and now they have commitment from Memories, and they're just going to maintain this presence on the point. But yeah, everybody's been kind of afraid to press the Q button, and it's tricky, especially from Tero's side. When you do have that heal wall, you can get that all back very quickly, so you got to be a little more aggro, but they are making it happen now, and there is a huge whale once more. And this time, it's going to be match right back from Ballas, who's going to trade that fight. It's now 95% for Race Car. Huge eye of Agamotto does find a few, but that Invis shield is going to stall just a little bit longer. Energy in a dangerous spot is trying to drop back. Great wall there to get that pick.
Holy multiverse, man. Namor on Namor, and there's the Gators double at the same time. The Q was pressed down to the second. Unfortunately, for those that are going for Team Race Car, it's going to be Tero coming up on top there. And interesting Groodle, right? Because given the time, you would have liked to see if they could get the whole team back for one last fight to win that.
I think the tricky thing when you both have Strangling Prison available, a lot of the time it's who gets it off first. It's Because if you're able to land that on the Groot or whoever is around, the other Groots kind of just does it in a panic, more so to say like, oh, I needed to do this as well. And usually it's not as coordinated, it's not as easy to land, and it's not as planned out. And yeah, I mean, again, we just saw it right there. Got the pick early, forced out the Q. That's double whammy. 98% here for Boyfriends. Race Car's right there at 99. Now we're evened out. Who gets this final play? Alts are in the favor of Boyfriends to clutch up here and take this map. Will they be able to do that?
Oh my gosh, he's going to find, wow. Huge phase, and then you have the energy in there as well with the throw of the moon down. Whale is gonna connect, gonna find energy in the process. Namor finds another. Ballas has been the difference maker for this team to give them a shot, to give them a chance. Put this thing at 2-2. Groot wants a piece of the action. They find it, and there you go, folks. Boyfriends is not getting dumped today. It's 2-2. What else could you ask for?
Yeah, these teams are so matched, man. Even running similar comps at a point now, it's, I don't know. It is anybody's matchup here. It is really anyone's game.
It's insane. I mean, absolutely insane. Bend, don't break mentality. We saw the same result earlier in the upper bracket. Whenever we saw them go against Team Flats, when we saw the Pandas, they brought it back to domination to win another one, then somehow got up to 3-2. But Race Car, gotta get the best of that one here as we take a look at the final stats. Yeah, I told you. See, Phoenix and Hello were banned.
Yeah.
I had a feeling because I thought Crisis would have played Hello there. Unable. Alrighty, folks. 10 seconds left for these gates to open. One of these teams will be advancing. One, we will be saying goodbye. Adios. As now we look at Wakanda. And defense up first is going to be Race Car.
But the games begin here, folks, as the attack is starting up and just starting to move right down main, it looks like so far. One taking the off angle, as is tradition, to try to pull eyes away. And there is that movement now to try to track and stop that from happening.
Absolutely. Now, as we take a look, just an absolute glaring skin in the high C Venom, as I like to call it now, and trying to get the best value from it. We've seen good play time and time again. Gator struggled a little bit there in Krakoa. I think on the Venom play just didn't really match up the way they wanted to, and then went up to the Groot the second time around. But going to try to get some value now as they do get a little bit of momentum rolling.
Yeah, I think, you know what, shout out to those who have Cyan Venom. Not to toot my own horn, got it, whatever, not a big deal, but that skin is one of the most unique in the game, similar to that Wanda.
Not to toot my own horn, but
got it,
beep,
not
beep.
a big deal.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Quick flex, subtle flex, but yeah, as the games begin, the defense going to find a two-piece now, driving back to the spawn door a little bit and play right down the long lines of sight, making another pick. It's 3 fall, and that's going to be a full team reset.
And an absolute just dominant performance. If you guys could see, right now our screen actually looks like it's from Minecraft. I'm actually going to give the shout out. A little pixelated. It is coming back into picture, but we can tell at the very least that Race Car is doing a great job on the defensive side. Looks like the Namor is going to have the ult as well. We'll see if Energy is able to pull that off and get some Feast of the Abyss, which Gator's been huge on so far. This is always where I'm at as the Namor too. You have to be on the high ground.
That's what I was talking about. The top side, left side angle. You just sit there all game long, put squids right above you, and you just commit fully on the back line. Every time they're not looking at you, they have to have someone sent up there. Alt's advantage, obviously, is going to be on the defense here with virtually every alt in the game available. Will the combo come through? We'll find out.
All right, got the spin of the Triton. Trying to do more now with the Disappear being forced there from Boyfriends. Amplifiers to do the same. And here we go. Teams commence. 1-2. There's the trade. And the Groot ult to follow. Cracking it, puck up, down. Every Q is pressed. And bam! What a connection with the 1-2 from Boyfriends. Finding success. Going to send 3-4 to the spawn. And looks like the point cap going to be all but theirs.
Yeah, that was clean. That is the aggressive attack. You just need to do it one time, press through the rest, make it happen, and we do see the convoy begin. Everything's going to start pushing now. And you know what? Typically in the past, we have seen these teams clutch up and hold point one, but it's not happening today. Every team pushing through that first point, taking it to at least phase 2, but a lot of 3 today.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Okay, and here we go again. We see the offensive side of Boyfriends. We see an ult available to clobbering time. Not much else as an answer. Nobody else going to have an ult in this fight, and that could be huge, but is not being launched just yet as the pick comes through from Energy.
Absolutely now, and as we see the Winter Soldier doing what he does best, just that constant pressure. Crisis showing just their flexibility on the hero, pushing forward now with the team.
Here we go, as still holding on to that clobbering time. Got to use it relatively soon before everybody else. And yeah, there's that launch now. Can they follow up and get a few? Yes, they do. Down goes one. Can they clean this up and find another? But no, not quite yet as the res comes through to even the numbers. Once more, 6-6. As Boyfriend still keeping the presence. It could be a huge strangling prison here. We'll find out shortly. If that comes through, the Venom with the Feast of the Abyss is going to engage the fight, but won't be able to stall for long. Right back to the back line he goes.
All right, cracking impact up. Down, slam, jam goes the connection, and he's going to find at least one through that. You can't see anything, bro.
Oh, and yeah, it is going to be, the momentum is very much on the side of Boyfriends now, who are still holding this space, owning the front line, and making early game picks happen in the neutral.
Already now, voltage out. Going to get rid of that C as quick as possible now. What an absolute electric. There's meters to go now for this cap, for the finish. Phoenix just absolutely hunting for more. It's exactly why I want that hero open, and beautiful play here time and time again.
Heading towards point 3, still maintaining this presence and pressure. Just kind of owning it. Not gonna lie, can't see the time on the clock here, but but still owning the space, and that's all that matters as the card is still scooching here between 1 and 2 very quickly. Time on the clock as they own the front line, trying to find another pick before they have to start launching these Qs. And we will see, again, ult advantage in the favor of the attack here.
Already now. Just carrying that momentum we've seen them do time and time again. The thing ult's going to come out. It's going to find 2 there. Going to get the response with the Groot as well. Going to spawn the in-song Inferno. 1 connect, going to get the finish. 2 now goes down, and be able to push through this defense a bit better.
Out goes the strangling prison combination with the Moon Knight. The Moon's gonna rain down and find 1, make that 2 as the res comes in. 3, 4, 5 gonna fall now, and they're finding their footing, and that is what Race Car needed here to try to find the pushback, stop this thing to ensure they have a chance at taking this thing home.
Yeah, time is ticking now, down with the 2-minute mark. Going to try to keep this thing alive. Defense got to lock in here if you Race Car, if you want to keep the dream alive as well. Now trying to look for more. I feel like we're Daredevil out here. Can't see anything, guys. We are spectating to fuzz.
But hey, it be like that sometimes. We get a quick reset here. Okay, we are starting. Now we got eyes back on as Crisis is owning this space, and now this is a great reset for us as we can completely see what's going on. 1 minute 26 seconds on here for Boyfriends on the offense, and they are keeping this space as they do have the Sia launched out. Strangling Prison could be massive here, and Pallet Man gonna combo that, but can they get the Kraken Impact Strangling Prison combo? Find out shortly, but no, Gator is gonna be the first to press Q with the Moon Knight combination from Energy. No one falls though, and that's a 2 for nothing.
If they can even hold it down right here, this would be a massive defensive effort now with a minute down, 60 seconds left as Galactus screams from the ether now. Cooper gonna find 1 with it, gonna be a big one at that. Crisis, but the Reds is gonna bring him back in a fold. Winter Soldier ready for more. Cooper Tastic has the invisible boundary. Can compare this with the Whale. Gonna slam down the In-Song Inferno to end this symphony of a defense so far. Slams it down, nothing in connection. Cooper Tastic coming up clutch.
In the space and owning it now, the double Venn diagram launch, but we do have the Whale available for the side of Race Cars on the defense. But then you see over there, Taro does have that strangling, and it's huge. Arlisa finds 3. Can they clean up 1? And the answer, Whale, is massive from Mask to find a 2-piece to say, not in my house. It's not over yet. Still trying to maintain this with 16 seconds as Iron finds another on the Taro.
Yeah, absolute great just flexibility between the team. Energy now going over to that Wolf. Got Namor as well. That's going to be pushing forward here. What a defensive effort as 3 minutes tick down to nothing. The portal is out and the overtime clock is up, but Mask is hunting.
Yeah, looking really, really strong. The amount of Namor value that we've seen today is obscene. Energy's going to find one here on the Wolverine mask again onto Taro. Now we're in OT territory. The portal gets launched here. Boyfriends are in danger.
Wow.
But again, decent push here all the way almost to point 3. This won the match last time for Mandas against, we saw Team Flat. So could this happen again, or will they be able to push through the whole point?
W fans of Rivals there, man. That's just great performance all around the board. Honestly, just huge flexibility in swap and play. Take a look at the stats here one more time to see kind of how we got to the story unfolding in front of our eyes. Fantastic. With that ace, 14,000 damage, 23,000 healing. Good night.
He has
almost more
strong
than the entire enemy team as he charges.
Yeah, that's actually
What the
crazy.
hell?
That's crazy to look at, but yeah, that's a ton. And this, I'll tell you what, this has been the story we've seen before. Getting through point 1 with some good time is enough to keep the momentum going through phase 2. I think Streets phase 2 is very defensible, although we didn't see a huge defense there from Race Car on 2. I think that Boyfriends look really good pressing through that, but that's where you draw the line. If you were able to hold 2 for a significant amount of time, 3 is very hard to push towards the end.
The winner of this will be advancing to play Team Flats here. They've taken it down to the wire. What would you expect? Funny enough, this is exactly the ending that we got. It was 2-2, just barely on third point was the finish that sent Team Flats down the lower bracket, allowed for the run that they had, and got us the story right here, right now. Energy going to be locking the Goddess of Death. Going to be performing that duelist role for the team as they lock in the triple Vanguard on attack.
History just repeats itself, right? As we see Energy going to be taking that high side right angle, going to play slow, own the left now to see if they push through, but now going to try to see who's up here. But currently at the top side is going to be, Phoenix almost finds one. It's a battle back and forth, but Energy is going to get some heals and try to retake that fight. Nope, Psych, I lied, back towards main. Going to try to play with the team and grab that armor pack.
Now going to double jump up with the boosters and float down gingerly as he throws the thorns. Going to try to pick off that top defense, knowing exactly where they're going to be. Nice stun there. The crew's caught here. Going to be tough. Barely tries to escape. And how is Taro alive?
I have no idea, but does have the Strangling Prison available now, and that's the combination of having that heal from the Mantis. And that is going to find one onto Iron and force the pace of the side of Race Car back towards the spawn just a little bit to try to reset, unless the commitment comes through here from Gator, who is going to fall just a little bit later. The team needs it. Accidental rhyme there, but the team needs to drop back and reset a 6.
Beautiful. Spitting, and he doesn't even know it. Now Matt's going to go ahead and get the stagger as well, so they're going to have to do a full reset. And 2 minutes, 43 seconds. This is not an easy point to take, especially when you lose the ult commit fight. But we're about to see the first true meaningful fight happen. If they cannot make anything out of this, it's going to be spelling pretty danger for Race Car in desperation.
Agreed. A ton of ults coming through here for Race Car. This is their fight to lose. They need to make something happen. We'll see now as all the walls are set up here. Using as natural cover, going to burn that Ironwood wall quickly to make sure they are CCable now, at least from the side of Taro. But almost has ult again, and that's that value of Mantis. Your whole team just needs to take damage, go by the heal wall, and next thing you know, you can press Q.
Absolutely. Now looking at it, all the Qs about to be pressed. Kevin Feige is raging in jealousy, wishes he could write a script as beautiful as this. Gator finds one in the pallet, man. That's a big one. 2-for-1 special crisis. Evens the odd. Energy up.
Wow.
Down. Beautiful defense by Boyfriends, and this could be spelling the end.
Yeah,
Unable to come together.
And they didn't even need to overcommit. Crisis still has ultimate.
Yeah, fair enough.
Callum still has ultimate. M2K has an answer. It's like, yeah, what needs to happen realistically? Memories and Mask with a huge ultimate mid-invis, mid-crisis, shut down one of the strategist ults, get a few in the whale potentially,
Yep.
and then press forward. But that is going to be a difficult task in the coordination. Obviously, they have the ability to make it happen, but against a team of this caliber, it's going to be difficult.
The trees are near matched as well, so can one get one before the other? Taro now going to be on top out 20% and climbing. That could be absolutely the difference maker as well. Energy punching drywall here, angry at the fact that they're in this situation. They know who they are, how close they were to advancing. Will we see the reverse happen? Energy with the 1-2, the pop, hunting for that back strategist, finding nothing. Now with the Heaven Falls, Andra finding something with the Sia combined, nothing coming from it, Ship.
Yeah, Sia's out. Invisible Boundary's out as well. The Whale's there, and that one lands, but it doesn't manage to make anything happen. Nobody has gone down just yet. Crisis, one of the few left with Ultimate's going to commit now after the pick comes through here from Memories. Yeah, the res also from Callum, so not a ton of value just yet, but there goes at least that BRB. Another pick again, and it's matched as Energy trades that back, but the res comes through now for the side of Race Car. Numbers up in their favor. Can this happen as Energy's got the Goddess of Death available to try to shut some of this down, but does not want Angela to stop.
You can feel the tension, man, as this clock is ticking down to 19:18. Last chance on the line and coming in clutch. Cooper, Invis up. Angela about to be sent back to spawn, and with 8 seconds remaining, they're going, but the portal's out. This fight's not over!
I was worried about not launching the Goddess of Death there, but now Energy can use that to try to stall and just deal a ton of damage to them coming through Portal. Will that be committed, or is he waiting? Looks like he's waiting a little bit longer now. And there it is. Now, some of these cooldowns and shields are burned. Strange is going to be in a tough spot. Especially, able to burn that Sia quickly. That's huge. Just another pick. 2 come through here from Energy, who is still clutching up now. Bold strategists go down, and it's all about the long game. Stay on point, play slow, while everyone else falls. And Race Car says it's not over yet.
Energy showing the ice in the veins, saving that ult to your point, and finding success. They're going to have a beautiful point 2 push, and because of that, it is Crisis who has initiated the pause. Just too much action for one. Without taking a break.
You know what? You said Crisis computers crash sometimes. You might have just jinxed them, man, as that might have just happened from the mayhem that was that final fight. Again, great W patience, Energy on that ultimate. It clearly worked out. Strange took a lot of damage to that shield, tried to go up there and face check you with the shield, lost it after one swing, and then you went right towards the back line, find a 2-piece. Good commitment, way to hold on to that. Me personally would have panicked and pressed Q in the fight before and probably lost us the game. So I will say that was a very smart decision in a time that making those correct decisions is super important. OT like that.
I'll say thank God you weren't on the team, man. I mean,
you know what I mean? I get it. I get it, dude.
Thank God, guys. Listen, hey, time is now. Which one's going to go, guys? Chat, let's see it down below. I mean, it could not be any closer. I will say it's definitely an uphill battle for Race Car. I mean, with time going all the way down, it gives you just enough to where you almost have to play perfect. You can afford one loss, maybe, but they're going to have to now stack their ults back up, maybe afford that first loss and win on the second.
Yeah, agreed. This is a tough map, though, or phase 2, especially now that everybody's getting their mentals reset and they try to retake and. But this is a ranged focus segment. I mean, you can own the height on the right side. That, it's funny because early seasons, you'd break the structure on the top left here as you're attacking or the top right of that building, and you'd own that. But nobody's doing that anymore. I think it just kind of puts you in danger. And people are just aware of it now. But I'm curious as to why that is. Maybe it's just the fact that Angela's in the game now, and the presence of her being able to just duel you up there and win that every time is tricky. But either way, I've always been curious as to why that kind of fell off.
Now we're back. Gotcha. Just kidding. We're just going to get a little bit of a tease quickly now before we get some more situations figured out now, well into the night of the first day of the J3CC.
And welcome back again. Psych, we didn't go anywhere. We just wanted to show you the map real quick. But yeah, again, these teams so well matched. This has been incredibly fun to watch, bud. I know, these teams, again, this is for getting knocked out of the tournament. Their backs are against the wall, and nobody's given up. Jay, how about you jump
Jay,
in here, buddy?
Get in here, Jay. Where the hell? Get on over here.
Hello. I'm doing the production stuff over here.
Behind the scenes, our guy behind, it's the guy in the chair right there is Jay.
Jay, listen, hey, it is neck and neck, 2-2. Race Car just got the point. They're on point 2. Here we go. Who wins it? Call it now.
Call it now. You know what? Just because you guys are here and I consider you guys this, I'm going to go with boyfriends.
W.
You know what? W. We're all winners today now. We're all winners today from that statement. All right, guys. The time is now. There's only a couple minutes to get or done. The great Ricky Bobby would say for the Race Car team now. You got Rocket with the ult and Namor as well. So not only did he have the hella ult to keep them in it, but the ults to follow might be enough to keep them in it. Sia is on. Angela is down. Falling now with the Whale ready to rocket roll, and he's going to throw it down. Finds the connection!
Yeah, it's a huge start inside the boundary. You hate to see that. If you're on the defense, you pop boundary, you want to make sure everybody is healthy. As we proceed forward, the strangling prison could be huge here as everybody on the side of boyfriends is going to find some value. Rez coming through here to bring them back in the fight.
Wow, absolute beauty here now, Namor. trying to do what he does best for this team. They continue to show that they are down but not out, Chip.
See how this works out for him now. Some time on the clock here to reset and try once more. Alt advantage going to be even across the board here. Meteor M could be massive, but again, you have that End Song Inferno, and we know what that can look like, especially when you're building that Strangling Prison fast.
Energy now going over to the Bucky. 50% up for Mask as well. 50% across the board, really, for these teams as they continue to throw 40 seconds. So this is what we're talking about. They can afford to lose the first fight, have to win out from here if they want to keep the dream alive. And the Jay3 CC, 94% M2K. They've got both strat ults to keep them up.
Everything down to the wire here, folks. This is final fight territory. Portals need to be committed, but I'm not even sure they're available yet as they were committed in the last fight. Strangling Prison is huge here from Taro. And a big Sia. They got to break this thing. They do to ensure the Sia stays up. That was clutch as can be. Sia gets matched back on both sides now. Here goes the whale from downtown. It finds 3 Mask. Are you kidding me?
Massive!
This is absolutely insane. Clutches can be in that moment. Will this get them through point 2, or will the retake happen again by boyfriends?
Poseidon spitting with jealousy as the whale rains from above, throwing thousands of tons on the clutch. That is Mass. Doesn't matter, Daredevil, Namor, you name it, he'll find it. Respawn goes down. This team is not out. Crisis 89%, nearly there as well.
Finding that
Triple
neutral
sports.
BRB too is huge, dude.
Yeah, seriously.
Like before the fight even starts, that's so massive. And
Look what they
advantage
have, too.
Yeah, this should go Race Car's way, and maybe we push this to point 3. The Strangling Prison is there. Does it help out? I mean, it's on the outside of the boundary, but the boundary is actually from the side of Race Car now from Cooper-tastic. Memory's gonna bring Gator back into the fight post-ultimate. Ultimates are being built here for boyfriends. Taro could clutch up here with a big Strangling Prison. There's no combo yet. Nobody has ult available for Race Car, but Cooper-tastic says, I'll find that pick, and it couldn't be more massive as it's on the group, and they are still pushing. Iron finds one, Energy finds another, and point 2 is going to get pressed through.
They are down, but not out, man. You can listen. It is overset. It is overused, but absolute cinema. Hands in the air from the throuple over here of Jamie and Shib. We are impressed. Are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. I'm sure Flats is watching both these teams like, I'll take neither.
Yeah. Energy able to find another early neutral on Taro, who has that ult still. You cannot go down right now because it is crucial to combo with Balas.
Absolutely, and look at what they have, man. I mean, Energy close there. We saw how big these whales are. Gonna get a 3, bit of a stun here. Gator farming up close. Taro, though, has been clutch all day on the group hugs. Will he find another one? Combine that with the end song, maybe with the damage amplifier. That could be a swift reset. We'll see what they have to commit here as we hear Bucky quickly with the random voice line.
Yeah.
The hell?
But Bucky just pepper something in there. Just wanted to get his piece. He's casting as well. And there goes a huge end song. It's going to break that Sia quickly. Memory's ult not going to get a lot of value there. M2K does have the boundary available. Cooper-tastic, Energy, Mask, and Gator. And there's a lot committed, but who comes out on top? Mask able to find M2K, and I believe that ult was committed. Crisis has the resurgence out. Pallet going to bring M2K back. There's a huge res there on that triple strat side as Crisis is able to find Energy. 12 seconds on here.
So many Qs pressed, not a lot of elims to show, just one with the respawn left. Now it's down to 5, 4, 3 seconds. We just saw this in the upper bracket. Now history repeating itself right now. Memories is the one you want to keep your eye on, 73%. And falling, down goes Gator. As now Taro throws up the grid hop. Mask gonna find now another. It's even odds.
Are you kidding me? The portal is committed now, and it's all about can they clutch and stall this. But this is tricky. This is a tough spot to be in for Race Car. It's all about just sheer grit and willpower. Can they progress forward? The Sia is available for Memories, but Pallet is very close behind with a Sia of their own. Balas is going to be available to delete that Sia at 82%. It's got to be committed soon. Cooper-tastic has the boundary. Mask has the whale. Will it work out? The Sias are launched, and the boundary's the answer so far.
The biggest whale of this young man's life. Who will advance or who will be sent home? The boyfriend's dumped. The car's running out of gas. We're going to find out right now with the orange yellow bar ticking down. Overtime on the clock. Whale comes out. Foul connections earlier. Huge rotation for boyfriend.
Not able to make it happen there. Did not work out. Ayavakamoto is able to find some commitment as Iron gets a 2-piece now. The wood just strain shields up to high time. Gator now finds one, and it is still just an absolute absolute slugfest out here. Who comes out on top? We do not know yet. You gotta maintain presence on point as Racecar finds another, but Ballas is able to find memories.
No strategist left in the hands of Racecar. It's all grit, determination, no more healing. They're pushing the point forward. Desperation has found its reach. Here comes the telly coming in. Gotta be the Strange now. Gotta find what they can with Pallet, man.
My goodness.
1-2 with the pump. That could be it, folks.
Pallet with a huge two-piece. No strategist able to be here yet. Trying to throw the BRB out quickly as the rest fall down. And the boyfriends are making this happen, and they take this series home 3-2.
Cue the Lightning McQueen gift where he goes, runs out of gas, and the competition zooms by him just like that. Jay3, holy shit.
I just want to say that was almost like a great run by, what do you call it, Racecar? But your casting was so amazing. Oh my God, chat, can we get a W for these casters? These guys are going wild, bro.
Only 7 blood vessels just died, but we are here.
The nice thing is I do see stars now, so that's it.
Want to see how Moxie plays the Vanguard role. Obviously, we've seen what he's done in Duelist, and yesterday he flexed in Mantis a good amount, and so it's going to be Cap this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, the doors open up. We have our matchup. Here we go.
No Hulks yet. Nobody's getting the door, which, you know, I am not necessarily surprised about that. The buff did help him, but it hasn't been enough just because his struggle is still into a lot of this raw damage that's in the game right now. Ballas is going to be on. Ooh, okay, we'll see some resets maybe from the Bucky. Taro leading the way with Magneto, and Callum is going to be on that thing. Crisis, more hit scan and M2K on the invis. Both teams locked in and ready for action.
Wow, Wada almost went down immediately, down but not out. Going to swing back into safety here, and yeah, Boyfriend's going to a much more traditional comp. Try to get a bit more grounded here as Saipe leading the charge. Swimsuits out, it's late. But eyes are still on the prize here. We're not talking about the game now. Looking towards it. Crisis gets that pick on Wada.
Yeah, the res comes through though. Ballas able to find another, and that is going to put them up a number finally here as both teams will have that BRB available. Wada trying to find something, and we'll find that res, which is a lot of swing in there to break that thing, but does get that job done. Point about halfway cap from Boyfriends. Ballas able to find another out of flats, and they're doing a good job here, fresh off their games.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? They've had, you know, they're just hot. They're coming right off what was an intense game, which they're going to take that momentum right into it. M2K is going to get the pick as well, and just like that, the portal is already out. TTK forced to get that side pick. Gets the best of Cal now, and it's going to be Wada trying to find some value. Nothing so far. We'll see if the Sia can give him that amplifier damage, and bam, there it is. Taro out.
Yeah, I think the idea there was to try to portal before they capped, just shut them down, but it doesn't matter because they made the play off the portal either way. 16% is literally nothing for your first take, so still managed to make that work. It was almost disastrous, though, because if you use that portal early enough on and you don't get enough value out of it, you're doomed. Saipe able to find one on Pallet after the follow-up there, looking really clean. Crisis on this off angle, trying to shut down Moxie, who's matching that pick right back. Spider-Man spin to win is going to find one onto M2K, and again, flats is up.
Big value there. Definitely just to slow things down. Get that invis out. Dude, I was looking at Saipe's win rates the other day. Have you seen them? It's like 85, 90% on every hero. It's so disgusting.
Yeah, I can't look at it and still maintain my pride, but you know, so I choose not to. As we see Wada try to take an off angle here, 14% on and climbing. Boyfriends have like every ult available, so it's all about can they retake now. This is their chance to do just that, and another pick from Wada onto Crisis. They want this. Oh, TTK comboing with Moxie as they each get a two-piece, and Saipe finds another. What a hold here from Team Flats, bouncing right back.
Flat sets up the T-ball with the Groot ult, and everybody follows. A great job, and with that, they got the Agamotto and Saipe's ult as well. So they're going to be able to keep the sustain. Surely at 99% is inbound, and what a great opening from Team Flats.
Yeah, again, Boyfriends have a ton of ults available. Used a couple there to no avail. TTK has an Eye of Agamotto available, which could be huge here. The shield of Magneto, the only real threat. Flats building, but not close. Saipe does have the invisible boundary out low in HP, but is going to fall huge from Taro there to shut that ultimate down quickly. The res comes through, but goodbye to that ultimate. Eye of Agamotto is launched. Flats able to find one on Ballas. Up in the sky again is Wada on that Spider-Man, making a ton of huge plays and does find Crisis. Just all over Crisis right now.
Wow, I mean, just using these Sias to get so much heat out there, and Wada, this is why they saved Spider-Man. So much distraction. Like, they killed him in the spawn. He will be back at point probably before they will.
Yeah. Yeah, that was I think the task right now of Wada is to stay on top of Crisis. There's been so many picks there and not leaving that side ever, and that's exactly what they want right now. Not allow him to get the range to provide value out of that hit scan, out of the Spider-Man. And looking now, Doctor Strange again, the sticks, the controller. Wada finds one on a Bala. TTK owning and taking the space, and that's a three-piece Wada. Do I see four? I do.
My.
Come on now. And that could be the entirety of this point, as I don't even think they can get Portal through.
Tobey Maguire just fell to his knees somewhere out there. Tom Holland, you name it. Okay, Andrew Garfield clapping in applause from what we just saw from Wada in the play from Spider-Man. That's why that save is so important. And listen, it's relevant. Yesterday, if you missed it, Jay3 played in the Bogart Bash. We saw Day play so much Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
And they 2-0, 2-0, they were beating everybody, and then Jay3's team banned the Spider-Man. And you had to, because it's not just about the pure raw talent. It's these strategists can barely focus on their main job because they've got a bug, quite literally, fly on the wall.
Yeah, and they're going to double hit scan that for that answer. They're going to try to just sit back with these strategists. And Pepper, you're absolutely right. It's such a distraction. Your eyes are not looking forward. Everybody pays the price for that, and that's the value in Spidey right now. And the tricky thing is, from yesterday, they were able to ban out that Spider-Man and give them, the Gambit. But do you even consider giving Saipe Gambit? I don't think you even can think about that.
No. Too dangerous. 10-1 is Saipe. 0 deaths for Prism on the Rocket. Talk about survivability. And that is in some chaotic heat, my friend. I mean, that is crazy. They came back with that TP early on and kind of never looked back after. Wada trying to find his first victim. It's not if they will die, it's when. And he's going to go ahead and see the Rocket there and run for your life.
Has a ton of ults available for the side of Flats. At least should have 3 in this fight. TTK going to be close with 4. You look over on Boyfriends. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 available. And Crisis does find that pick and get some vengeance.
Yeah, needed that to give them any form of life. Flat's playing great here on the tree as he continues. Palman going to bring back into K, but follows with Moxie. Having going to fall down, and with that, going to give Boyfriends the life they need.
Wow.
To continue this. Now, quick pull and hover to your slow death is Taro. Nothing you can do.
That was a great pull. You're absolutely right. Crisis, though, with a 3-piece, just consistent hit scan. Bala's doing the same.
I always love when you see the mag pull and they use the meteor imp to get out of it. Like, they're so pissed. They're like, F it. Q.
Yeah. I'm getting value with this thing. I don't care. I'm going to land it. It is tricky, though, because it does put you in a weird spot. But, yeah, that is your only way out sometimes.
There's a lot of creative ways from heroes, like Diamond Form, kick up with Emma. Like, there's different things you can do to try to get out of those pull downs. But some heroes, a.k.a. Adam Warlock, they've got nothing.
And some of the best Spideys will angle it downward so that you're already lower than the ground. It makes it so tricky to get out. TTK able to find a pull-off map there.
To the other Angela. That's hard to pull off.
Yeah, you got to go straight down right there. So
you have to hit him. You have to dive in and hit him with the quick hit after it. It staggers their abilities and they fall. Yeah.
It's got to be angled literally directly vertically down. Wada is able to find a 2-piece on both the backline once again here with the spectacular spin. Saipe able to find Crisis now, and they are retaking at 37%. Again, another early retake. That's just not enough of an early hold. And Boyfriends know that they're playing well, but they've got to lock in and not allow this quick turnaround.
Oh my, Wada. You just know that man was at the practice range the entire time Boyfriends was playing. Like, just getting down the grabs, getting down the clutch plays. Wada showing why the neighborhood Spider-Man is so dangerous at this level of play. Finds another back-to-back. He eliminates the Phoenix, finds him again, eliminates him again. He's rezzed again. Will he get a third?
He's just playing in the spawn at this point. And
look at that to come back. Look at this.
Yeah, there's the chase down there. Callum trying to make that happen, and he's long gone. See you never. As Crisis finds Prism, though, that's what they need to do. They need to try to find value throughout this mayhem and maybe mark them with the Angela. And I think that's the idea here for Callum, who is going to off-map Flats here. Goodbye to Flats now. TTK out of Crisis, though, to trade that a bit at 48%, or now at 48%, and climbing. You're going to stand right in front of us and try to eat it if possible, but no, drops back down, and that's right on the back line, but that won't get value from the side of Moxie.
Just going to use it for surviving this time around, but Wada, the show continues there. Poor Spider-Man swings in, swings out, does the job. He's the web-slinging assassin. He's going to find his quick death here, though. Taro going to find some as well. Point, though, still belongs to Team Flat, so either way you look at it, they're getting the job done.
And that's all they want to do right now. They want to get past 70%. Out goes the Strangling Prison from TTK. Flats, as Flats is able to clean that up. TTK finds that final. Pallet is going to bring back Ballas in the fight, so that's not too much value. But but the ultimate is only available here for Ballas at the moment, and that was a crucial wall to keep the tree on the map. Oh, and a huge off map there once again. Wada's having a life game.
Taro is just absolute.
Are you?
Do you want a quick trip back to spawn? Zip in, zip out, zip up the body bag, and he's gonna take a quick visit himself. But that's half the problem. The fact that Spider's rollouts are just so fast, it feels like you don't do anything even when you kill him.
PETA, somebody, I mean, please, this guy is ridiculous. Moxie with a 2-piece now to clean up the start of this fight. And OT is ticking down now with Flats. Team Flats be able to own this quickly on a 1-2 sweep after the point starts off initially from Boyfriends. Huge start there. Moxie able to find Taro, who's back in post-portal. TTK owning the space in the front of that portal, trying to allow them to go through one side, and they cannot touch. And Team Flats will take game one.
An absolute clean sweep there in domination, actually showing just how Team Flats have evolved since we saw them in the winners bracket, 0-2 in domination up there, and being all the difference here. Boyfriends got to lock in and figure it out here in the pick ban phase. Again, I expected Team Flats to come out hot. They had a lot of time in preparation, and of course, we've got to give the love, A, to the new Disco skin, but B, to Wada, who just found himself absolutely cooking. Taro has had to punch multiple holes into the drywall next to him.
Yeah, just so unfortunate. 18 finals from Wada. Next closest being 9 on the team. Opposition was 7. Again, that's a life game right there for Peter Parker.
Well, that's back on the tree. We do see Wada showing Vanguard pool. Interesting. Have not seen any of that thus far. Very good pick. I think
so.
He
Yeah.
is underrated. We saw that from Trust Me yesterday.
Yeah, I think that damage reduction AoE is massive at the top level. I think it shuts down even being aggressively pulled by something like Wolverine. It gives you the time to get out, but you know, the hit scan in general as a Vanguard, and a lot of people say, oh, there's other hit scan in the game like Emma. I don't consider lasers or short range hit scan to be hit scan. It's got to be long range.
And here's the thing. Triple Vanguard allows that slow start for him to kind of lean into it a little bit more. You always should go with Deadpool in your area, straight into the ult, most likely. Sometimes the pistols, depending on the player, for that upgrade order, typically,
Yeah, and you know, you're going to be looking towards, I mean, and the tough part is right now there's not a lot of option for you to land that in your area on because they have very slow hit here. But if they did have something like Star-Lord Punisher, it gets a lot of value off the rip. And then you start playing into the stall of the melee ultimate, the big test. As Crisis finds one early for the side of Boyfriends. The res comes in to even out the numbers, but still that sets the tone as Taro now finds Flats, and they are just going to keep this ball rolling, at least so far. Moxie on the high side trying to make a play here, but Angela's going to mark that and not allow that to happen.
That's going to give him some confidence here early on now as we see Angela trying to get it live, knowing exactly when to escape. W up column and yelling LMG is Wada trying to get some value here and pushing back and making some space, right? That's what he does so well. That ult is farmed so early. Here comes the whale, the connection. Saipe gonna live through it as he falls on the health back.
Yeah, that was crucial as Flats now is going to take that Callum out early again to try to turn this back down, and here comes a bunch of commitment, and the Gambit ultimate of Doom is just going to run right towards the backline. They're still holding here. Well played, at least so far, as TTK gets the first pick there on the Pallet Man. Moxie goes down, but there you go. Wada taking out M2K. Saipe finding one. Prism is going to res Moxie back, and everybody goes down. Let that picture flow as just for days out.
You know, in coordinated play, you can allow the Deadpool to get the finishes because he can only take the picture with his own eliminations. That's extra coordinated play. Boost him up, and these katanas are so underrated no matter the role, strategist, Vanguard, or duelist, especially when they're tight together like this. Dude, this is so much pressure.
Yeah, this is just such a unique pick to pull out for Wada here, who's very much known for melee heroes. It's clearly working, but Taro going to come in and find Moxie early. The idea is going to be to counter that all every time, as it just was shown there. The big Meteor M gets some value. Wada trying to build back towards that already rank B, soon to be available to stall that point.
Wada's so legit, man. Getting double banned is like, screw it, I'm going to go the Deadpool, and shows up.
Different
shows
role.
out.
Yeah.
But Team Flats still down. They got to get this second bar to the point. Minute 42 left. They have plenty up to grab. The whale, though, going to land in the 1-2 down, and both strategists down and out.
Yeah, Ballas on this hero is going to be a problem without a doubt. Nice pick there as well. This time from Taro, as they are up 2 numbers still. You see Wada has that ult available, but immediately is going to switch actually to the Moon Knight. Not enough value there on the side of the Deadpool, even after building some of that level in terms of the RPG element.
All right, now trying to rotate back. Pressure building. Wada now going over to the Moon Knight. You can maintain those upgrades regardless, so not giving that credit up. Oh, Wow, the Gambit ult is out, but the Agamotto lands, which allows Ballas to get now not one, but two. The Namor ban was there last time. Not this time, the true king of the sea.
Boyfriend's bans are paying off. We thought it was necessary for them to try it, and it is working for them. Ballas cannot be stopped now, back on his hero. Saying, all right, you didn't ban Namor this time. Let me work. Still holding on to the whale available with Taro. Big combinations coming up and some strategists.
I think I hear Jay3 in the back room saying, wait, that's my hero. All right?
Yeah, wait.
Namor's my guy.
Wait, that's my hero.
There it is. There it is. Ballas, though, as another whale ready to summon from the seas. Giganto is the name. Here we go.
And the fight begins again. Good positioning here from Ballas, who is looking to land this whale and move them forward. Ult advantage going to be the side of the Boyfriends. Moxie soon to be close with Prism TTK, which can be a huge threat, especially if damage boosted. Ballas able to find Wada again on that off angle. Really shut him down with a potential huge whale here. It does find one on a Saipe. And that is a huge cleanup. But Wada going to find Ballas. Taro now on the flats. The trades come in, but this time Boyfriends are on top as Taro takes out another.
Absolute demons right now. We said they wanted to pick a ban phase, and it's looking all apart here. Flexibility, have your Gambit, Spider-Man's out, and that changes everything of the identity of this team.
Wow, Crisis
with the 1-2. Flats now on the ropes. Time is ticking. It's up to the Thing to finish the job. TTK can't find the life. He's out, and just like that, 0.1 hold, most likely.
Yeah, no, that should be a slow stagger now as they're trying to maintain presence, but it will not go in their favor, and they got one tick. The only hope right now is they completely shut him out, but that was so clean from Boyfriends. The banning phase was perfect for them.
I mean, we knew this was going to go to a Game 5. We just didn't know the order of operations here, so we're finding ourselves getting close to that 1-1, and we'll see what Boyfriends could do on the offensive side. But yeah, they definitely have their work cut out for them to do a one-tick hold.
Yeah, Team Flat's going to be.
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, he's disgusting on that hero. They banned it out first game, and it worked out, and they hard targeted Wada this time. Wada is up right now, I believe, in terms of, has 4 finals, has the most, but still, as a team right now, they just cannot get this done.
So was first ban? What was first ban for Flat's team?
They banned.
Is it Hella?
No, first ban is
Gambit.
Gambit. Yeah.
So do you let them have Gambit, and I mean, the Namor makes that much of a difference. That'd be preposterous. So maybe not over Gambit. But you got to sneak them in there quick because they saved Gambit next up.
Yeah, they got rid of Mantis to shut down the Groot farm, which is, I think, something that Boyfriends does pretty well. But I don't think you also need to get rid of Groot after that. I think you can match the Groot and not have to worry about it. So I think that's when you get rid of Namor. They locked in Namor, actually, I think, early on.
I'm saying the lock-in is tough.
So, yeah, it's tricky. You got to do it early.
They know what Ballas can do, man. We've seen 3 games in a row now. He quite literally won the Game 5 against Racecar. And he was definitely, the difference maker here in this match right now.
Yeah, agreed. But again, this is another showing of saying, hey, we don't always need to get rid of Gambit. You can hard target somebody and try to remove their hero pool as much as possible. Not saying that Wada's playing bad by any means, because he's absolutely not, but looks like they are going to put Wada on the Mantis here, and they're going to try to farm with Flats' ult, who's already up at 25%.
Yeah, we saw him play a little bit of strategist back early, feels like yesterday, but early in the upper bracket. Moxie, though, we said that Moxie needs to step up and play the game to the level we've seen him do it so far. He does get a pick early. Remember, they did get 1 tick and a sliver, so if they can continue that, they will win this off a insane defensive effort. Misses 2 arrows once those back. Triton's raining down continually. Ballas is going to get 1, going to get 2, and at this point, it's a TP and a prayer.
Yeah, this is incredibly difficult here for Flats.
GG next.
Yeah, the portal's coming in, but I think Boyfriends have really won the ban phase, made things happen. 1 tick goes through, tied up as they're trying to end this now. The touch comes in, but it will be tricky as not everyone's res. Saipe comes in. It's got to be quick. Wada's going to fall, though. Taro with the first pick. Saipe, TTK, Moxie, Flats, and Prism all jump in quickly. Crisis going to find another. 2 numbers down. Boyfriends up. This could be it here for Map 2 as Ballas now drops Prism, who cannot get that ultimate flowed enough, and nobody has an answer yet. Boyfriends clutching up, trying to end this crisis with another pick on a Moxie, the invisible boundary, and it is a sure fit at this point, folks, as an Eye of Agamotto from Wada comes out. It will find 1, but Crisis gets another on a Saipe, and I think it is just a matter of time now as the rest fall. Very well done by Team Boyfriends, as they will take this and make it a 1-1 series.
Boyfriends never ghost in the big moments, and not a bigger moment than right here, right now. It is 1-1, looking locked in like a long, committed relationship, buddy.
I like it.
Great job.
They are engaged now. The boyfriends moving forward to the fiancés as they are trying to push this even farther in the series, and I think they have found their ticket forward. The question is, will Team Flats be able to counteract, download what they've done, and try to find a new way through?
Insanity. And what a face of terror there from the Namor. We take a look at the final stats as Ballas and Crisis showing off at the 10, the 11, and not much down below. Wada did have a good game there as what he could do on the Deadpool earlier. And I want to take a focus here on Saipe. Okay, so let's take a look at the gamut. 4K damage, 18K heals. You know, obviously did okay, but hey, kudos to looking at the go-to strategist and saying, hey, take the best in the game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
See what they can do. No, Hawkeye, you can even switch after you lose first fight.
Sure, when you portal back.
Yep, but it's that first bit that it's so important to go triple Vanguard here.
I agree. For those who maybe don't know, the way triple works on this map is you are going to fight right at the door here with triple. You are going to then, if you lose the fight, which, you know, is bound to happen at some point, likely, you will drop back, teleport under the first bridge, or at least from the first bridge up to before the up ramp, and then you can walk the final ramp. That's how you guarantee 3 fights.
Yep, absolutely. And big thing that triple Vanguard does is it allows just strategist ults to absolutely fire off.
Sure.
You get so much healing in there. But what the hell do we know? Mox is going to be playing the Hawkeye.
Battle starts in 5.
Interesting. So they're still going to try to put oh yeah, they're running traditional here, but they're still potentially holding tight. It looks like they're thinking about it. Yeah, they are.
Okay.
And boyfriends are not going to be running like a Buster comp because I guess they saw it coming. They said, hey, they're probably not going to run triple right now. They're not feeling comfortable on it. TTK up in the sky. Moxie going to be doing the same there, but falls instantly to Crisis, who is going to be all over it with the Hella. Rez is right back, though, but we'll see where the next pick goes.
We're going to see if Moxie can take down Column so that Wada can make space to get in the back there as the Daredevil. But Ballas says, take my King of the Sea. I'll show you what's up with the Winter Soldier. This might be Jay3's alt account, bro. I don't know.
You know, it's just like the same. It's the same type of hero pool. That's just like who you're into. I respect that. I feel like that's the case for a lot of people.
It's why I'm not helping you guys cast.
Ballas is able to find one on a Wada though, and that is going to be the idea. You're going to play that Bucky. You're going to play that thing and just protect everyone from the lawyer. That is terrifying to go against, even through some of the nerfs. Crisis with a huge shot there on the flats to drop that. They're walking these.
You can tell when Crisis is feeling it, man. Just holding W, throwing the thorns, and absolutely going crazy. Moxie with one pick, Wada for the other. Hold on here. How the hell are they fighting back?
And you know what's so funny is I think Moxie just got a KO there with the team up because I haven't seen that symbol since forever, since Vietnam. So that was a huge pick there, unique. And, you know, it does apply debuff and buff. So a cool tool that's like, I just feel like it's kind of slept on. Moxie with another pick here on the Ballas and still owning this space, holding the height now and has ult available.
Yeah, it's been a minute, man. I forgot that thing was even in the game.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, what is that?
You need cloak for it, and they have it.
Exactly there. Moxie gonna go with the double jump up, and understanding the assignment is Column. That's kind of the matchup to look for. Tries to get that one rocket pick, doesn't find it. Ball is moving in, cracking impact, ready to go. Throws it down, throws it up. Sia, though, is gonna give some protection, gonna burn that down quickly. And wow, it does get the reset either way. Flat's gonna fuel that fire. Now, of the dead bodies, and Saipe just running for his effing life.
Moxie does have that ult. Can they get there and touch the stall, or will the point give up? It looks like the point is going to be given, and they're not able to hold that.
Such a Saipe thing to do. It's like 1v6. He's like, I'm getting a freeze out, damn it, before I go.
Yeah, and then you reset with the team. Back they go once more. Wada way behind here. Does have the Let the Devil Out available. Moxie with a nice pick once more on the Ballas. Getting a ton of value here on that Hawkeye, showing why he wanted to play this hero. And here goes the commitment of ultimate.
Goodbye thing.
Yeah, for real.
Ooh, does escape though.
Yeah, good jump out. Ooh, he's going to use that to just burn the Sia quickly. Very smart decision. Bubble might have protected everybody.
God.
Huge value there. 2 ults deleted from a Hawkeye ult. And another pick. Moxie is not letting this go.
Moxie, insane.
Yeah, that was clean play.
Absolutely insane. This is exactly what we needed to see. Rise up to the occasion. Man's been locked in all day. Nowhere to hide, he shouts. Throwing out the arrow and feasting for more. This is going to really help out what the team wants to do. Wada been silent pretty much so far. About to let the devil out. Make some noise.
Yeah, he's been holding that ult since that super deep off angle. And here goes the commitment now. Double whammy. Wada finds one on M2K. The Meteor comes in. The combination from TTK. Wada gets a second. Saipe finds one. And Wada finds Pallet Man. Crisis is able to find one pick, but it will not be enough to press them forward.
Already full reset. Ready to go. You have the Sia device. You've got the dance. See which one they like to go with first. Typically going to be... We're probably going to see the Sia here first. If I were to take a guess. Flats get close to the ult as well. Gonna try to save that side pay ult, just in case anything bad happens, which is going to be from Ballas' hand shortly.
He has
And
this
here
ult
we go.
again. Yeah, that's insane. Another pick, 2. Do I see
my
3?
God.
Come on now,
Goodbye.
Moxie just walking in. Gonna burn that Ironwood wall and try to walk forward and get the Vanguards 2. Maybe even more. Crisis is 1. Not able to make that happen as Crisis forced off all. That's a ton of value unless he gets picks. That's huge on Wada there. Still able to get value through that, but no one else is gonna press forward.
Absolutely dirty. I mean, the only one visiting a spawn room right now for Flats is Wada, who's been there a couple of times, able to get quickly back if needed. Good ult gonna come out there from Taro and try to make something happen. Every ult is being pressed, but no bodies are falling. First one to go is Moxie, but good job from Team Flats staying in this thing.
That was a huge combination, but can they get anything through it? No, they do not. M2K able to find TTK there. Press them forward as the Sia is launched. Tough spot here for Wada, who is still able to escape even after that push, using the reflect
Oh my
well.
gosh, that
Flats
was a
in
huge win
big
for Team
danger.
Flats, dude. They survived everything.
Yeah, he's gone. Callum gonna find Flats right there with the haymaker and keep this momentum moving forward. Alt advantage slightly in favor here for Team Flats, but not for long. Wada, TTK gonna have ult available as Taro, Callum, and soon to be Ballas as well from Boyfriends. But Ballas goes down, good target priority there from the side of Team Flats. But can they bounce their feet back as TTK is moving forward now? Crisis holding on here, almost has ult as well, which could be huge after having to use it against Moxie. Tries to find this pick and does after Moxie takes out Pallet Man.
All right, we've got 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Points almost at its destination. Crisis trying to find some value, but Flats coming in from the LeBron throw downtown. Want to get a piece of the pie as well, and that is a crucial stop. Now, Team Flats has pretty much everything they need to pull off the .2 hold upset. Taro right behind there, and M2K is going to have some fuel to the fire. Keep your eyes on Ballas. Keep your eyes on the dance of the butterfly, the dance executions, we like to say. See if they can get that value to clutch up .2.
Yeah, that worked last time. They switched over that dance and found the backline immediately and played off it. Ballas is already very close to that out now. M2K holding on Crisis as well. There is a ton of Qs available for this potential final fight here. Portals not being committed yet from either side. Good movement here from the side of Prism, who's still maintaining that presence. Excuse me, that was Pallet, who's still doing the same thing over on this side. Looking clean, out goes the dance floor. Meteor M goes up. Can they find something here? Bang, down goes one. Moxie is going to be able to get that pick, though, as TTK is now looking forward towards Taro. Portal play is going to need to happen here with 10 seconds on. And that's another pick from TTK.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty much it for the team. They can get the... Nah, they're not going to have time with the body block. Won't be there. So it's going to be .2 held. From
Very
Team
attackable.
Flats. Way to lock the hell in. That Namor ban proving all the worth it. And I mean, we can't talk about that match without talking about not only Moxie locking in early, Wada locking in late as that Daredevil putting the pressure on late.
Absolutely. I mean, we can look at the scoreboard here. 13 from Moxie.
Holy
Give him the Hawkeye. The guy is just disgusting. 7 from Crisis. A lot of those early picks, too, off the rip. Crisis was looking really good on that Hella. Trying to battle back on Moxie. The thing is, just some really good pocketing support against with Moxie. Moxie was farming ult like it was his job. He had like 3 of them per fight. It was insane to look at, but we will see what happens. The triple off the rip here, this time for the Boyfriends on defense.
Sorry, Jay3. Moxie just earned my prime sub today with that performance. That was disgusting.
What the? Come on, man.
And Cozy's getting walked out of the building here by Jay3. You don't get to see that often.
Thank God. Alrighty, guys, here we go. 25 seconds and counting. And once again, on the defense approach, you do see a lot of the triple Vanguard, and we are going to see that lineup from Boyfriends. Didn't get it from Flats and Moxie, and that's because, well, we saw why in the final hits department.
That is true. Triple off the rip here. They're actually going to have that Atom. Crisis was getting so many finals on the Atom as well. That was very prevalent early on in Ignite. Teams were, I mean, obviously the res comp was disgusting, but even after that, we saw a lot of the best hit scan playing Atom and just really playing for res 24/7 with the team and trying to find good trades on ultimates. We'll see if that works out this time. Moxie is going to be, what do you know, still staying on that Hawkeye. We look over at these compositions. Not much has changed here. TTK on that Emma, but not much outside of that, at least not yet.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they're going to use this to their advantage now on the offense approach, and just like that, Triple Vanguard at play. It's being forced out already. M2K can be very close now, and Ballas finding that value. They're getting the best of Mox.
Yeah, and Ballas is going to be on that, Magneto. So, you always have one of your duelists make the switch to Vanguard when you run to that triple, but, it's typically the ones who can land those more obscure shots, because obviously it is projectile. Ballas is the one they trust to do that, very similar to kind of a Namor playstyle. Wada is able to find one onto Pallet, who's on that Lady Loki. TTK with a tackle here onto the front line of Taro, and they do follow up heavy. Goodbye. Prism is going to get that KO. Moxie on a crisis in the back line, and they are making this thing move forward.
I mean, just those arrows do so much damage, but even more with the Terror Cape to boot. Right now, just going to find the spawn room quickly is M2K. This fight's going to be going to Team Flash, but Born Again, Fight Again. It's going to be Crisis, bringing the team right back into it as we have Marvel Zombies live in the making.
Yeah, beautiful play there by TTK to wall off the back line and just kind of look forward. Don't even stress over him because it is Invis and she has a ton of self-sustain. Out goes that Eternal Bond, gets stuffed by the wall. Huge wall there, that time from Taro. Prism still able to find one. TTK is going to get another immediately after the res. Same as now Pallet Man launches up.
Res too, man. Double res. Man, they got like 18 lives out there and it does not matter. Team Flash is cooking. Moxie is trying to make just the numbers fly on the leaderboard. TTK to follow just like that. Point one is going to be theirs. Body block's not going to be okay. They do find. Okay, never mind. Call him gets the leader.
Portal play comes in. I think it's tricky to get res into a Hawkeye ult because everybody's just going to have clones for days everywhere, and that really was taken advantage of. Wada was able to find one here. They have a ton of time on it with 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock right now. Alt's advantage slightly in the favor of Team Flats with Saipe holding alt Flats as well. That could be a huge start to this fight. Momentum's in their favor. Boyfriend's got to step up now. They have the talent. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, ult's in their favor. Momentum. Everything going on their side here. Crisis trying to lock in his moment. And if you do look at what they have, I mean, obviously Hawkeye's going to be good to get the Goddess of Death out of there. But let's see if he can farm up ult fast enough. 71% down in half. Ballas looking for more, gets the reset with the voltage on that ammunition, continuing the approach, hook to nothing. Moxie finds Taro, and at this point, first of all, goodbye, Flats. Enjoy that quick break, say hello to your chat. Here we go.
Yeah, I think the switch there from Crisis is a good idea. Get off the double res, just was not working. Moxie able to find another pick early on, which has been something we've been saying a lot here in this matchup right now. Ballas back over here on the Bucky, gonna commit heavy with the ultimate and try to get a clean pick. Playing around Moxie, who's trying to get that headshot to stop it and cannot fall. Up in the sky goes Crisis now with the Goddess of Death. Will that get value? No, the bond is too strong there from the side of Cloak and Dagger on the downside, and they cannot stop this Cloak and Dagger right now.
The bond with, yeah, I mean, honestly, just Crisis, that was a tough ult, right? I mean, having a little bit of the environment in the way as well. Pallet Man gonna go and throw up the invisible boundary. Taro does hit Saipe. That's definitely gonna get some massive value there. Moxie finds the best of it, but shit, there's 3 minutes, and hate to be a doomer, but I would be blown away if this defense is held.
Yeah, they're starting to find their comp, though, the side of Boyfriends, and this could be what they needed to change the tides, but again, ult advantage right back on the side of Team Flats. It's their fight to lose in this next go-around. No answers yet. Callum will be the one thing that could find some major value, but TTK is trying to stop that right now. The shield's going to be very low, and they do take out Callum, which is exactly what they needed here. Wada is going to use that ult, not get too much value as M2K gets that cleanup. Moxie is finding another in the neutral onto Taro, make it another onto Crisis, and Prism finds Ballas. Will that be it here as they are progressing forward? It looks like it will be, and they take home this map.
Not even going to allow another fight, just as we saw in Central Park near perfect play from Boyfriends. Team Flats turns it around just like that. We find ourselves 2-1. One more potential game as they see Shib pleading in the air, begging God as we can. No, it's been great, buddy.
No, it's been a blast. But I'm with you. These have been battles back and forth, a ton of fun to be a part of. But this is the first time the chain has been broken. This is the first time the team did not lose back-to-back Convoy Convergence and then win again on Domination.
24 and 24k damage. Ew, disgusting. Moxie, where the hell's the animated icon? Can you actually go equip it? We know he has it. He just doesn't want to show it.
Yeah.
Humble man, humble man.
As we start off our next map here, potential game point here for Team Flats. Boyfriend's got to clutch up now, change up the ban phase. They are going to keep the Ultron, and that's going to be potentially enabling the Angela in the front line and really looking for some backline picks, just annoying the strategist to try to keep their eyes away. Let's see if that works out for them. Definitely haven't seen that at all in this tournament, at least not on this main broadcast.
Wada is thirsty for that first elimination. Gonna find some success early and put the pressure on immediately, causing Angela to slam down. Back up now, looking for more. You see Electra as a little accessory on the side. Hello, come to the game, please. Those skins would go wild. Now looking at the double backline approach, just burning cooldowns, getting that bubble out of there is all important. Oh my gosh.
You could honestly do the Lady Loki approach with Electra for Daredevil almost. I mean, the blind would make no sense, but everything else in the kit makes sense.
The blind would make
yeah, it would make no sense at all, but
yeah,
you can
it would work.
Yeah, maybe she's got a blindfold on. Who knows?
What do you call those weapons? The
Tonfoot or
the Raphael weapons?
Oh yeah. Oh man.
That's what she's got.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called. But I know what you're...
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah,
I'll figure it out. But TTK is able to find M2K. Moxie with one there onto Taro. Crisis finding Wada, though, to try to even the numbers just a little bit, but not going to be enough as the point is taken by Team Flats now, and it's all about stalling. Their composition looking pretty similar. Moxie is actually going to be making that change over to Namor, so the combo is very much there for Groot, Flats, and Moxie. Oh, huge pick there from Ballas, he's going to be playing that hella.
First fight so important, as you know, 18% and climbing. Now Ball is trying to get the other opposition of that team up and hella to work instead of the Namor. Great hit early there. See what they can find. Crisis is low. Crisis is out. And just like that, you're able to get... Wow, okay, they're fighting back. Taro with the 1-2, and Flats looking like they're going to get the team. Turns into a 3 down.
Yeah, shout out, Chad. It is Sai. You nailed that.
Good job,
Love you guys.
Chad.
We'll never forget you. And we see TTK able to find one onto Taro to keep the momentum there. And the point is doing nothing but climbing 46% and moving. But look at all those ults available. Who presses Q better in this next fight? We'll find out in a minute.
Alrighty now. Yep, blocked and loaded. Good shout out here. Going to get a couple things they could go with. I think most likely they'll leave with the TTK and Wada. Potentially go in with the Prism. We've seen that time and time again. And then in the response, they're just going to hit the ball assault, right, typically. But, okay, it is for the Angela into the Daredevil. We expected that most likely. No, Wada going to hold on, and there it is. There's a response from the Hella. Kind of a nice little, like, momentum changer.
Yeah, TTK, Prism, Saipe each going to find one. Everybody getting a piece of the action right now. Not able to make anything happen there. Dropping backwards. Ballas. He's going to try to stop Wada, but Wada says, not in my house, and cleans that up quickly. 90% almost here for Team Flats. Still have ult advantage. Once again, folks, this is looking really strong here for the side of Team Flats.
Absolutely. Now, 89-90. The time is ticking on the chances for boyfriends to advance. They can feel it. They can taste it. Crisis as the ult, the end song Inferno. Last thing they have to combine with Taro. Devil let out, but quickly shut down and put back in. Moxie gets a limb. TTK. They're heating up.
Yeah, Crisis does have this, the combo available here with Taro, and that could be enough, but Flats is now going to be there as well. TTK with that early pick. That's a huge pick onto the back line. Flats able to find one onto Taro, who's not going to be able to press Q. Save it potentially for the next round from Marvel Rivals 2 maybe, as now Moxie finds another, and everyone held onto the Qs in that fight.
Wow.
That's tough. I mean, it's tricky because the idea is you really want to try to get people to overcommit, so you got to try to do something to shake it up, and I think everybody wanted to try to maintain their ults, but you can't do that because now everybody's prepared for this next fight.
The Grove won. The Cradle could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Flats losing the winner's bracket in the last seconds, all to go on this miracle run down below. But boyfriends, they've been here before. They're not going to go quietly. I will say Flats is loaded on the ult front to get this first fight again, making it pretty difficult. And the only two they're missing are the ones that probably matter the least.
Can somebody get the door? No, not for long, as Callum immediately going to change that up right over to the Thing. Go back to more traditional. I think they're showing who they want to play, but just not quite in the meta, or at least not in the conversation of what they could do against this team comp, Saipe.
But we do see when it's like there's nothing else to lose, yeah, Crisis is going to come out as the torch.
Interesting.
People, that's when we see the blades and, all that kind of stuff comes out. Got the Human Torch. It is here. Ready to roll. Things are going to heat up, but do they have the extinguishers that most teams seem to find in this meta? About to find out.
We will see as the games begin. Again, this early ult here from Flats could be absolutely massive with Moxie. There is some answers from Saipe and Prism should they get caught up in an ultimate. It's one of those ults that'll really keep you healthy and move forward. And there is the combo. Did it land? Not sure that it did. Couldn't get the whale quite there. So they're just going to try to get some neutral poke damage, but nobody's down. Psychi Light Moxie on the off angle, able to find one on the M2K.
That 6th Sense knew the Invis was down, and that's the problem with playing Torch right now. You got a million turrets firing at you.
Yeah.
You know, listen, I played a lot of Pokemon, and what's the weakness? Water, okay?
Yeah.
Fire type going down.
Yeah, it's tricky because the strength of Human Torch is the movement, and when the squids don't miss, that movement goes out the window. It's very tricky to keep him up. You got to keep that shield on him from M2K, but M2K went down early in the fight.
Dude, they didn't have to use anything, too. They got Saipei and Prism ult to follow, so they used Flats and Moxie.
Yep.
And outside of that, Wada now charged up TTK to follow. They used TTK and Wada earlier to find success, so they essentially have 2 different fights they could win.
I think Boyfriends is panicking. Look at their comp.
Yeah, it's all over the place right now. Yeah, there's no vanguards.
What gave it away? The 5 duelists and the 1 strategist?
Maybe I don't know. I saw someone switch to Spider-Man. I thought everything was just GG's.
M2K is typing 1 strat in the chat.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Avoid my team for GG's.
Avoid my team for GG's.
Unfortunate
Well,
there. It seems like the team has completely given up. And
Again, we get to see. Not like this. Not like this, damn it. Oh,
wow. Just
well,
full
folks, we
aura
want to
farming.
thank you guys for coming out today to the Jay3.
Who would have thought this was going to be the last game and how it was
You know
going to go?
what? Hey, they're shaking hands at the end. You got to
True.
respect
I
it.
like
True.
that.
You know what?
I like
One of
that.
them said, "Why are we fighting? What are we fighting for?"
Yeah.
Can someone answer this question?
Exactly.
vibes.
This isn't our war. All right. This is. Let's all just make peace. As we see TTK and Wada say, "No, I'm
There's
still going
always
to go
one
after
man that breaks it.
I'm still going to go after you guys. I don't really care. I need to patch your stats a little bit here."
Exactly.
There's always the sit emo, and somebody breaks it. Oh, not the guns coming out of spawn. We have reached full bronze lobby status, ladies and gentlemen. It is over. Just like that. And honestly, I'm crying. I'm on my knees crying right now.
Those
Look at
guys
these
are
two.
fighting and these
Good
guys
for
are
them.
chilling.
You know what I mean?
You
Just
know,
building bonds.
Building
Oh, I thought that was off
I
map.
thought
I thought that was off map.
I was like, did he convince him to jump? Like, okay, well, there you go, guys. What a, honestly, high climatic ending to what was a chaotic day. My throat thanks you. I thank you. And wow, W day 1 as Flats moves forward and the boyfriends are officially dumped.
Yeah, that was, folks, an absolute blast of a day. Everybody getting a piece of the pie, too, here, folks. So it's not like they're going home empty-handed. They did not believe in themselves in that final match. I do think everything's winnable, but they signed out, they hit the surrender button, and they gave it up and just kind of aura farmed their way to giving this W to Team Flat. So we'll be moving on to tomorrow, our final setup of this tournament.
Jay, what do you think, man? Put on a day 1. This is your first community tournament for Rivals.
Oh man, I'm actually excited how today went. I'm actually very hyped. And I don't want to be toxic to my boy Flats, but I'm surprised that he's made it this far.
Absolutely. Lower semifinals. Yeah, Flats doesn't always have the best tournament luck. Either just Saipei. The amount of times Saipei has been in these tournaments, it just finds himself on the wrong team, wrong bracket, whatever it looks like. So W them as the stage is set here.
Okay, friends, YouTube thinks you might like this next video, so let me know if they're right.